Garinger is going to bunker out the last player left alive. It's Nick Laval, and PB Fit is going to have this miraculous victory here at the World Cup.
I'm sorry, baby, I don't mean to be rude. I'm ready.
What an amazing paintball story. PB Fit taking down Dammit. They took down Red Legion, who won 2. AC Diesel, and then the legends, Edmonton Impact, the final buzzer hit as the crowd goes absolutely wild.
Couldn't be that more happy for all these guys here. Nobody works harder.
A lot of young Lions that are coming up that want to take down these legends and become legends themselves. And PB Fit, by winning this tournament, just became paintball legend.
Believing in each other, playing for each other, never giving up for each other. That's what truly wins championships, not money. Heart does.
Yeah, I don't blame you. If I was you, I'd probably be getting mad too.
We are not done. We're not happy to make a Sunday. We're not happy to go 2-2. We've done that, right? We're here to win tournaments, and we're only going to do that to use each other.
We couldn't ask for a bigger exclamation point on the season. On 2024 here for Major League Paintball, we have a brand new team that's a titan in the sport.
Let's be the first rookie team to win World Cup. Right? We made history last year. Let's do it back to back. We're getting told all these excuses of why we won the event, and I love it. I love it because now I'm more motivated than ever because I feel like I didn't even win Cup. I feel like I'm still getting discredited for the way we played. We're all getting discredited, and that's how it feels. And that's something that I don't think these people understand with their podcasts is when they say stuff like that, it makes it to where we're all very, very excited.
FIT stands for Family Integrated Team, and really it's just a group of like-minded individuals that all are playing for each other and just working as a family, so to speak, to create a great program. And we do also have a family in there. There's 3 brothers, a cousin, and then an adopted brother, so to speak, with Chavi, and then the parents as well. So we got a lot of family involved in this.
I was the first brother to do it. So then I grew up playing as like the young kid at the paintball parks, playing with my dad, and had a great time doing that. There really wasn't a lot of other kids around. Brody, who never really showed an interest in paintball, wanted to start playing once I came back from college. And I was like, oh, well, hell yeah, let's all go play a paintball tournament together. Let's do this. I've already won paintball tournaments with Dad. Like, let's do it with you now.
Those are all the trophies. Problem is you just don't have enough room for them. Like the pro win is so much bigger than all these that you're like, dude, if we get more of those, we're gonna have any fucking space, and I don't want to ruin these trophies. So we're gonna build like a plexiglass case and put all of them in, kind of display everything, and then probably put all the other FIT teams as well in there too. Get some.
The whole time, Colt really didn't want to play, but you were allowed to do sideline coaching. So then Colt, he was known as Noodle Boy, and he would be on the sidelines with these big orange pool noodles, letting us know where the snake player is and yelling out codes and trying to put the whole situation together from a young age just on the sidelines. He really didn't even start playing until we decided to open up Paintball Fit. And then we got Colt playing and Trenton playing. Brody and I were only ranked about D3 at the time, and the decision was, hey, do we go forward and try to go higher division? If we don't, we can still play with Colt and the rest of the family. And we decided to do that, and we started playing together, and let's build a team just out of us instead of trying to get talent and then losing talent on a regular basis and cycling it. Like, let's just invest in our own family, whether there's natural talent there or not, and let's take it as far as we can.
Perfect blend of bark, meat, and fat on there.
And then, can I get corn? And the beans? Yeah. And then some rice.
You're supposed to get the meats. Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, we're just telling what meat. You're getting brisket. I'm getting brisket.
All right.
It's freaking phenomenal.
Paintball Fit started as a place for us to train ourselves, our family doing our thing.
Head in the next spot over, he did a field, and it was really, really doing well. So then we were like, all right, well, the next stage is going to be, they're like, we want 3 fields. This is the layout. It's going to be a great, great facility. And we haven't looked back. It's just nonstop going. And now we're going to be building a 4th field.
Just lid down. I'll do it. Lid down. I need a total of 8. One more right here. You want one here? No, Rob. Shooting 1 off break minimum every point and throwing everything away because of selfish fucking play.
We were like, we're going to push so much harder. We're going to be practicing more than anybody out here, because we're trying to go past semi-pro to actually play at pro. And for us to be able to match this skill gap with these dudes that have been playing at pro for 10 years, they're up here already, right? And we are trying to catch up, and the only way to catch up is to play more. That is the only thing you can do. Put more time.
Coming into 2024 as a new rookie pro team again, as a new team name, I guess, as well, right? Starting a new franchise, a new history there for pro, at least. As I was super excited to remake our name for ourselves and prove that what happened in 2021 wasn't real, was just like a fluke, It was something that we had learned from and we gotten even better from. That's something I feel like in everything in life, that you need to take your blows, take your losses, and then come back even stronger and get better from it. And that's how you grow and continue to do better in anything.
Each match and each event along the season had very valuable lessons where you had to redial in where we thought we were mentally strong enough and had it dialed in. There's just little lessons and we had to relearn it a little bit, just be a little bit better.
Chicago was definitely the start of them getting more confidence in me and my spins. Played a good share of points and was able to shine a little bit in those points.
The wild card round, PB Fit making Sunday for the first time in 2024.
Wow, that's huge.
Massive moment here for Cyrus Geringer.
Chicago was a very big stepping stone for us as a squad, I think. It just kind of showed that all the work we had been doing, it was slowly progressing the first 3 events of the season, but that 4th event, making the jump from not making Sunday to making Sunday, and then even winning our first Sunday match, it's just really showing us that what we were doing was working, and that at any moment we could turn it on and legitimately win an event.
Jonathan, I need a little bit more calmness next match. Yeah, I was a little too much. We're playing the Russians next. They're coming. Yeah, every point, right?
It is probably the most emotionally hit that we've taken in a while, because we haven't been mercied in a long time as Paintball Fit in general.
Is going to do it. They're going to put up this 8-2 mercy rule win.
It was intense. And after we shook the hands, I know that me and Cyrus, we both kind of 100% tears. Just emotionally hit us. It was putting all that work and just getting hit with one of those again. Just hammered down. You're still not here yet, right? Hurts a lot.
It's something that we're fucking up on consistently, and it's a problem. I have to not be lazy in the back center. I got to know that since I'm fat, everyone's coming for me, right? Russians put 3 guns on me. They shot me. I'm going to be better for Cup. I'm going to be better for all of you, Cup. I plan on winning Cup.
Yep.
Sometimes when a team is playing the way the Russians play, it's better to fight fire with fire and come at them instead of, oh, I hope I shoot this guy running to the 50. The next tournament saying, if we ever play Russians again, they're not going to be able to do that. We're going to come fight fire with fire, and we're going to press them. We're going to come at them.
That one is probably the most motivating one that happened, because from them doing that to us there, we were like, fuck that, never again. We need to push way harder, and that made it to leave Sparta practicing way more. after that defeat. Like, we took that L and we're like, nah, we've dealt with this stuff before.
2024 Major League Paintball World Cup, the biggest event in the world, the best event of the year.
World Cup's everything. That is the biggest event of all in paintball. I mean, you win Cup, no one cares about the rest of the season. I mean, us, for example, right? Like, going into Cup, we'd only won one match on Sunday. You go win Cup, now we're the best team in paintball.
In the eyes of paintball player, World Cup is kind of like how football sees the Super Bowl. It is the final event. Everyone is bringing their best. Like, throughout the year, everyone's kind of building up. You are at your best peak at Cup. Like, this is your showing.
And then we got to go. And you got to watch the guy over the top. Right? That's all that matters. Check off, make sure there's nobody on the top.
It's been a tough 2 years, baby. We dug ourselves out of a hole a little bit at a time. We're here, World Cup. Everybody else forgets about the last 2 years. We do go well here.
Come on, boys! First game at Cup was really important to us. I think when you win that first match, you're like, okay, everything we did at practice worked. And I think I almost think it's more important than any other prelim game. I think the first match kind of sets the tone for every team. And we knew going against Aftermath, they were going to be a team that pushed hard off break and then wanted to slow it down and try to play that slow game because, you know, that's what we saw in film and that's how they play most layouts. But it was if everything that we practiced is true.
What are you going to do with two guys on you?
Well, and that Dorito 3 player is getting pinched about as much as somebody possibly could.
Fit is set up so well now to burn this clock. I don't like Colt's move here, but he does get him clean, so he showed me.
Excellent closer from Cyrus. He did it intelligently. He did it in a way where it was safe, where he knew he wasn't going to lose the point, but let's get that extra third point on the spread if we can. Nice job, Cyrus. Young up-and-coming player for Fit. Fit's getting a little bit more diverse. We've known how good Chavez and the Lucals have been, and Mason and Stewart, but getting a couple added guys like Cyrus is really good for him.
Kind of let me understand, like, oh, no, we know this layout. Like, we know it through and through. We're winning this event. And then when we beat them, and I was just like, okay, let's go 4-0 in the prelim. Let's go win everything.
Jumping in this next one here, PB Fit up 2 on Spider Fusion with 11:41 to go. Spider Fusion going to be losing that first spot.
After Aftermath, we had Spider Fusion. You know, it's their first time ever playing against, you know, the American pros, and they were good for, like, you know, different game plans. We wanted to see who we could shoot off break.
Three quick points here for PB Fit. 3 more away from the Mercy Rule win in the last set of the first day of the World Cup. Just a perfect game here for PB Fit.
When we mercied Spider Fusion, we did it in, like, there was like 11 minutes left or something like that. There was a ton of time left. So I mean, I think we set another record for that too, on finishing the fastest prelim match at Cup.
And then we go on to play Notorious. And that's when we were like, okay, cool. Let's go play Notorious. We know that their only attack is going to be Archie through the snake. how can we play against them knowing we have to shut down a snake side? How do we play that? So we use that match as like, let's try with just Colt not letting Archie play from the back center, and then when we need help, we get whoever's in the center to play that way. And then that's when we found that, like, as long as you knew they were in the snake, they weren't winning. Like, they weren't going to win that game. If they come to your side, great. The Dorito guy can just shoot them. We use that match as kind of like, okay, let's play against a heavy snake side, see what they do, right? And let's see how we can contest that.
Getting ABJ clean. Looks like he's going to continue forward.
That was a great
Get the last
here.
guy.
Colt Lukau. Colt drops the hammer on Hines. And that's going to do it. Looks like we got a lot of fans here from Paintball Fit. I mean, they are fit. This is a Texas team. But coming back in this next one here, PB Fit up by 1. We're following them on the breakout.
Wow, this is crazy, Matt. Paintball Fit shoots 2 on the break.
Also, there's not a ton of safe spots on this field if you shoot an accurate lane.
Yeah, you got to go somewhere. Archie's done because Archie's in the corner.
Oh, but he gets caught cross field. Oh, maybe the glare might have been an issue. Great zone control from PB Fit, Rich.
Yeah. Fit, though, with a nice cushion so they can kind of sit back, chew up the clock, work on their communication and teamwork, which is what they're really good at. Got him.
Oh, and Cyrus. Yet again, are you not entertained?
I would love to go to one of their practices and just watch what they do, watch what they're doing for their breakout drills, what they're doing for their zone control comm drills, because these guys are, they're working harder than anybody else.
Mason thought that was the last kill.
Yeah, I know.
Snake. Kind of postured up on the when he smoked ABJ, and then gets that last kill as well.
Then all of a sudden sees somebody running out of back center. He's like, oh, there's another target here.
Yeah, but that also was light work for him as well.
Light
great
work.
Job. Hey, great job, Mason. Great job, Cyrus.
It felt real good. I've been wanting that match since 2022 because I haven't got to play Notorious since 2022, losing that pro spot. That was a big one for all of us. I mean, all of us besides Cyrus were there for that loss, and it hurt. It was something we were all itching to get, and I said it in the huddle. I was like, this isn't just a normal prelim game. This is to correct that wrong. This is to go make a statement, and we preached that we wanted to 6-0 them. It was not a just beat them. It was go murder these guys and show them that that was a fluke. And I feel like that's what we did.
Shut the fuck up!
Not here, not yet.
God damn, son! That last fucking point, we didn't have the fucking kill count, right? We're calling 44, shoot the snake. Me and Trent are about to just walk into the Delta's gun, right? That can't fucking happen tomorrow.
Goddamn
right. Tomorrow is Sunday. That's how we're going into this match.
Sir.
Tomorrow is Sunday. Let's go break down the fucking film and let's 6-0 damage.
Yes, sir.
Right? Because our play style doesn't work in this fucking league, right? I don't know if you guys remember that. I remember that shit.
Yeah.
They want to act like that. Let's take it to them tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Hey, fit on 3. 1, 2, 3, fit! Let's go, boys. So it's Colt Lukau with Paintball Fit. We just finished our 3rd match, ended 3-0. We're playing a little sloppy. I know the records don't show it, right? We've only dropped 2 points, but a lot of those points we feel like we're kind of giving away bodies and playing a lot of sloppy paintball. So we're going into tomorrow as if it's the first Sunday match, and gonna go tighten some things up and hopefully get another win and try to go win more cup. But emotions are good. Everyone's pretty amped up. Just got to play a little bit better, a little bit tighter, and try to go win on Sunday.
All right, what happened?
No, I mean, it wasn't necessarily but just you coming around, dude, and then you standing there and just staring at him like you just dropped a body. It was hard. It was tough. I wish someone had the shot on.
I appreciate it. I ain't gonna lie to you, that whole match, so I haven't got to play them since they beat us for the Pro Spot 2022. I've been wanting this match for years. Like that's why after taking that out. It was fun, man.
We are back for the last set of the prelims going down here on center court. Matty Marshall, Rich Telford. And it's going to be Chicago Aftershock taking on the Hurricanes and Tampa Bay Damage taking on PB Fit. Damage, if they beat Fit and Damage will both be 3-1. And if Fit beats Damage, Rich, they might be a favorite at this event because Fit's look outstanding. Yeah, Fit losing 2 players, though, here. It's going to be a 5-on-3 in favor of Tampa Bay. So Tampa Bay giving PB Fit will taste their own medicine. Like, hey, we can shoot bodies on the break too. We're really good at this.
Damage completely shows us how to break down our play, right? The shot, everything. Raney's doing it perfect. They show us our flaws, and we can analyze that, critique it.
So last player bunkered out, it was Cyrus Geringer and Jason Edwards with the run through, but great work by Jacob Edwards. Colt and the head ref are drawing at each other right now. The head ref actually told Colt to come talk to him. 2-1. If you guys are both going on at 3-1, then that's it.
Oh, here goes Chavez though. He's going to try. Gets caught though.
Pretty sure that both these teams are going to be playing on Sunday.
Johnny, my paint can't shoot. It's a 2-on-4. It's a 2-on-4.
That's right.
Why? In this situation, why? Why would I sprint when I already made Sunday? Now they have to get the spread.
What Colt does is he's yelling at you. He will call you an idiot, but then he'll give you the reason why. Anytime he comes at you, he's telling you what you did wrong. Here, here, and here. This is how you fix it. Like after the thing. So he's biting into your ass like your drill sergeant. He's coming at you. If we're yelling at them, our emotions are high, and then we talk about what the hell just happened, and emotions come right back down. But yeah, we've been around each other. We're brothers. Of course we wrestled. Of course we fought. We're brothers, dude. That's just how it works.
Do it in the second point when it's a 5-on-4. I have to find the fucking kill. You're just yelling danger. The dude's walking on y'all's side, and I have to call that kill. We have to be better tomorrow.
I think it's all just a drive to be great. You know, he wants to be as good as he can for his brothers on the team, for his teammates that he's encouraged to come out here. You know, he was encouraging me when I came out here at first. He's definitely helped Cyrus come out here. He's helped a lot of players, even just up through the divisional ranks and growing their skills and just helping all the teams that are coming and supporting the business here of Paintball Fit. And he absolutely plays a phenomenal role in just everything we do really as Paintball Fit. It's crucial to have him.
He's kind of like the anchor that pulls everyone, gets everyone to come around and like do everything together. If Colt doesn't kind of like have all that push for motivation to pull us all together, we don't do it, right? Like we will go and fucking train, we'll do all that. But with Colt being that leader and like pulling everyone together and like he's like shows that push and drive, it really pulls all of us together. And it's kind of like the gel that's just holding the whole team together. He's 100%. Like, dude, without Colt doing all this, it's not happening.
We had individual great teamwork. I thought Cyrus killed it. Trenton was killing it, and I was just relaying their information. But like Scott and Chavi were frantic as
Yes.
And that has to change, right? Because if they're frantic, it's hard for their twos to understand.
100%. And then they're giving bad information.
Yes. Trenton was on another level. He needs to keep that shit up. This is the best event that man's played for the past 2 years.
I agree.
We have to keep just encouraging him, pumping him up, and I'll clock in tomorrow. I'm trying to fuck up damage.
On the field, Colt's a killer because of his awareness of what's going on the field. I think is his highest asset. He's got great communication, great gun skills, great off the break shots, but really the biggest thing he does is puts the whole game together. He's aware of where everyone's kind of moving and where the bodies that came off. If he doesn't know, he's able to put together by asking the guys around him or putting together with context clues of what did actually happen and kind of what the situation is now and how we're going to win this together. So even if he's not the one to go make the move, he might be the one telling the guy next to him the right code that he then goes, oh, that means I'm supposed to make the move. Just directing everyone like that.
Welcome back to the most important day of paintball in the entire year here at the World Cup. It's Sunday. So who's going to win this tournament in the professional division? We are in the Ocho finals. I'm Matty Marshall alongside Rich Telford.
I was very excited because I want to right that wrong, right? They beat us 2-1, and it was a very just like, fuck that. We get the opportunity again. I'm beating that team. And then we found out we drew them. And I remember looking at Jonathan, and we kind of just smiled. And it was like, all right, let's go fuck them up. Because we know what we fucked up on, and we're going to change it. and we are the better team, so we're going to go win this match.
High five on the box. No more friends and communicating.
Tampa Bay Damage, they lost the very first game of the prelims, but really picked it up after that. They won the last event with an undefeated run, and they're one of very few teams, Rich, that has proved that they can win paintball tournaments, so they're definitely a favorite in this match. On the breakout, looks like they're going to be losing their first body, as Cyrus is going to release up the middle of the field.
A little bit surprised they ran that line and dropped those 2 bodies. 5-on-3 advantage here for Fit.
And they're going to put this first one on the board.
See what Damage can do differently here.
We all talked about, like, okay, instead of us pushing the snake side, let's push up the gut. Let's go push up the gut against this team because they're not shooting up the center. They're only shooting for the snake landing in the back corner. And we looked at their film and we were watching, and Rainey was the only one shooting.
I think Rainey's going to get pulled here and going to get a penalty. Couldn't see it, but it was there. So 4-on-1 advantage for Fit here.
So much control from PB Fit. A little bit of a gift of a penalty, but looking pretty dialed through too. Lots of time left though.
Personally, I practice against those guys a lot, so I'm genuinely friends with a lot of them. No one ever wants to lose to their friends, right? So I obviously had a little bit of a chip on my shoulder and felt like I had something to prove.
And they didn't know he's there. Rainey's going to get a little 2-pack here.
4-on-2 to 2-on-2, Matty. What did we just say? Oh, 1-on-1, Matt.
Yeah, Cyrus.
Oh, Cyrus is alive.
Cyrus stays alive. So Cyrus on the counterattack doing damage control and getting that shot in on Rainey.
They don't really play controlled. They play conservative. They don't like to give a lot of risk off break, kind of similar to how we play.
You understand me? 3-0. Our fucking destiny's out there. Go fucking get it.
Plenty of time.
Hey, let's listen to the comms. I got him. I'm pretty sure I shot him before the money.
It's a tough game. I mean, they're a really smart team. So, like, even when you have an advantage off break, you know that they'll try to make the correct fills. So we talked about that last night. We gave up too many zones in the match in the prelim, so we really dialed in our teamwork, and we outplayed the team that's supposed to be known for playing teamwork paintball.
Running and shooting for the corner against Fit, man, that's ballsy. 3 across the back for damage. They do get into the 0-3. 5-on-4 advantage here for Fit, Matt. Into the guns, and that's what paintball Fit needs to do here.
Well, Rainey's going to trade out with Stewart. Holt and Jason are still in the back corner bunkers for their respective squads.
Yeah, they had us in the first one. I just knew we had them in the second match.
Yeah, so Chavez tries to come and trade out with Jacob Edwards, and he ends up losing that gunfight. Doesn't shoot Jake. Jacob Edwards, even limping on that left knee, wins 2 gunfights.
Got caught cross field. Oh, Chavez, huge kill over there on Jacob Edwards.
So it's just Brian Smith, and Brian Smith's going to commit. He probably is going to get this one as we hit the minute mark, but he gets taken out. I think Chavez is still alive.
Beating them was a great stepping stone, for Sunday for us, because we know if we can beat that type of team, we can beat any team there, because that's also a previous winner from this year.
And paintball Fit, shocking a lot of fans out there, including myself. Shows you just how hard it is out here, Matty.
Yes, it's very hard out here.
We talk about it, but they illustrate it for us.
Well, now PB Fit moves on to play Red Legion, so
no problem.
So we were pretty confident going into that one. We did a lot of film study from all of their matches this weekend. Really tightened in our shots off the break, and then of course I'm a Florida boy, so it means a little bit more from me. I played against those guys as I was coming up, so it means a lot for me to get that win. But it's on to the next one, right?
Hey, we beat the Russians so we can fuck up Diesel.
So our mentality is you really only have that one dopamine dump where you just are able to kind of like relax and enjoy that moment. And if it happens to you too soon in the tournament, you really don't have a lot left to keep going and stay focused the rest of it. So it was very important for us to like not get overly hyped with the damage match, and then if and when we beat the Russians, to not get overly hyped there, and you got to keep it going. But even when that happened, like the whole crowd's roaring and it's bigger than every other event, it's really hard not to let into that and be satisfied with that moment.
I do that again against the Russians, right? Tighten it up just a little bit more. A little bit more.
They play the center much more than
and the Dorito side, right? They're gonna flood it.
Yep.
Right? I'm gonna shoot Bernikoff off break, and you're gonna shoot a guy off break. You can't let them fill, right?
And no matter what happens, we got this shit, motherfucker.
100%. Together every point. Together every point. This is gonna be a 12-point match. We know that, right? Let's go. Put it up. Put it up.
Find a way to win.
Hey, put on 3. 1, 2, 3, get it! Let's go, boys.
Last quarterfinal set in the professional division is going to be PB Fit taking on Red Legion. Looks like Malloy is going to go to the snake 1 position, and they do shoot Kirill on a delay up the middle of the field. Looking good here to start out with a 5-on-4 situation here for PB Fit, and they send Cyrus up to that middle. They also shoot Karslev, and I thought for a second they shot Malloy. Now they're going to shoot Jesus. This is really going to be a very quick point.
That was a great team read, Matty, because they ran Chavez to the corner. Chavez stood up high in the corner, caught Kirill going up the gut, and they're now in a 4-on-2.
Kirill off the break here, but they lose Cyrus, and then here comes Mason running and gunning all the way up to the brick as we get to the 50-minute mark.
4-on-3
mark. Yeah, 4-on-3 situation here. Oh, Karslev is going to get peeled off. Just 2 bodies left alive. Opportunity here for Fit. Oh, they're going to concede. Legion concedes with 48 seconds left on the clock. Potential winning point. 5th one up for PB Fit, and they did it on the break. Comes down to this for the season on the line. Run a body up in the middle, and it's Karslev, but Karslev's going to get shot by Cyrus, and so Cyrus is still alive. And then he's in that spot. He's going to cut Kirill in half as well, too, and that should be enough. Still 33 seconds left to go. There's only 2 bodies alive versus 5. Cyrus hunting for this last body with Justin Rabikoff, and then Cyrus is going to take him out. Finger to the sky here for Colt Lukow. Good show of sportsmanship from Rabikoff and Kirill Peridny as they just got defeated by the rookie pro team here. Nice work. Paintball Fit heading on to the semifinals here.
Hey, you bounced me. Wait a minute, you bounced me on the inside of the. Oh, okay. That's why I tucked away. I was like, fuck that, have it. Like, good shit, J-Rob. Thank you. Not satisfied. Not satisfied. We got 2 more, motherfuckers. 2 more. We ain't fucking happy. We knew we were winning that shit.
Not done.
Let's fucking go, Colt.
Go shake hands, guys.
Let's keep going. I don't want that one. I want the next 2. I want the next 2, Fit. Let's fucking go.
Put fear into the next team we play in the finals.
Absolutely.
Let's win this fucking shit together.
Absolutely.
That was good. Let's be
we
perfect.
We already took out all the top contenders. It's us now.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. Hey, hit on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Fit!
Let's go, boys.
Did the same thing we are, and it was to prove people wrong. They went out and they paid a bunch of players, and it was resulting in 1 Sunday in 2 years, or 2 Sundays maybe. You know, they're playing for a lot. It's a lot to prove people wrong, and we were D4 when they were semi-pro. You know, they don't want to lose to the little brother.
Hey, I'm fucking up now.
Timeout, guys. That's no point. Hey.
No, they're going to pull Clint Johnson out.
Clint hits the referee. Clint just hit the referee.
Clint hit the referee? Oh, my God.
What the fuck was that? Because it just kind of kept going all the way around. And I just look at the...
That's major penalty going to be assessed here on Diesel. Oh, my God. Never seen it this bad before, and I've seen it all.
One more, Ben. One more. Get out of jail card. Right? They gave us that match because those dumb fucks played with too much emotion. Right?
Welcome here to the second stop on the tour this year, 2025, the Atlantic City Open. I'm Matty Marshall alongside Mike Jeffrey. First set here, first battle of this tournament, this beautiful site. It's going to be Tampa Bay Damage taking on the Tauntauns and Seattle Uprising taking on the Royal City Sea Dogs. So, Mike, what do you think about this battle? 30 seconds to go before point number 1. Tampa Bay Damage so successful the past couple seasons, and we finally get to see the Tauntauns all year long, though they had a bit of a rough go at that first one. Thoughts on this battle?
Yeah, what I've heard about the field is that it requires a lot of discipline, requires a lot of gun battling prowess. I think Damage has everything they need, and they're one of the favorites out here. I'd like to see the Tauntauns kind of develop their identity here on U.S. soil in their second tournament.
Yeah, see how this layout is going to play, and we're probably going to see a decent amount of pocket ball, a little bit of risk on the D side for both squads, taking that little Dorito. First body to drop is going to be for the Tauntauns. They lose their attacker here on the Snake side, but looks like Damage going to throw that advantage away and lose Edwards. Try to get Keith Brown into the Snake. He's good to go. Another body coming off for Tampa Bay, this time sheer from the D side, so it's a 3-on-4 here currently in favor of the Tauntauns.
Yeah, the Tauntauns lose Marky Franz out of the backfield to start off, but able to get 2 quick kills on 2 of the big guns for damage. Axel Gauden in the snake now. He's got Keith Brown in front of him.
Well, my good discipline here for the Tauntauns. This is going to be a disciplined field, typically a team that likes to ratchet up that aggression. And they held some lanes and shot a couple of those bodies trying to transition to their secondaries. Keith Brown catching a little bit of heat as he's going to crawl up to that crucial 50-yard line. So it's an outset snake. You can see here on your screen, you get to that 50, it's an outset 50, and you can do a lot of damage from there. It's just tough to get into the snake on this layout off the break, but Keith has done a great job progressing up and getting to that crucial position, even down a body here. No penetration at all, though, Mike, on that D side of the field here currently for Tampa Bay. Closest body over is actually going to get pinched out.
Yeah, that's Konstantin Fedorov, was on the wrap from the Dorito 4. He gets shot, but does his job getting forward on the field. Just 2 bodies left alive for damage.
Yeah, 2 on 3, still in favor of the Tauntauns.
Yeah, Fedorov, really nice job there getting forward on the Dorito side. It seems like that Dorito 4 is a really critical spot out here for generating offense. Keith Brown now going to get shot, so just 1 body left alive. Tauntauns looking strong out here in the first point in a 3-on-1. Ooh.
So Axel is going to get that last kill. Looks like it was Agent Smith, no surprise there. Brian Smith, the last player left alive here for Tampa Bay. So a little bit of a misstep here in the first one here for Tampa Bay damage, Mike, as they shot that early body, had a 1-body advantage, but then they lost Jason Edwards, then they lost Chris Shear. Typically high survivability rates for those 2 players, but not here in this first point.
I'm sure Skinny Kevin isn't panicking in the pit. It's like, hey, couple dumb deaths in the first point. That's okay. Shake that off. Got our kill off the break. Good job by the Tauntauns. I liked Axel Gauden going short, staying alive. They had trouble getting him out wide and alive at Tampa Bay Open. That one able to work its way into the snake and close nicely.
Uprising about to take on the Royal City Sea Dogs here, and Uprising has looked the best I feel they ever have, making Sunday multiple events in a row. 7th at the first one, 3-1 in the prelims, beat X Factor in the wild card round, and then did lose to Fit to stop their journey there. They're going to be on the red side to start here, and on the breakout looks like a good old 5-on-5 break. Mostly pocketed it up. This is going to be pretty traditional standard breakout here with a little risk on the D side. That South Electronics can is going to be hot pretty much all weekend long. Referee checking out player here for Uprising, and he's going to be taking the walk. It's going to be a minor penalty. Unfortunately here, Uprising does shoot a body, but losing 2 to that penalty. The push, though, on that D side down to just 2 bodies left alive here for Uprising.
Yeah, and only 3 for the Royal City Sea Dogs, so Uprising not in a terrible situation to absorb that minor. However, the Sea Dogs do get into the snake and are progressing up the Dorito side now. They kill another Uprising body, so just 2 left alive.
Yeah, and they're tucked in that middle area with no outside progression. It's going to be very difficult to gunfight out of these spots here for Uprising. Holly comes across. There goes Schrader's going to launch his attack, and does Schrader get that kill? He does. So Nate Schrader, did he trade out? No, Schrader is still alive, making moves in that middle as a big gunfight win.
Schrader just turned the whole tide at this point by winning that gun battle here. Now it's a 2-on-2. Oh, but Borromeo gets caught.
Borromeo, yeah. So Alexander Borromeo going to be taking the walk here, and it looks like we might have our first one-on-one of the tournament here in point number 1 between Uprising and the Sea Dogs. Schrader was on fire at the last event, just stacking up 5-packs, 3-packs. Looking beautiful. I don't know if the Sea Dogs know the count here, Mike.
Definitely not. It's Campbell and the snake versus Schrader. Schrader knows that there's a body in the snake. Campbell is probing forward. He doesn't know Schrader's behind him.
But Campbell's checking off all these lanes, and Schrader hasn't head checked back towards his buzzer. Oh, and he finally picks them up. So Schrader intelligently looking back to get a head check, and then Schrader's going to hit the afterburners to see if he can steal this point from Campbell, and I think he does. So another low body situation here pulled off. Some all-star ability out there from Nate Schrader here in point number 1. It was not looking good for Uprising, Mike. I mean, they had the wedge and the brick in the middle with no outside containment at all. Those are not the best spots you want to be in, but Nate wins that gunfight on the D side. And even though he did lose Borromeo, it didn't matter. Pulled it off.
Nate Schrader came back to the Uprising boys last year. He's wearing the C on his chest for captain. He played worthy of that captain role at Tampa Bay Open, continuing it there in a must-win gun battle. I love the way he got aggressive. I believe it was Dylan Rosardo on the Dorito side for the Royal City Sea Dogs. Nathan Schrader in a low-odd situation says, hey, you know what? Let's do this one-on-one right here. Pulls it out.
Point number 2 about to go down here. Damage and the Tauntauns. It looks like the same 5 for Tampa Bay. So it's going to be the Edwards brothers, Jacob and Jason. Jacob's 31, Jason's 13. And we're going to see Keith Brown, Brian Smith on the snake side, and Chris Shear looking like he's going to go D side. That is his position. On the flip side, looks like Spitzma's going to go to the can. No, Spitzma's going to go out in the blind zone. He's going to go up to the center. Let's see if that produces a kill. So creative break here, but a pretty standard creative break for the Tauntauns, and it is 5-on-5 to start.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about playing in that blind zone where Spitzma went. You have a lot of good shots on both sides of the field off the break. However, if you play those blind zones too often, the other team tends to get wise to it. Spitzma now moving forward into that brick. Both teams with 2 in the back center now. Damage developing out into the little Dorito and the brick as well. Here comes Colombo filling out behind Konstantin Fedorov. Konstantin Fedorov on the cross from that little Dorito. You're going to see that a lot this weekend. That mini Dorito has a great shot to keep the other team out of the snake. It's one of those spots where you can load up 15 pods and dump paint all game if the game plan calls for it.
Couple more moves here from Tampa Bay. Damage as they get to the mini wall on the D side. They also get Edwards out of that doubled up back center position. Developed early to match. Tauntauns up the middle, getting to the brick. Still 5-on-5. Could see a long point here in this one with Tauntauns no reason to risk anything once they've taken a few positions. Look eventually for Axel to try to get in that snake, but he's not going to force it as there are guns on that zone. Oh, tough death here for Konstantin Fedorov on that D side.
Yeah, Fedorov had gunned his way back to the Dorito corner, but then getting caught in an overzealous gun battle, I believe. Axel now getting into the snake for the Tauntauns. That could change the momentum a little bit in this point. However, Keith Brown going to instantly match him. Great job by Keith Brown there. Axel crawling forward for the Tauntauns.
Yeah, yesterday during the practice sessions and the run-up to this tournament, talked to a lot of snake players, a lot of coaches. If your opponents get into the snake, you have to match them. So good job by Keith to get the read and react. But they have allowed, they allowed Axel get to the 50, but Keith was patient, set the trap, and got that first kill on his first wrap.
I actually think it was Jason Edwards, yeah.
Well, there's a kill for Keith for sure. So Keith's going to get the shot on Spitzma, and Keith Brown in great position here for Tampa Bay Damage. He's going to get that inside kill, little 2-pack here for Keith. Now the play developing on the D side and in the middle for Damage. And they're going to tap out that last body. Beautiful work here for Tampa Bay Damage. Initially in a 5-on-5. Got that first kill. They let Axel get into the snake. Keith matches Jason as the 2 behind him, that second attacker. Good overwatch, gets the kill on Axel Godin.
Yeah, and that was close to a perfect point by Damage. Didn't take any unnecessary risk off the break. Developed nicely when the moves were there. Love Chris Shear's patience to make little bumps on the Dorito side. Keith Brown sees Axel go, immediately matches it. So the Tauntauns never dropped the first body, never allowed back into the point. Great point by Damage after dropping the first one.
Yeah, tied it up. So now Uprising with a 1-point lead here on the Royal City Sea Dogs.
We talked about how Damage in that first point, they lose a couple bodies off the break, lose a point. You say no big deal. For the Sea Dogs, it's a little different. You have a 3-on-2 and have them stuck in the pocket, and then you end up losing in a 1-on-1. Gotta not let that derail you too hard in the early going here, but those points stink to lose, Matty, when you feel like you got it.
Yeah, those are frustrating ones. But you're going to see a lot of points here in the prelims. Every one of them is important. Margin is important. You get 4 games in the prelims to work with. Ideally, need to at least go 2-2 with a positive point spread. Sea Dogs 1-3 at the first event. Currently sitting 16th place in the Rookie Pro season. They are going to get a kill here off the break. It's going to be 4-on-5 in favor. No, 4-on-4 now in favor of the Sea Dogs.
Yeah, Uprising losing a body as well. That ref giving the mini Dorito a serious check for the Sea Dogs, but then leapfrogging around him is Salam, I believe. It's a 4-on-4 situation, but the Sea Dogs with better position on the Dorito side. Good 2-man op over there. Again, that mini Dorito on the inside. He's just going to try to keep Graham Arnold out of the snake for Uprising from that South Electronic can. It's not a big bump.
It's not Salmon?
Oh, Salmon. Yeah, I thought I saw an E on there.
We could just call him Shane.
Yeah, Shane. And he's going to die. We just commentator cursed him good.
Oh, they're going to lose a back player, too. Might have been on a penalty. as I was trying to read that name on the roster. But right now, body's getting whittled down for the Sea Dogs. 2 on 4 here in favor of Uprising, which is best case for them, sitting on a lead. So look for them to slow play this and force a concession. Nate's after it.
Yeah, Nate really wanted to for that last guy there. Sea Dogs quick on the horn, especially when there's anticipation for long points. Might be quicker to concede in the early going of some matches because you're just not sure how many points how many opportunities you're gonna get out here.
Yeah, information coming back from the practice sessions was a tactical field, a little bit more pocketed up. The guys taking risks in practice, trying to see what is going to work on the offense. It seemed that D side was a little bit more pop, a little bit more push on that side. Snake more counter punch, but depends on if a team wants to risk that body and if you can shoot it. So
far, no one has run Snake off the breakout here. That tells you something about how those practices went.
Yeah, still in set number 1. 20 teams out here in the Pro Division, and heavy guns up for both squads. A little bit of a risk for damage. Getting to that baby Dorito. Makes it clean. Fedorov's going to release. And Tauntaun's also going to get a body to the brick as well, too.
Yeah, interesting look for the Tauntauns with that big brick and that tower on the Dorito side. That's Fedorov and Spitzma for the Tauntauns with forward progression. Jason Edwards in the back center is prone position on his belly, shooting the gap into the Snake. Keith Brown now getting in there. Damage playing with good pace out here, Maddie.
Yeah, they are. Good read for Keith. Realized the Tauntauns had dropped that zone. He was patient about it and was able to get and immediately goes right into Snake 3 and knows his shot immediately. Sorry, Snake 4. Now he's going to go to that 50. And then Tauntaun's going to match to get Axel in. They're going to get out of that doubled up back position. And then another kill inside. I think that was Keith as well, too, to get the kill on Konstantin Fedorov. So Keith Brown clocking in with multiple kills in these first couple points here, Mike.
Yeah, that's the issue with that play call with 2 bodies up the middle. Keith Brown now just eating 3 kills.
He lost his back player, but I don't think it's going to matter because they have good position. They have the field spread. Shear now moves up into that, we're calling that D2. It's the 40-yard line, so it's going to be back corner Dorito, little Dorito, and then D1 and 2. So Shear seeing that the pressure going towards Keith and kills had come off, taking ground, and now Keith is going to let this play develop a little bit. Axel does crawl up into Snake 3.
Yeah, so really if the Tauntauns are going to have a shot in this point, they're going to need Axel to get Keith off the field without dying. Or a kill on Chris Shear out of the... Now it's Marky Franz dying out of the back, so just Axel. It's not looking good. I would throw the towel here just to save him that punishment, which Keith Brown is only too happy to deliver.
I mean, he's sitting on 6 confirmed kills. Right around there, I think, in these first couple points.
Man, Keith Brown is always fired up out here. Even that last point, loves giving the other team a little extra, is not afraid to take it if you want to come back at him. But I love the way he's playing with pace out here, making the bump when it's available and connecting on his shots. Tauntauns with a double center look there. Keith Brown getting into the Snake first, totally destroyed them.
Yeah, looking at the Royal City Sea Dogs, having some struggles here against Uprising in this first game.
The Rizzardo brothers on your screen there, number 10 and number 9. Looking like they're going to go out to the Dorito side. Campbell, Galikowski,
and Chantler.
Just dying out of their bunkers in these first 2 points. If I'm their coach, I'm saying let's live through the first 30 seconds. They run deep to the Dorito tower, but get shot going short. But both teams going to lose a body, so 4-on-4 off the break. Is that Schrader coming off, getting shot, going up the middle?
I don't think so. It looks like he's wearing maybe a Schrader jersey. They didn't get all their jerseys in yet.
Oh, wow, look at this. The Sea Dogs are all the way onto Uprising's wedge in the first 30 seconds, so I like the aggressive play call.
Here's Nate. Nate's now attacking up in the middle. Looks like he got a read, knows exactly where that body is. Comes through, gets one, and still untouched. Nate Schrader is on one. Nice little 2-pack. I'll take that trade every day. Unfortunately for them, they lose their outside body on the D side, and that allows the Sea Dogs to launch up into that, past the 50. He's going to fully commit, but does he get picked up from the can? He doesn't.
Man, really nice job by Nate Schrader there.
Well, Nate popped it open, then Boromeo's going to filter through. Boromeo's going to get a check. Another body, I believe Chandler had died here, but a penalty is going to be assessed here. It's going to be a major, so this is a bit of a messy point. A couple deaths, beautiful move from Schrader up the middle, but he loses his wide body, and then looks like Borromeo catching that major.
Yeah, so it's going to be a swing point to the Sea Dogs. Only one body to pull for Uprising there. Means they don't have enough bodies to absorb the major penalty. So they'll start down one, and the point goes to the Sea Dogs. I like the aggressive play call by the Sea Dogs, but then Schrader eats him up. But then catching the major in the 2-on-1 at the end, really crazy point out here, Matt.
Yeah, I believe that was Borromeo who caught that major, and that's a tough one. If you're a coach or you're Nate who just came off of kind of breaking that point open a little bit, you lose your wide guy on the D side, so you're hoping that guy stays alive when you're running through. And then you're looking at the situation, Kay, after the dust settles, we're sitting 2-on-1, should be good to lock this up. We have a lead. That one has to push to us. Unfortunately, the major, and that's when the coach wants to take the clipboard, throw it against the net, and start yelling at his guys. Like, hey, can we not throw this one away? We have this lead.
Yeah, it didn't look like Borromeo over-engaged. It looked like he had a hit on his pack and didn't know it, and then he shoots the last guy. You catch the major. Still, got to always be aware of your hits out there.
Yeah, body knowledge is crucial. Just a tough break here for Uprising. Door open a bit for the Sea Dogs. See if the Tauntauns, after going up early against Damage, 2 unanswered here. A little bit too much Keith Brown for the Tauntauns.
That's the difference.
Last couple points.
Yeah, that's the difference right now. I think they got to be a little bit more committed on keeping him out of the snake into the midpoint. Everyone in the first 30 seconds feels good about shooting the gaps and keeping people short. It's the mid-game where that gets tough.
Got to give a shout-out to Joey Blute. Talked to him about how the team was looking and how potent that snake was, and he said, I know you're probably mad at hearing that the snake is tough to make and that it's a little bit of a counterpunch side, but not everyone has Keith Brown.
Yeah.
And I nodded in agreement when I heard that.
Yeah, sometimes people take the point of view of, oh, we can't make it off the break. I don't know that we're going to be in there, or someone has a gap that they can shoot. Someone shooting a gap 90 seconds, 2 minutes late into the point, either you run out of paint or you get a little impatient on your job. Good players like Keith Brown are going to recognize the moment it drops and get in there and do some damage. Little technical timeout here. Believe the refs are maybe reviewing that last penalty call on the Uprising Sea Dogs set. Under review. Nice graphic there from our team here. Point has officially been approved, I'd imagine, for the Royal City Sea Dogs.
Yeah, if you're Uprising, probably in that pit, it's like, well, maybe he didn't get a penalty. Just begging the paintball gods for it to get reversed. Occasionally it does, but we will see. So looking at the starting line here, steady dose of these same bodies. Konstantin Fedorov, big new pickup from them. Again, great to see European champs over here for the full season. Colombo, legendary veteran, one of the best European players ever. Same with Axel Godin. And then Marky Franz, the lone American here on this line, as it is the Tauntauns FSU. Shout out to Notorious.
Ooh, bad
jump here for the Tauntauns.
No, they should not stop that. That's a miss. Oh, huh. I think there might have been a scoreboard error. I imagine Axel was counting down and jumped it.
I did not hear the horn.
Yeah, nothing went off. Axel just went. I thought he just got a bad jump, but then the buzzer never sounded.
Well, Fedorov went too. Spitzma, Colombo, and Markey didn't.
Yeah.
But that tells me that they're not running very far.
And you can also tell the difference between someone who's counting down in their head and someone who's waiting to hear the buzzer right
Well,
there.
if you're the Tauntauns, do you audible now? Or do you go with that same game plan? Because now Damage knows what they're going to do.
Yeah.
You're going to have 3 shooters. Fedorov's going to the Aztec. Maybe he's going to audible now. And then it looks like Axel's going to be going to the can. So...
Yeah, and the one thing about this field, too, is that there is that huge brick there. So they did see a flash of those guys go out. They know Axel's looking to go gun up. The only audible I would do is I would probably say, Axel, just dive out there. Don't try to do it gun up now. Little test buzzer here as we get it going in this first set.
Though, Mike, a guy running to the South Electronic can is not really a bold call.
It's actually tough. You can shoot that guy.
No, I know you can shoot that guy, but there's going to be a guy in there omnipresent for every team the entire tournament.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I'm just saying if I'm Axel right there, I'm doing that run gun down now. Dive into that South Electronics instead of, being all 5'3" of you standing up with your gun up.
Yeah, I mean, he is blazing fast and can dive with the best of them, so it wouldn't be a bad play call. Damage probably getting a little impatient here. Like, can we get this going?
Yeah.
We didn't jump the gun. What's going on over here?
Yeah, especially when you have 2 unanswered. You have some momentum. Now you have these technical timeouts.
Yeah, so still on this technical timeout. No, that's a good point, Mike, is you're in a situation where you've stolen the momentum from your opponents. If you were to actually call a timeout, there's the most important reasons are we need a rest, icing your opponents, and you have some sort of malfunction on a gun. You need to get one of your starters.
Yes.
Those are the reasons why you're going to call timeouts. But right now, this is giving the Tauntauns, who have lots of veterans on that squad. This is not a new team, new to maybe some paintball fans here in the States, but if you've been watching European paintball for years, legends on that squad.
South of France, legends. They play really connected out there. Bryce Gaudin, Axel Gaudin, Fabrice Colombo. Really good players out here. They've struggled in their most recent United States tournaments, going back to World Cup last year in the Tampa Bay Open. But don't forget, it was World Cup 2023 when they had their third-place finish. Looked like the team to beat out there at World Cup. So
Just had that, ran into the wall of Dynasty.
Yeah.
But yes, and there's a couple younger players on that team cutting their teeth. Hugo, Spitzma.
Yeah.
But Colombo's been around for years. Axel knows how to win. Fedorov's been one of the most entertaining and aggressive players in the game for about 15 years now. So about to jump into it after the end of this technical timeout. So on the breakout here, it looks like Tampa Bay Damage laces up and gets a shot on Spitzma.
Yeah, I don't like Spitzma going into that blind zone 2 points in a row against a team like Damage with two great coaches there. Axel, though, going to go gun up into the snake. That's huge to give the Tauntauns an opportunity. Fabrice Colombo going to fill out behind him.
Yeah, and Fedorov makes it to the small Dorito.
Damage is calling snake. They got Brian Smith in that wedge. That's what Axel's looking at right there, that wedge in front of him.
Yeah, Fedorov looking like body language telling me he wants to, after moving to the mini wall, he wants to move up and continue this push. They have time to work with, still 8:24 on the clock. They're only down by 1. Nice job by Keith Brown to match Axel Godin. He gets into snake 3. Referee's going to come in and pull out Konstantin Fedorov. I think that was Keith Brown with the crossfield shot.
Yeah, I think it was Keith Brown. Keith Brown on fire here, and just a tough death by Fedorov out of his bunker in a 4-on-5 situation. Now Damage in full control. 5-on-3, 1 point lead. They got Keith Brown in the snake, so Axel is going to have to contend with both Agent Smith and Keith Brown.
Still doubling up that back center for Damage. If it is any other team, I'd say, hey, maybe get a body out of there, but Damage really good at this with the Edwards brothers. Jason does make the fill across to help out Keith Brown.
Yeah, and I don't like the way the Tauntauns players in the backfield are going about this situation right now. They're trying to hold up a Dorito side attack that's developing slowly, but they got to find some offense here in a 3-on-5. Agent Smith finally connects on Axel from that wedge. Nice job. 5-on-2, full control for Damage.
Yeah, other than this first point, Damage has been looking real good. Keith's been going off. A couple deaths here or there, but really locking in here to put up, it looks like 3 unanswered to take a little bit bigger of a lead. Keith does not trade out, though, with that back center body. And so here comes Jacob Edwards, going to run down and make sure that last player is dead. Safety valve was still alive, though, but a major penalty is going to be assessed, and you see the frustration set in for, I believe, Brian Smith in the middle and also Jason Edwards.
That's going to be Tauntaun's point. There were only 3 bodies left alive. Jacob Edwards catches the major coming through on the back center player. Only 2 bodies to pull. When the major pulls the last body, it's a swing point. So Marky Franz right there in the back center. Maddie, I was going to make this prediction. I didn't get the opportunity. I'm going to look like a revisionist, but I had it called that someone was going to win a 1-on-3 out of that back center because you can play it low and pop the top and get someone like Jacob Edwards who's coming to bunker you. He thought it was a 5-on-1. It was only a 3-on-1 because Keith Brown and Chris Shear had died in the close there. Damage really threw it away right there.
Yeah, they did. It's a really bold prediction after we just watched it happen, Mike. But I believe you. I
said it.
You're sincere, man. I believe you. I believe you.
And I think someone will do it clean, too, not just on a major. Now, Sea Dogs trying to get something going. They did get that point, the swing point on the major. And the last one, they're going to shoot 2 uprising bodies. Galikowski with the big gun there off the break. So 5-on-3 for the Sea Dogs. Again, Borromeo catching a major in that last point was the swing point to get the Sea Dogs on the board, and now they're in control out here.
The ref is giving Campbell a big scouring over. It looks like he's good to go. He's going to get some help behind him as Sea Dogs looking good. They got good crossfield spread with the mini wall on the D side. They're going to be in Snake 4 here pretty quick, and a body in Snake 1. Campbell looking inside and uprising on their heels with 10:25 to go. that 1-point lead. So the momentum has definitely shifted here towards the Sea Dogs.
Huge momentum shift. The major on Borromeo that results in a swing point, and then Galikowski comes out and I believe connects on 2 shots off the break. Nice job by the Sea Dogs developing on the Snake. They own all this real estate.
Yeah, I got Shane and Campbell here in the Snake for the Sea Dogs right next to each other. It's good to have your 1 and 2 close to each other here, especially with no enemies in front of them. Campbell's going to crawl up to the 50. They own the Snake. This is best case scenario here for the Sea Dogs. They have a lot of time to work with, though. They need to show some patience right here. They have the field spread. They have numerical superiority. They have the momentum. Things are looking good, but they cannot get in opportune gunfights right now with 9:45 to work with full control of the field.
Yeah, didn't look like they had full knowledge that they had killed everyone on the Snake side, but now they definitely do. As Campbell, love what he's doing here, just going to crawl all the way down to Uprising Snake 1. He's going to have a couple free kills here.
My textbook, right? Textbook. We say this all the time when you're coaching divisional teams. And when it's a ladder Snake and you own the whole side, you have taken control of that obstacle set. Just get your belly on the ground, call all the way down, and start shooting everyone in the back. And if they pick you up, then just hide. And he has a 2 right behind him. That was just textbook. Beautiful job there for the Sea Dogs. Solid point, and now we got a tie ball game here.
Yeah, going to tie it up. That again, both these matches kind of similar. Huge penalties shifting the momentum here.
Yeah, tough situation for both Uprising and Damage. Tactically, strategically, skill-wise, looking like the better teams out here through the first couple, but you know, those just heartbreaking penalties, the worst moments have made these games very interesting here. But the Sea Dogs rose to the occasion. Didn't look like a penalty was assessed in that last point. Just outplayed Uprising. So Uprising needs to get it back together mentally here. And Tampa Bay Damage, no strangers to this. Looks like the point, it's 3-1.
Not a swing point, apparently. I don't know about
Looked like
that.
a no point. So body coming off right now, though, as I believe that's Holiday getting a spin and taking the walk. As Chris Shear on a delay makes it all the way up into D2. And is that going to be, is that an inadvertent horn? I heard a horn because, there was, when I heard the horn, there's 4-on-4.
Yeah, it's still going. No one conceded. Really confusing opportunity right here. Buzzer malfunctions, but as coaches, we always say, always protect yourself. That's Konstantin Fedorov walking off here. He probably stood up, heard a phantom buzzer, and got shot.
Mike, it is like a boxing match. Protect yourself at all times.
Yeah, exactly. Just because if you hear the bell ring doesn't mean you put your gloves down. You got to keep your gloves up past the bell, through the buzzer at all times.
Yeah, so Fedorov taking the walk again from that D side needs to tighten up a little bit here.
I think he needs to catch some pine. He's died out of his bunker every point out here.
Yeah, but it's tough. I mean, it's Fedorov, you know. I mean, they have some bodies, but
I'd give Hugo
there's a reason why that dude gets paid a bunch of money to play paintball. He could catch a hot one at any point in time, be the best player out here. But I do not necessarily disagree. Maybe sit him for a point. The other body coming off here for the Tauntauns with 5:45 to go.
So time running down now. The Tauntauns, it's looking tough down 2 and down bodies. Now Chris Shear hunting forward on the Dorito side, playing the blind zones. I think he might have put a shot in on Axel. Marky Franz picks him up, though. Shear didn't. Oh, he does get him. So good job by Shear getting the trade up bodies here. Now it's just Axel Gaudin. He's got Jason Edwards and Jacob Edwards. And I believe Agent Smith. So 1-on-3. The Tauntauns could use some Axel Gaudin heroics here.
Yeah, they're maybe playing margin right now.
Yeah, definitely.
They're going to give him a chance here in this big low body situation. Maybe take a little bit of time off that clock. I mean, there's 5 minutes left. They're going to go down by 3. Still enough time for a comeback if they can find a way to get a little bit more survivability. That's been the problems here for the Tauntauns.
Yeah.
It's tough when you're playing damage and you're just losing a body here, body there, especially if it's on the power side of the field. D side we're seeing a lot of action out of the Snake here in this first set. However, and we'll see how the trend, if it continues, but that D side is going to be very important. If you can't get guys to live on that side of the field, you're probably going to lose the game.
Yeah, definitely. Completely agree. I like giving Axel Gaudin a bit of an opportunity there in the 1-on-3. You don't need to have a quick concession there because you are thinking about your margin already. But now jumping back into Royal City Sea Dogs and Seattle Uprising. Tie game. Good job by the Sea Dogs capitalizing on that swing point and then putting up one of their own to tie the game here. Looked like Uprising was in full control the first 2 points. Sea Dogs clawing their way back in. Really gritty group out of Canada, these rookie pros.
Yeah, they got to win their first win as professionals at the last event, sitting, I believe, 15th place, but they got some talent.
4-on-4, both teams losing a body. And I think Nate Schrader off to the races down there on the Dorito side. Nate Schrader, man, he's playing inspired paintball out here. Quick into the Dorito 4.
You know what I love that I'm seeing out of Nate? He's playing everywhere. He's playing lots of different positions here, and that's going to make him a lot less scoutable. Because when you're playing Uprising on Sunday, you need to look at the tape and figure out, okay, well, where's Nate going to go? Because we need to put guns on him.
Yeah, he's really imposing his will on the Royal City Sea Dogs. It feels like he's getting no resistance going forward.
So there's
Alec Holland, I believe, backing him up.
Yeah, Holland out here behind. He's been such a big pickup here for Uprising. Crucial moment for Uprising is they need to steal this momentum back. They have a lot of time to work with. They're in good positions. You got Holly out behind Schrader.
4-on-3 situation, Uprising's advantage. Better progression on the Dorito side. Neither team in the snake yet. Let's see. I'd love to see Uprising get into the snake if the opportunity presents itself. I believe that Royal City Sea Dogs from that Dorito side wedge are keeping eyes on that gap. However, this is becoming a longer point here.
Yeah, we're not seeing a ton of long points in this first set. Points are going at a pretty, not a rapid clip. It's not an aggressive field per se, but we haven't really seen any real deep, long, drawn-out points so far.
Is this Brandon Olson creeping through the center here for Uprising? And now Schrader, he wants to come get it. Makes a move forward, kills the Dorito 3. Nate Schrader is really doing some creative ball out here.
But this is where his teammates need to see Nate going to work and take advantage of that. If Nate's up there and the guns are going to him, like all the guns just shifted here to Nate's move. Okay, now they make the move into the snake off of that.
3-on-2 situation. Uprising's advantage. They own the snake now, but now, is that Galikowski or Campbell? Royal City Sea Dogs get out into snake 2. I don't think he was picked up at first. Shoots the snake. Oh my goodness, nice job. Kills the Hertz tower. Minor penalty. Oh man, if he could kill this guy before he gets pulled, he does not. But still, Royal City Sea Dogs pulling out a low body situation there. Schrader is playing great for Uprising, Maddie. You said it. That was Salmon again right there. Salmon made the great fill out to the snake side and won it for the Royal City Sea Dogs there. Uprising needs to play better off of what Nate Schrader is producing right
100%.
now.
Nate's on one again. And the team is just a little slow to develop around the moves, and they're also catching either a couple bad breaks or, again, penalty here, there. Little bit out of position after Schrader goes through. Schrader goes through, the guns turn to him, they do get in the snake, but then once they were in position, you get Shane over here just outplaying him. See, he looks down the line, gets caught in that gunfight. I think that was Arnold. And then here comes the switch now on the defense, taking advantage of that situation, comes up and gets that 2-pack.
Yeah, that was
a beautiful job by Shane.
And just terrible job by Uprising on the outside contain there. You let him sneak into the snake and kill you both. You can't have that happen. You have to understand we're up bodies. They don't have spots. They're probably going to make a move to try to match us. Go to sleep on the back center player. And Salmon makes him pay.
Yeah, beautiful job.
Swimming upriver in the low body situation, but no problem. Past the bear's mouth into the breeding grounds.
That was perfect. Good job, Mike. So some work to do here for the Tauntauns as Tampa Bay Damage has just been in full control of these gunfights. Try to take a little bit of ground. I think Horn's getting a spin going to the Baby Dorito. Smith going to get up to the brick. Tauntauns pushing the issue on that D side to the mini wall to get the shot in. I believe that's Horn. Oh, and then they're going to eat up Edwards. So Tauntauns looking good here in a 5-on-3 situation. Attempted comeback. But only 4.5 minutes to work with, and they need 3. They definitely don't want to get blown out.
Yep.
Because if you get blown out of that first game, you have to go, and then you need to dominate a team.
2.1 left. Oh, here comes Fedorov creeping through the middle here. He wants to get Smith. He's going to come around on the wrap. Ooh. Oh, but he's going to catch a minor penalty. Does Fedorov there. So now it's a 3-on-2. Still advantage for the Tauntauns.
Yeah, and it still should be good because the damage is, unfortunately for them, trapped very close together. They have no outside containment, back center, and the can. Fortunately for them, though, because that penalty, that will allow them, even if they lose this point, to burn maybe another 45 seconds, minute off here.
Yeah, Keith Brown and Jason Edwards, that's no easy close, especially Jason Edwards playing out of back center that allows him to come out of multiple spots easily.
Well, and if the Tauntauns don't figure out, if they don't know where these last two bodies are and adjust and get outside wide, so they're starting to push the issue up on the D side. So they own the D side. Keith does jump into the snake. That's a much more survivable spot than that can. Edwards is just looking over Keith.
Yeah, they're just trying to turn the field here. Tauntauns are on to damage to the side of the field. That's Marky Franz. They're on the wrap, trying to shoot Jason Edwards in the pack. Jason Edwards is just playing the fully outside bunker. Marky Franz going to take another bite. Keith Brown thinks he shot him, though.
The ref going to give him a check, get in front of him to get a better angle. And then as the guns shift to Marky, here comes Tauntauns also attacking past the 50, but Keith is now moved up. They do not know where Keith Brown is, and Keith Brown maybe going to get that shot, and he does. Keith Brown still just on one here. He's going to lose. Edwards behind him. Keith hunting. It's a 1-on-2 situation in favor of the Tauntauns. Keith's going to launch. Oh, and he's going to eat up Axel, but might have got caught cross field during that engagement. 1-on-1 situation. No, Keith's alive. Keith's alive, but then finally taken out. But we just talked about this, Mike. He burnt a lot of time off. Tough to win those low-body situations. Keith giving it 100% out here and made it very interesting. But it looks like Bryce was able to sneak through and clip Keith Brown's pack as he was trying to get tight in that snake.
Man, Keith Brown really playing inspired ball. I love there, again, in a low-body situation, pushing forward, connecting on Marky Franz's pack, looking at Konstantin Fedorov, hunting for Brian Smith. He's going to shoot at the South Electron can. He's going to catch a minor here. Oh, yeah, well-deserved minor. Smith, though, gets shot coming around.
Yeah, and here's Bryce and Marky Franz. This is Axel's brother, number 26. Eventually pushing up on this D side. Nicely, time of the essence here. Marky launches. You can see eyes downfield. A great job to try to crack it open, but, man, Keith Brown made it really interesting there at the end.
Yeah.
But that's what I want to see. If I'm in a low-body situation, I mean, in another universe, Keith does pull that off, but they still have a lead and they burn a decent amount of time off.
And now Sea Dogs, 3 unanswered points out here against Uprising, taking a lead with 6:27 left on the clock. Both teams 5 alive off the break. Haven't seen a lot of that in this match so far. Sea Dogs developing up the middle, but he's going to catch a minor penalty.
Man, it has been a penalty-ridden set here to start out this Atlantic City Open. As 3 bodies, a swarm of bodies coming off for the Sea Dogs to see how quickly Uprising can figure out that they are in a massive high-body situation. Looking at a 5-on-2 right now from the red side.
If I'm the coach of Uprising here, what I want to see is 5 alive in this close. We're only down 1. We should be able to tie it here in a 5-on-2. Let's do it methodically and together rather than one person hunting for kills, because that's been their issue, is just throwing bodies away in inopportune moments, playing selfishly. I like that right there. No, that's got to be the Sea Dogs concession.
I mean, it better be.
Yeah, Uprising is looking at it like, why would we concede there? Of course they wouldn't. And I don't hate the concession by the Sea Dogs there. It's going to be tied, 2-on-5, terrible odds.
Well, and you still, now you need to come into the pits and remind them, hey, let's keep that momentum.
Yes.
You know, because if you let them all go get smoked and then they got to do cleanup, preserves a little bit more time in case we do pop off a long point. Because if this point's now tied, starts 5:55, 5-on-5, we could see a 3-minute long point.
Absolutely, and you deny Uprising the opportunity to have their clean close.
Mm-hmm.
They're still in this mode of they haven't had a clean close out here. They haven't had all 5 guys at the buzzer feeling like, all right, we're in full control. You rob them of that moment. So now Tauntauns down 2, still time to come back here. 38. You got to play quick.
Yeah, Tauntaun's going to have to push the issue. They are going to be getting the kill, though, on that D side. So it's a 4-on-5 situation here in favor of the Tauntauns. See if they can make the most of it. They are stacking up another body on that D side of the field. As see Tampa Bay damage here on your screen from the red side. All guns downfield trying to control those zones. They know at some point soon the Tauntauns have to launch through these gaps. They're going to release Fedorov up the middle. He's hunting. They're going to get, I believe, Godin out to the baby Dorito.
Yeah, you just want to get it done in the next minute if you're the Tauntauns. Fedorov creeping through the middle. They got 5 alive. Damage is really gunned up on that snake. Spitzma going to die out of his bunker in that forward can. That's a really tough death there because now it's a 4-on-4. Things just got a lot tougher for the Tauntauns. No body advantage. I talk about it till I'm blue in the face, but got to be able to convert your high body situations. Fedorov coming onto Damage's side of the field in their wedge now. The problem is there's not much offense to generate from these forward center spots. He's in Damage's brick.
Well, you can, Mike, if the guns are out wide, which they are. So all of Damage's guns are outside wide, and they don't know Fedorov's there. Now, you notice, everyone at home, he's not touching that bunker and telegraphing his move. He knows he's running out of time. There's 1:22. He has to launch if they want to win. So he's going to trade out with Keith, and now it's a 3-on-3 situation.
Yeah, that's the issue is there's no free kills there. Good job by Keith making sure that he couldn't just run through everybody through the middle. Now 3-on-3, just a minute left, down 2. The Tauntauns, either you got to win this in the next 30 seconds if you want a shot at the match, but you really want to end up with a point on the board. This is actually really tough. A 3-on-3, you don't want to surrender another point, so you don't want to be stupid. Axel now coming down the snake.
Yeah, it would be crucial for their spread if they just take a 1-point loss, but a death out in that back corner bunker is going to make it tough. They have Marky Franz and Axel Godin at the wedge in the middle and at the 50-yard line here in the snake. But Damage is just locked into these zones. Looking for it in the middle, though. They're going to launch and trade out.
Yeah, that's huge. So just Axel left in the snake, 20 seconds left.
Uh-oh, might be an injury here potentially on Tampa Bay Damage. Yeah, it looks like he dropped his gun, and Tampa Bay Damage is deep, but if they lose one of their starters, oh, God, he's crawling off the field as Axel's trying to finish out this last point here with just 7 seconds. I don't think he's going to get it. Yeah, and he does get shot. So let's see who this is for Tampa Bay Damage. I think it is, it's Brian Smith. So Brian Smith dealing with, so as he went through that middle, had to twist to try to turn to get the shot on the attacking body, trying to stand up under his own power. Looks like the refs are going to have to carry him off, so this would be a huge blow to the starting line for Tampa Bay Damage, as Agent Smith is one of the best paintball players in the world, and he's been holding it down, very durable for years.
Yeah, here comes Jacob Edwards to check in on his teammate, help out. A victory for Damage. Hopefully it won't turn out to be a Pyrrhic victory with the loss of Brian Smith here. Great player. They got a deep roster, but that guy's been doing it. He's a special player, and he looked great up the middle. In
this is a great field for Brian Smith, too.
Yep.
So hopefully maybe it's just an ankle twist, and he can tape it up and be okay. But anytime you see one of the veterans go down and not be able to come off under their own power, it's always tough.
Yeah.
So our sending good thoughts to our boy Brian Smith.
Carter Donaldson, new pickup, coming to carry out the gun.
Oh, Carter might be getting some spins. They didn't play the same position, and Keith's going off. So Carter might not see the field much if Keith's playing this well.
Now, tie game. Seattle Uprising, Royal City Sea Dogs. Sea Dogs conceded that last point with the 1-point lead in a 2-on-5. Uprising finally able to put one on the board after surrendering 3 unanswered. Anybody's match now, Maddie.
Well, we always ask for some entertaining matches, and this is definitely one of them.
Yeah, we haven't seen Snail's pace. Don't want to jinx it out here. I actually like the slow points, but let's see who can take advantage here in a tie game. Sea Dogs going deep to that Dorito Tower off the break. Seeing more of that than I would expect, but they are going to lose a body.
Yeah,
that's Campbell.
That's a tough heads-up gunfight.
Maddie, I took one look at this field and played it a little bit last week, and I said that's going to be called the trash can by the end of the weekend, I'll bet. Another body dying for the Sea Dogs. Schrader in the Hertz Tower. Or no, not. This is Mystery Schrader, someone in the Schrader jersey.
No, that was Nate.
Oh, that was Nate.
Yeah.
Oh, I just misread his swag with the sun coming out here. Nate Schrader playing some great ball out here, just hunting through the middle on both sides. Winning gunfights.
Two best players we've seen in this first set, Keith Brown, Nate Schrader.
Easy.
Hands down.
Easy. Yeah, I like the way Nate Schrader's playing too, because he's basically connecting on a shot or finding where the body comes off, and then he's putting his finger on the weakness. We kill 2 off the Dorito side, I'm going to push the center on the Dorito side. We kill 2 on the Snake side there, I'm coming to the Hertz Tower, getting on the wrap.
Well, he's playing all these different positions, and I don't want to start having to carry Nate Schrader's goggles around in a semi-truck and give him a big head. However, I have to call it like I see it, as always, and he's playing about perfect paintball right now. He's playing a ton of different positions. He's getting excellent reads. He's just walking at will through these gaps to put himself in an attacking position and then attacking at the perfect moment. He's 10 of 10 right now.
The Sea Dogs, the only points they're winning out here are the points they live through the first 30 seconds. The points they're losing out here, they're losing at least one, if not two, in the first 30 seconds. So if I'm their coach, I'm saying, please don't gun battle Nate Schrader in the first 30 seconds.
Absolutely.
We'd rather have eyes on him and have you both be alive and have him in our zone, and then maybe you can go bunker him, trade out, whatever.
It's just tough, though, because, yeah, hey, Nate's going to be attacking, but with the looks that he's shown us, the only place he hasn't really attacked purely from has been the one on the snake side.
Yep.
He's a bowling ball up the middle. He's smashing people on the D side. He's just looking real good right now.
Is there no Mark Miterman for... Oh, my goodness. A little chaos.
No, Mark is here. Miterman's here.
I just haven't seen him play. That's him running off right here.
Well, he doesn't. I think he trimmed his beard up.
Yeah. But it looked like 7 people went out to the box for Uprising, so a little confusion in the pit. They do end up with 5, but they're going to lose 1 out of the South Electronics can. They're going to lose 2. So 5-on-3 advantage with 5 minutes left for Royal City Sea Dogs, down 1 in great positions to tie this game back up. If you're Uprising, you hate the chaos at the start box. It can really derail your vibe, your flow.
Yeah, the
Salmon coming forward again.
Yeah, the question is, was it the chaos or was it just a really good break here for the Sea Dogs? So that's Mark right there.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm used to seeing so much beard flowing out of the bottom of that flex bottom, but not today. 5-on-3 for the Sea Dogs. Salmon in the 50 snake.
Salmon's had some really good looks out here so far today to help in this comeback.
He's a tall guy. He has no fear of going forward, though. I love it. He's hunting for the kill on the Dorito 3. Ooh, I think he missed on his first shot, though.
Well, he got a great read here. So, okay, shoot Nate. Perfect. Get a shot on Mark. Okay, 2 of the best killers on the team are off the field, and the Uprising boys had not adjusted to put any paint on this snake side. No one on the snake side in front of him. Let's get to the 50. And sure enough, Shane's at the 50 right now, wrapping around.
Yeah, good job by Shane Salmon. Between him and the Dorito side tower player for Royal City Sea Dogs, they kill that Dorito 3 player, just the Dorito corner and insert. Alec Holland, desperation move forward, but Uprising going to concede. Salmon saying, why are you guys conceding? It's kind of funny because his team just literally did the same thing a point before. But it's going to be a tie game.
Shane, it was smart for them to concede. But, hey, I like the cocky attitude out here. That is required if you want to play elite paintball. You have to think you're 10 foot tall, but play like you're a foot tall and think you're a god on this center court if you want to win paintball tournaments. Let's get a look here at this replay. So heavy guns up here as just a tough break. So Miterman, maybe a bit of a step out too wide, catches one walking off. And then here's Shane Salmon as pops the top at the perfect time, not feeling pressure, catches him, spins around, and just John at the pits here for Uprising.
I believe it's Galikowski on the float who shot Miterman going to the South Electronics tower. It's like, oh, you want to make that move gun up? Well, I'm in the float zone, and I'm going to connect on you.
Well, the Sea Dogs, this is a cool story here, too. Rookie pro team only able to put 1 win on the board, sitting at 15th place. They're playing Uprising, who has looked really good in this rebuilt lineup, and who's made some Sundays, currently sitting at 7th. They beat some top teams. They're a story out here. So if you want to become a story, you got to come out here in this first match. And if they can put a W up against a really tough, the best Uprisings ever looked, I think, this would be a big one for the Sea Dogs.
Yeah, definitely. I'd be interested to see, we're entering the 9th point of this match. No one in either set has run Snake off the break yet. At a certain point, I don't care what the percentage is, the guns get lulled into the short shots. You stop shooting the deep shot if they're just never going there. To shoot the deep shot in 8 points in a row and no one's run through that gap, that gun's going to creep in toward that short shot. Might be an interesting moment to test the deep run here in a tie game with about 3:45 on the clock, I believe.
I like that call, Mike. It just depends on personnel.
Totally.
If we got Keith Brown, we got Axel, JC's not here for impact, but if you give me a tiny, really fast guy, Malloy, yeah, maybe that's the play call. Looks like both teams going to go short and walk here. I believe Graham Arnold taking the walk right now for Uprising as he went to the can. Nate Schrader is alive and attacking up the middle this time. Yeah, it's going to be tough to scout Nate at this one because they keep mixing him up, sending him a bunch of different positions. Uprising and pushing the issue on the D side as well, too, getting to the mini wall. They're on the red side of the field, and those gray and black jerseys going to go right up into D1. Calling that D1, and there's a little Dorito in the back corner.
Salmon, though, gets into the snake through Nate Schrader's gun, though, for Royal City Sea Dogs. Nate Schrader playing comfortably over the top in that center brick over here. I think if you're the Sea Dogs, you got to start throwing random paint back through the middle of the field just to try to catch Nate sleeping a little.
And Uprising now moving up into D2. The shots start getting really good once you get into that D2 position at the 40-yard line. And once you get past that 50.
Yeah, Sea Dogs. Oh, going to kill another out of the backfield, though. Uprising on a sloppy fill into that Dorito insert. So 5-on-3 advantage. However, Uprising pressing the issue on the Dorito side.
Yeah.
Joel Eaton.
This is where it gets really good on that D side. Joel Eaton in a crucial position here with 2.5 minutes left alive in this tie ball game. Advantage, even with that death for Uprising, with Eaton on their side. And it looks like Sea Dog's going to be losing Shane Salmon over here from the snake. But Alec Collin taking the walk. So trading kills and trading deaths back and forth as the numbers are getting whittled down. Nate Schrader's still alive. He's a force multiplier here for Uprising.
3-on-2, I believe. Advantage Royal City Sea Dogs. However, Schrader going to die, so it's just Joel Eaton. He gets bunkered. So Royal City Sea Dogs fired up.
Yeah, Dylan Rizzardo breaking that one open, coming through that highway move on the D side, and advantage to the Sea Dogs.
The difference right now is the Sea Dogs, 2 points in a row, have killed the South Electronics bunker off the break. They have that short shot dialed in right now. They killed Meterman. They killed Graham Arnold. So playing with a body advantage off the break because they're dialed in on the short shot.
Uprising backs against the wall. The start of this tournament already. Wins are precious out here. You need at least 2 of them to have a chance to move on to Sunday. Let's get a look here at this replay. I do like this snake layout because we're going to, Shane looks like he's maybe running 6 foot tall. And look at this jump over the gap and able to make it in clean. And then Joel Eaton all the way on their side of the field. But even though they had position, not able to get it done because here comes Rizzardo. So got somebody else's loader.
Hunting Dylan Rizzardo for the ear.
And then look, eyes downfield, gets the spin around. Nice clean move by Rizzardo to put the Sea Dogs up by 1. This has been a very entertaining, close battle, but a big story emerging here because if Sea Dogs can beat Uprising, then they can. We'll see when they, look, there's 20 pro teams out here, right? Yeah. Top teams are the top teams for a reason. Teams that have won tournaments. They're very hard to beat. Now, Uprising hasn't won a tournament, but they have been very competitive, and they've beat a lot of top teams. The tough thing with Uprising is that, man, even when they start on these runs, historically, some sort of heartbreaking thing will happen to them, and they were winning in the beginning of this match until that penalty set in. They open the door. Sea Dogs start coming back. I just like the grit we're seeing here out of the Sea Dogs.
Yeah, definitely. Great break shooting. They've really tightened up in the first 30 seconds. They've eliminated those early gun battle deaths. Really nice job. If you're Uprising, you don't want to lose to your Tier 5 team in your first game in the prelims. And there's no slouches out here, but definitely want to beat your Tier 5 team.
Yeah, Uprising sitting in Tier 2 with Legion, Ironman, Sea Dogs, and Aftermath. Aftermath's actually the Tier 5 team.
Uprising going to lose. Oh, sorry about that. Uprising going to lose 2 bodies off the break. They run Miterman off the snake after getting shot in the short shot. He dies. Nate Schrader also gets shot in the fill, so 5-on-3 advantage. Uprising down 1. Dire situation, only a minute 45. If you're the coach, this is a really tough call here. You might, if you're trying to win the match, you concede, so you get an opportunity to put 2 on. Now it's getting a little too late. You're kind of playing margin ball or miracle ball.
If you're the Sea Dogs, this is a tough death of Galowski because you can't die in a 5-on-3 when you have a 1-point lead with 1 minute and 24 seconds left to go. It opens the door a little bit here for Uprising, but unfortunately Uprising. So even though you had a small air, Sea Dogs, the other 4 bodies were able to tuck in. They knew that Uprising needed to try to make something happen. And then finally, after wasting a little bit of time, because they could have conceded earlier, they let their boys run in a 5-on-3. They did get that kill in the middle, but now digging a bit of a deeper hole here. Yeah, Royal City Sea Dogs up by 2, not a lot of time on the clock.
Yeah, so if you're Uprising here, minute 14 left, I'm not trying to win the match. I'm trying to win 1 point. Right, so we don't want to go full crazy send. If you're trying to win 2 points, you got to take a ton of ground and try to win in like 35 seconds. I'm trying to win a minute 14 point. If you're Royal City Sea Dogs, you know they're going to do something sort of offensive. If you can set a trap for them and put up another point and end up +3 in your first match, that's the money spot.
Yeah, that would be best case scenario here. So here's the only mistake that happened. And was it off a bounce shot, or did he just get a little greedy over the top? There, yeah, just a little greedy over. See, he just spent a little bit too much time over the top. Didn't really need to do that in that position. You're up points. You're up big time on bodies. You have 40% more firepower on the field. Just a little bit too big bodied over the top of that brick.
Yeah, luckily his boys bailed him out. They killed the Dorito player after that, so still able to take advantage. But, yeah, that's been the coachable moment certainly for the Sea Dogs is gun battle and greedy deaths. Squandering advantages that way. But overall, sitting up +2 against Uprising. Sunday team, great start for these rookies.
Uprising going to play Aftermath next at 11 o'clock here Eastern time. So regardless of what happens, they have to shake this off. No, they have 3 more games to go. 3-1 is totally fine, and just go and try to win out. But today they are playing their 4th and 5th tier teams. They have to play the Ironman, and they have to play Legion tomorrow. So the road is going to get harder from here on out for Uprising starting tomorrow. And they're going to already be in a must-win situation.
Yeah, and it's the first match of the tournament, but still, this point on the board, if you can cut this to a 1-point lead, could be the difference when you're sitting at Saturday afternoon. Are we going to make the cut? Are we not in the margin game? So match probably out of reach, but, we see some crazy stuff happen up here, Maddie.
Yeah, I wouldn't go so far as to say it's out of reach. Yes, is it probable that Uprising can score 2 points in this time? No, but it's definitely possible. We have seen stranger things happen. It just comes down to intent, right? Like you had said. Does the coaching squad want to see them actually attempt to try to tie this game up and then go to bring it to overtime with the time they have left? Or are they just going to be content with trying to score 1 point, take a 1-point loss, and then just start clocking in on these next matches?
Yeah, and these situations can be tricky, too. Like, say we have an offense put together, an attack, and we lose 2 bodies off the break. You can have to switch from attack mode to defense really quickly, depending on how this break goes here. Sea Dogs up 2, Uprising pressing through the middle.
Well, Uprising went heavy guns, 3 guns up off the break, and then on a delay going to be start attacking and flooding bodies up that middle. So here comes essentially a full court press, but with those 3 bodies going middle, that's the safest route. They can go and stay alive. They lose the first one. They got 2 bodies stuck at the brick, and they're going to lose that one too. They do shoot a body. It's a 4-on-3 situation here with a minute to go in favor of the Sea Dogs. They let Miterman into the snake, though, with no one in front of him. He's wrapping around. Might have got a missed call here because he's going out wide trying to shoot somebody in that snake 2, snake 3 position. Another body coming off in the middle, so door is opening here for Uprising. Tough, bad survivability for the Sea Dogs trying to hold off this attack.
Just 2 bodies left alive for Uprising. It's a 2-on-2. I think it's just Miterman now.
No, there's another body on that D side.
So Sea Dogs here going to put up another point.
Yeah, see, and this was what Uprising did not want to happen here. They did not want to send it and allow the Sea Dogs to increase this margin. So some high-risk maneuvers not working out here for Uprising, and now they're sitting with 23 seconds left with that 3-point spread.
And that's why I hate the play call, right? Because if we send 3 bodies through the middle, if we lose 1 out wide, all of a sudden we're in a really bad situation, and we're looking at a 3-point defeat. I just don't really see it from a logical point of view. Going to come through the middle here. I like having a situation. Yeah, nice.
Alec got punished. Hey, you're going to get punished if you go up the middle of the field in a low-time situation. Rizzardo launches. Somebody was begging for a penalty out there. No penalty assessed, though, as it was a clean battle. But the Sea Dogs got to be pretty excited about how this one's turning out. Yeah. Seen a ton of points, man. Everyone's like, pocket up, going to potentially be a slow field. Sitting 7-4 the score.
The thing is about like how these points are being played fast, though, is it has been a lot of undisciplined deaths in the early going that's led to the pace, right? It's not because someone's getting into the snake off the break and chewing up backs, right? So I think disciplined ball will become the rule, but love some chaos, too. All speeds out here.
Yeah, it's been an entertaining game because the Sea Dogs on paper should not win this match. Uprising's been looking so good towards the end of last season, picking up Miterman, picking up Alec Holland. With the veterans they have, picking up Nate Schrader, that was the big pickup coming over from Infamous last season. And then towards the end of the season, they were looking really good. Okay, maybe this team could go deep on Sunday, maybe win a tournament. So that was a storyline heading into this first set. We're still in the first set. 9 more sets to go here in Atlantic City. And the Sea Dogs rookie pro team, only 1 win at the last event. How much have they been training? Coming from Canada, it's really tough to train in the winter when you're from Canada. Regardless, the Sea Dogs look good right now. Yes, still some stuff to work on, but I just love the grit. I love the intensity that these guys are bringing here to event number 2.
Yeah, I love the break shooting, too. They've done a great job shooting that South Electronics tower, and then, sure enough, Uprising does try the deep run with Miterman 2 points ago, and they shoot that off the break. The discipline to connect on the deep shot after they've been going short 8 points in a row is impressive. Good job by the Sea Dogs. Uprising, yeah, I just don't like the move of sending that many bodies through the middle because there's no safety valve there. In that situation, down 2, we're playing margin ball. I like to have a safety valve where if we lose a couple guys early, we can tighten up, take our 2-point defeat. Now you're in a really tough situation where you almost do want to send it here with 40 minutes left.
Yeah. Well, so it looks like Sea Dogs still, even with this pretty big lead and not a lot of time left, going with pretty much all their starters. However, was talking to Tyler Michaud, legendary champ from who's been brought in as a coach to help the coaching squad for Uprising, and he said we got some young guys that have earned some spins. We're seeing some of those guys now. Javi Lynn, looks like Austin Woodward's going to get a spin. Tyler's telling me he's going to be the next Nate Schrader, and it looks like Jonah Rodriguez getting a spin out here as well too.
They're going to lose 1 off the break though. Does Uprising, so 5-on-4 advantage, just 15 seconds left. Sea Dogs putting the final touches on a nice 3-point victory. It's going to be their second pro win. Great way to start a tournament. Nice job by the Royal City Sea Dogs, 7-4 victory. Salmon putting his gun in the air. He had some really big moments out there for the Sea Dogs. Great break shooting. Improved their survivability as the match went on. They were able to absorb Uprising's punch in the low clock moments. Very impressive.
Incredibly impressive. So that is going to do it here for this set. Looks like a good show of sportsmanship, even though some John going on down there. But that's what we want to see. Congratulations to the Sea Dogs with this big 3-point victory over an Uprising team that, man, if they get it together and win the next 3, we still could see them on Sunday, could see them go deep on Sunday. But the Sea Dogs looking pretty legit. And also congratulations to Tampa Bay Damage in a hard-fought battle against the Tauntauns. Next up is going to be the New Orleans Hurricanes taking on Leverage and the Ironmen taking on Aftermath. A little SoCal battle going down. We'll be right back here, 2025 Atlantic City Open and Matty Marshall with Mike Jeffrey. Stick with us.
30 seconds. Back center this way. Guys in front of watch.
Looks like Zach Geiger's going to get taken out of the snake side. Insert here for Infamous. Going to leave 3 bodies here for Infamous, kind of stuck in the center. Big move here by Nate Schrader coming to the center. He's looking for Ryan Hall, and he's going to get him. He's also going to get Zach Patient.
I was like, oh, Nate just cleared it. We're good. Okay. I just took forever.
Okay. Good. No, you didn't take forever. It was too quick.
Get out!
2-on-3 situation. Schrader going to go forward, hunting for Rodarte.
You got Rodarte here in the center tower, just waiting on Schrader, and he's going to get the drop in on him. So great point here for Nate Schrader.
Schrader living on the edge right now, taking a lot of risk on, but it is a drastic reward potentially here for Uprising. Now it's...
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh! Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go, Graham! Let's fucking go, Graham! Oh my God! Where the fuck is my belt? World fucking champion! Let's go! All the way, baby! Let's go. They're fucking scared. Let's fucking go, Joel. We did it. Fucking did it. Thank you for believing in me, brother. I fucking shot that Rick and I got that Ricky, motherfucker. Let's go. I'm happy for you, mate. Way to dig deep with that sickness, man. Let's go to Sunday. Let's win this shit together. Let's win this shit together.
Welcome back. 2025 Atlantic City Open, second stop on the Major League Paintball Tour, going down right now on center court. I'm Matty Marshall alongside Mike Jeffrey, editor of Great American Paintball and former professional coach. Right now it's going to be the Hurricanes taking on Leverage, Ironman, and Aftermath. Hurricanes, Mike, they had a pretty good look at the first event. What are your thoughts on this battle?
Yeah, pretty good look at the first event, and they got C-Right back. And I think this is a great Dorito side for him. He's a really good player. I think getting him back is huge. I don't know, was he down with injury, Matty?
I think he was completing his PhD.
Wow.
He has had some injury problems, so they do get C-Right back. Looks like he's going to be playing that D side. He was a big hero for them in their run to the finals at the beginning of last season. They do not have Pate here, so that is a hit to that starting line. But, you know, they were able to make Sunday, went 3-1 in the prelims, beat X Factor, beat the Tauntauns, beat Energy, then lost to Diesel by 1. So they're jumping into this first battle here. Leverage, though, with a negative 13, 0-4 at the first event. So this is just like the Sea Dogs just did. They need to step up, try to win against the Hurricanes. Not getting off to a great start here in point number 1 for Leverage, as they're lost 2 bodies.
Yeah, they lose Alfred De Los Santos off the break, going to that South Electronics tower. Ricky Moran also gets shot on the fill, so 5-on-3 advantage for the Hurricanes. They got C-Right dumping paint into that snake gap from the mini Dorito, making moves into the center now. Is Stuart Ridgel.
Yeah, Ridgel, a mainstay on the attack for the Hurricanes. We saw him become a star for that team as soon as they got to the Pro Division, and he did it by doing this, attacking up the middle of the field. This could be a really good middle for Stu Ridgel.
Yeah, it's looking really bleak right now for Leverage. They do have that Dorito 1 outside player, so have some forward penetration, but with this player stuck in the forward can for Leverage, not anything happening outside wide Snakeway, in really tough spots to dig out the New Orleans Hurricanes, who are taking their time developing. They know they got the 2-body advantage. They've developed some spots. Ridgel looking back, trying to communicate with the backfield, figure out where these Leverage bodies are. Dug in low on that forward can. That's a really tough spot in a low body situation. That's Zach Moran.
Yeah, I like the discipline we're seeing out of the Hurricanes after they got those first 2 kills. No one's taking any big bites. They know they're up bodies and making the most of it right now. Looks like they're going to get that kill in the middle.
Yeah, and I'd like to see a concession before too long from Leverage here in a 5-on-2 situation.
Yeah, Mike, I don't hate that move from Zach either. I mean, You're in a 3-on-5. It's point 1. Trying to make something happen, no big deal. It's just full control, though, here and a pretty easy point for the Hurricanes. A little light lifting after those first 2 kills.
That is wonderful paintball to see. You get the kill off the break and you shoot the filler. So often you see teams get the kill on the wide guy, and then allow for the immediate fill. Really good gun discipline by the Hurricanes there. Nick Ripple. Nice job all the way from Germany, Deutschland.
Yeah, out of all the players here, he is one of the guys that has to take the longest commute to work.
Yeah, long commute, dealing with time change. Although this time of day, he's got a little advantage. He's on a midday brain right now. The rest of us are still only on our second cup of coffee.
Yeah, not coming from the West Coast. Start that 8 a.m.
How you
game.
doing, Maddie?
I'm doing all right. I've had probably a good 20 ounces of coffee already, though, so...
Love when you West Coast guys have to come out to the Northeast General Region, Atlantic City. Looking at the skyline here as the Ironmen come out. Jerry Caro, Pat Kraft Jr., Henry Sense, Tom Guess, and Kyle Nicolau.
Yeah, good to see Pat Kraft going to get this starting nod here. Talked to Shane Pestana about his group, this rebuild again, and feels pretty confident that a lot of guys are going to get some opportunities out here. ASG Aftermath going to go with, looks like Zach, new pickup. He gets the start. Going to go with Cody Woodruff as well, too. They're doubling up that back center. Gladstone's going to be shading towards this snake side. Goes that forward cannon. They do get a kill off the break as Kyle's forced to take the walk. So it's a 4-on-5 situation in favor of Aftermath, but then Cody gets shot out of that back center, so now it's 4-on-4.
So that was almost certainly a bounce shot back center to back center, which is, I heard, can be quite lethal. I actually heard that from the Ironman guys, so I'm not shocked to see Cody walk off there. Henry Sense now probing up the middle. Henry Sense, you know, he talks, he's like, I'm a full-time center guy now. I'm not a backfield player anymore.
Well, let's see it, Henry. And we are, actually. He's at a really good position. He got a really good read on that. So in that 4-on-4 situation, what team is going to seize the advantage and start playing offense the first? And then are they going to make that move clean? So, and the Ironmen are doing it nicely right now. They did go with the safer route up the middle of the field to stack up, but I'll tell you what, where Henry Sense is right there, number 5, the left-hand side of your screen, look which way he's looking. He's looking towards the snake. That wedge has a really good zone to keep anybody out of that snake. However, you can't really see him make the move. You have to keep a stream of paint. But Aftermath not feeling any pressure, going to be moving up on that D side, and that's going to draw, and that's going to get him a kill. Beautiful kill on Tom Gass. So the Ironman making a mistake here. So yeah, they had some forward progression up that middle, but there goes the launch up on that D side.
Just Jerry Caro left alive. Shane Pistana can concede. That was Brandon Trujillo who ate them up on the Dorito side there. I was at Aftermath's practice last weekend with Zach Carter backing him up. Trujillo played great over there.
Well, that's the thing with Aftermath is that they have a lot of talent, and they're pretty deep, and they've been training a lot. But if you're Coach Wayne or Coach McGowan, I think that might have been Julian over there. I think that might have been Julian that side.
No, definitely Trujillo. Yeah,
Trujillo?
yeah,
Okay.
100% Trujillo.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out who it was, because I just saw Julian come off, but I think he's playing snake side. Yeah, so, but the thing is with them, a lot of options. Who are going to be our guys? Who's going to step up?
Trujillo was the standout for me at their practice. He was doing that, low body situations, high body situations, had a really good understanding over the field over there, recognized that he wasn't catching any pressure, and then he goes and eats up some Ironman backs. Now Leverage down 1. Hurricanes in full control that first point. Leverage going to lose a body off the Dorito side, so again, a 5-on-4 advantage for the Hurricanes early. Alfred De Los Santos and Chris Sanborn in the back center. That's Pushuda.
It looks like Nick Ripple going to be taking the walk, losing a gunfight out of that South Electronics can. Gives the advantage to Leverage. They need it again, down by 1.
Frankie Pushuda was hurt at the first tournament. That's a big player to have coming back for Leverage. Heard good things about him down in semi-pro. No Caputo out here on Friday, I believe.
Yeah, he's trying to be a firefighter, so
yeah,
kind of important to get that job. It's a good one. So Hurricanes developing with Bell on that D side. With Stu Ridgel also looking to go that way from that Aztec. Might cut up the middle as well, too. Leverage already up in that middle at the brick. Neither team in the snake.
I love the way that the Hurricanes develop. Seawright is in the Dorito corner just pumping the gap into the snake to keep Leverage out of there. So Drew Bell, recognizing that Seawright is on the job, takes over the offense. Now with Ridgel, the Hurricanes are playing really good paintball out here so far.
Well, the Hurricanes also have decided to start attacking on that D side and start trying to fill over to the snake side, because that's where they lost Ripple. So they're weak snake side but strong D side. Unfortunately for them, they lose Stu Ridgel, loses his first gunfight once he got to that tower.
No, I think it was Drew Bell who died out of the Dorito one. Stu Ridgel here still in the wedge for him.
Oh, that is Bell, yeah, sorry. Yeah, Ridgel's still alive, past the 50-yard line, getting to that wedge.
Coming forward. He's been picked up by Leverage, I believe.
Well, they picked him up, but he repositioned nicely, as they should. And he's going to actually do a tactical retreat. Looks like he got caught in the transition, traded out. So it's a 1-for-1 trade. During that chaos, Hurricanes able to dip a body out up into that D1 position. That's the 40-yard line Dorito, or 30-yard line. Now Seawright getting up into that D2. 2-on-3 situation in favor of Leverage, though. But they haven't picked up Seawright. Seawright's now on their side. And as long as he stays close to that, he's going to be blocked out from this 50 position here in the snake.
Oh, but another body dying. I think it was Alfred De Los Santos for Leverage, so now it's a 2-on-2.
Yeah, Camp dipping into the snake, so Hurricanes with the field spread. Camp didn't know they were at the 50, and he's going to get a trade. That's a good trade, though, because it's now they lost that other body. Now it's a 1-on-1 situation. Back center for Leverage. A little bit of an advantage here for Seawright as he has more bunkers to work with as he advances towards that buzzer. Buzzer's the goal. It's a 5-on-5. Got to hit that buzzer, score a point, get 15 minutes of time to work with.
Sanborn versus Seawright. Sanborn, plenty of paint. He's in a back center bunker where he can play the nipple on both sides.
I thought I saw something come off of Sanborn's hopper right there.
He checks it in transition into the can. Oh, and he's going to catch a minor.
I knew it. I saw something flash off the top of his hopper. So, yeah, scalping the hopper there. Beautiful job to get the read, play some offense, stay alive in the chaos for Seawright. And he's the hero in this point to give the Hurricanes a little bit of a buffer here. 2-point lead with 9:27 on the clock.
Yeah, the Hurricanes had some bad deaths in that point. Drew Bell dying on the attack. They lost one off the break, but just with enough late in the game, they look really good out here to the Hurricanes. They're making some mistakes, but they seem really connected cross-field. Daniel Camp, nice job slipping into the snake and trading.
So you're saying that was Trujillo over there. I was talking to one of the coaches, McGowan, who came over. He's a great dude, Lucky 15's guy to help out Wayne. But he said that Trujillo wasn't on the starting lineup. It was Julian, Grayson, Zach, Lucas.
Oh,
Cody
my
Woodruff.
mistake.
So I think it might have been Lucas over there.
Okay, gotcha.
Let's see if Aftermath sends out the same bodies. They got Grayson, yeah, Julian, Zach Carter, Woodruff, and let's see, I think this is Lucas. Or are they putting Brandon in? Yeah, it is. No, so it's Brandon. Maybe it was Brandon. Maybe they made a last-minute audible on the
Yeah, it definitely looked like it to me just on how he holds his gun, but it definitely could be wrong. It's quite some distance from the tower for us, but we're doing our best out here.
So on the breakout, looks like body drop, and it's Cody taking the early walk again for Aftermath, so he's going to have to tighten it up. It's a one-body advantage for the Ironman. Down a point with a lot of time on the clock. Referee checks out the Ironman as they try to dip. I think that's Frank. Yeah, Frank Tomaso. He's getting a spin, so Coach Shane Pastana getting a new body in there on that D side. But here comes a big move from Grayson. Gladstone all untouched all the way in to bunker out Henry Sense and gets the trade. So now it's a 4-on-3 situation. On that chaos, though, it looks like Brandon is going to take the walk, Brandon Trujillo, from that D side. So not looking good here for Aftermath. Down bodies, 2-on-4.
Yeah, 2-on-4 situation. Grayson, I like the initiative, but I don't like trades down bodies in that situation. Cody Woodruff, it's really tough when you lose your back center player.
I don't think that Grayson knew that he had lost Brandon out wide on the D side, because if he makes that run, and Brandon gets that forward progression, and he's alive and has outside containment on the Gunfight Paradise that is the D side, I don't mind that, but I do agree with you with principle. Like, you don't typically want to trade bodies when you're down body.
Yeah. And it's tough. Cody Woodruff dying early out of the back center, 2 points in a row. Ironman, Frank Tomaso recognizing situation, I believe, over there on the Dorito side. Really good close by the Ironman to tie it back up. Yeah, Frank has really gotten back in great paintball shape. He seems happy over there. Did a really nice job diving out to that mini Dorito, keeping Aftermath out of the snake, seeing the bodies come off, and then getting on the offense gas pedal.
Definitely did his job. Had some good looks over on that side, made some smart decisions, so earning some more play time. I'm sure we'll see Frank again here shortly, maybe in this next point. Shane and Mike, though, do have quite the number of bodies on that team. They're pretty deep.
What I like about the front players on the Dorito side for Ironman, Kyle Nicolau and Frank Tomaso, both great communicators out of the one. Here's Grayson Gladstone coming through the middle, hunting for Henry Sense, gets him, tries to pull his gun up maybe for another body, not likely to happen here. Yeah.
it looked in slow-mo a little worse than it looked in live.
I think it's always a little bit dangerous even to turn your gun on another guy unless you have him dead to rights and it's totally clean.
I'm with you. When I'm coaching divisional teams, especially big middle moves like that, it's going to draw the eyes of every ref. When you have a static situation and one guy's trying to break something open, everyone's going to look at you. You have to be extra careful not to keep your forward progression. So on the split screen breakout here, Hurricanes with a 2-point lead over Leverage. Hurricanes in the blue, Leverage in the brown and gray, brown and white. Oh, losing that body from that can as Hurricanes dipped into the snake.
Off the break, Matty. Yeah. First time we've seen someone make snake off the break out here. It's number 12 for the Hurricanes. Kill one out of the forward can for Leverage. Leverage really not able to develop anything out here so far against the Hurricanes.
So 12 is a new name for us here, Justin Hodges.
Hodges, new pickup, getting his first spin and doing a good job getting into the snake. He's wrapping around that bunker, hunting for kills. Got to keep that pack a little lower, crawling forward, but he's still in a good spot to kill this mini Dorito. If he can contend with Alfred De Los Santos in that South Electronics tower. Really wants another kill here. He wants to get that wrap on the backside. He's got to be careful not to over-engage.
Well, Camp is right behind him, so Daniel Camp doing a really good job of, as a second attacker, staying very close to that first attacker. And a lot of times you would be able to shoot loaders when everyone starts to turn their gun to your first attacker. If you're close enough and you have a similar angle, sometimes some free kills for you. Perfect job. The Hurricanes are looking good through 3 right now, Mike.
You just said it, Matty. Daniel Camp did exactly that. He shot the mini Dorito in the hopper, wrapping the inside from that 50 snake, and then just 2 bodies left alive. Leverage going to concede.
It's contingent on the layout, but most often the principle to keep in mind, it's like a standard 101 paintball principle, is that you want to keep the second attacker close to the first attacker for numerous reasons. The one caveat to that, though, is that if you have a situation contingent on what's going down with the variables and the deaths and the kills, is if you get so close to each other that if the enemy in front of you can run through and get a 2-for-1 trade.
Yeah, that's when you've really blown it as a 2-player. It's a tough walk back to the pit. Yeah, I didn't protect my guy, and I also got killed. Sorry, boys. Now, Aftermath, Ironman trading points in the early going here. Both teams liking the center a bit. Aftermath going to gun out to the Dorito corner, but they lose a body up the middle off the break. So 5-on-4 advantage for the Ironman. Frank Antetomaso getting up the Dorito side into that mini wall. Quick into the Dorito 2. Aftermath trying to develop on the snake side. They lose James Greeny. Frank is eating out here. Frank up quick into that big spot. Well, he kills Steven Mazurek.
Yeah, great job. But Greeny was just a little bit too high, came around that snake 2 position, trying to get to snake 3 just a little bit too high. Jared Carl with the dive all the way to the 50, not feeling any pressure, no one in front of him. And Crossfield now finally developing for Aftermath to try to put a little bit of pressure. But here's the situation for Carl. He can just hit the deck, crawl all the way down. As long as he keeps that pack low, he's going to be totally fine.
Yeah, Jerry Carl's going to put the icing on the cake here for the Ironman, but Frank Antetomaso really opened this point up by getting early penetration on the Dorito side, killing Steven Mazurek out of the South Electronics. Now Caro going to shoot the insert in the pack.
Carl doesn't really need to engage here.
No, I actually don't like that very much. Wants his kills. Sometimes those snake guys, especially on a field like this where it's kind of tough to get in there, get a little greedy, a little hungry.
Well, get your first head check on it, right? And if it's a free kill, yeah, take the free kills. But as soon as they pick you up in there, because you are literally on as far as you possibly can go, those guys have to live by their gun. They're going to be super worried about you over there. And then just let the play develop. You're in a high body situation. And I mean, Carl played well. Did a little tactical retreat here. Yeah, just a great job by Jerry. And great job by Frank to start as the first person to crack that one open.
Just really good field knowledge, too, by Frank. He recognizes that Dorito 4 bunker. Once you slide in there, you have that South Electronics dead to rights. It was Steven Mazurek for Aftermath taking the punch from Frank.
So let's see if they run Hodges again or if they're going to get Ripple back out there. Just got a message from Anthony, Team USA. Justin Hodges, Team USA under-19 player.
Wow.
Getting his, I believe, pro debut. I think I've called his name yet. So good for you, Justin. So on the breakout right now, the 3-point lead, Hurricanes might be able to get some reps for their bench as Leverage in a tough position right now, but they do have some time to work with, Mike, with 8 minutes still on the clock.
Yeah, Leverage lose 2 bodies off the break.
But Ridgel running a racket up that middle, Gets that kill out of the brick and really puts leverage on their heels. Referee checking out the players stuck in that back center. It's looking good again here for the Hurricanes. Oh, they do lose Camp out of that back center. That's a tough def.
Yeah, and, both those leverage players were in the back center. I'm pretty sure that, again, came off a bounce shot, back center to bounce center. Alfred De Los Santos, though, getting killed by, is that Drew Bell? In the Doritos forward. No, it's not Drew Bell, it's someone else. But the Hurricanes, regardless, really owning everything out here. Leverage, basically a hometown event for them. They play out a quick shot paintball in New Jersey. We're out here in Atlantic City, New Jersey, but unable to get anything going here against this dominant New Orleans Hurricanes team right now.
Yeah, Hurricanes looking pretty dialed. Looks like, Cato Warner getting a spin over there. Yeah, so Cato was the attacker on the D side. He did great. Brown was in there with him as the second attacker on that side. Ripple got a spin. But beautiful job. Beautiful attack up the middle by Stu Ridgel.
Yeah, this is a really great thing for a team to have happen, too. When you're up 3-0, you put in a couple bench guys, and those guys really do the job. Now everyone feels involved. Feels like the whole team is clicking together. Everyone's getting their kills. We all have stories to tell tonight at team dinner.
And then here's the run-through, which got things going. And that was a good example, even in slow-mo, of getting shot on your wrist and immediately calling yourself out. He didn't take any pressure, so he was able to raise his gun, and he knew where those bodies were. They're trapped in the back center. But the second he got hit, gun goes up, no penalty assessed. Perfect job by Stu Ridgel.
Aftermath now, down 1, losing 2 unanswered. Need Cody Woodruff to survive through the first 30 seconds of this point. Got to recognize that Ironman is really ripping the bounce shot into that back center. Become a little bit more conservative. Still need your gun up off the break, of course.
So it's going to be Baldwin and Lennon for the Ironman. Both these teams wearing red. You always know which team's on what side when you're looking at the scoreboard, though, up top. So Ironman on your right-hand side, Aftermath on your left.
5 guns.
Yeah, 5-on-5 break.
Yeah, and 5 guns up for the Ironman off the break. I like that play call by Shane Pistano with the 1-point lead. Let's try to get a kill off the break. They don't generate it. Both teams 5 alive. Both teams in the mini Dorito. The Ironmen are playing it crossed. Tom Guest, Henry Sense, and Frank Tommaso over there. Now Lennon making his move up the middle. Neither team out very wide. Both teams with the mini Dorito. That's Brandon Trujillo shooting the snake gap for ASG Aftermath. Backed up by Cody Woodruff, son of Wayne and Karen Woodruff, owners of ASG. Super hospitable field over there, Maddie, as I know you know very well.
Yeah, love Wayne and Karen. ASG, solid field, and these guys train a lot, man. Every time I go up there, they're putting the work in.
They do get a kill, 5-on-4 advantage for Aftermath. Maddie, at Tampa Bay, that was really their Achilles heel. 47% conversion on high body situations, not good enough to win or move on to Sunday. Let's see if they can learn from their mistakes here. 5-on-4. Down 1 against the Ironmen.
Well, see, and also if Aftermath can take advantage of this high body situation, as you were just breaking down. But the Ironman, that's kind of frustrating when it's even up in a 55, 5-on-5, and you have the lead. It's just frustrating when you lose that first body and go down. However, this is why you run 4-on-5 drills.
Exactly.
You get very comfortable in these positions.
Henry Sense dying out of the back center there, but Grayson Gladstone, I believe, going to catch a tough death. Yes, hunting too much over the brick. That's always a tricky thing to have your players. You want them hunting in those good middle bunkers where you have good vision, but you can't do too much of it. Trujillo, though, on the wrap in that Dorito 3 position, backed up by Cody Woodruff. They also got Zach Carter on the cross from that laydown. That's going to keep the Ironmen from developing on the snake side.
Well, I do like how disciplined Aftermath is playing. They're down 1. But they have 8.5 minutes to work with. So other than Grayson's slightly greedy death in that gunfight, they're just in control right now, looking at some zones and starting to make their moves up the field. So Brandon's now creeping. He's trying to get up there. He's got to worry about this gap.
Yeah, nice job by Brandon. He just had to get through Lennon's gun, and now he should be able to kill Tom Guest in the tower. Or is that Baldwin? Trujillo has gotten himself into a really good position, but there's Lennon now. Got to make sure he can't have another bump forward, but Trujillo, as soon as he loads, if he can come inside, he should be able to kill Baldwin in the South Electronics tower.
Yeah, the shots at the towers get really good once you get up on that D side.
Exactly.
And that's what Brandon wants to do that, but he knows that, so he has to be very careful. Again, he's being patient. He made that nice bump across. Lennon is totally focused on Brandon. Now the play has to develop somewhere else. Julian eventually needs to try to get in the snake. He's worrying, I think that's Guest at the Aztec shooting that crossfoot shot, and he has to worry about the baby Dorito, so he needs to be patient as well, too. This play could develop in the middle as well.
Look at all the empty packs.
Zach's thinking about it. Carter's thinking about trying to get up to that brick. Yeah, Woodruff pats his back. Nothing left. No bullets left on that in that pack here for Cody Woodruff.
So this is what we've heard about on this field, right? Is it locks down. People have the gaps. However, it's quiet out here now. You can't just pump the gaps anymore. The onus falls on Aftermath down one. Zach Carter going to reposition over here to the snake side. I think he wants to come forward to that Hertz tower. Oh, great job. Aftermath calling it on his barrel. So now a 4-on-3 situation. Aftermath in control. Here comes Trujillo. Is he going to trade with Glennon? With Lennon? He does. So just 2 bodies left alive now for the Ironmen, both on the Dorito side.
Yeah, that's a great move from Brandon Trujillo. Obviously a good kill from, I believe, either it was Zach or Julian to get that shot in on Baldwin's barrel.
Julian was calling it right there on his barrel. Frank, though, going to counterattack on the Dorito side.
Because Cody doesn't have any paint left, so he wasn't able to bully Frank around. But here comes Julian, just talked about. Eventually, he has to be patient, but let's get him into the snake, and he does. Tom Guest made it out to the South Electronics camp, but he's probably going to get his back blown apart by Julian, so Julian Vasquez is about to steal this point. Yeah, as Frank dies at the same time, so Aftermath, scrappy performance here in a long point, low on paint, and they're going to be tying this one up with probably around 6:10. By the time Julian gets in there, he's going to check himself out, make sure he's clean.
Man, awesome job right there. Julian connecting on a barrel shot from South Electronics can to can. Trujillo instantly recognizing, takes Lennon off the field, leave his boys in a 3-on-2 situation with full ownership of the snake side. Kill Frank on the counterattack. That was a really nice job of connecting on one shot and developing perfectly around it and absorbing the counterattack attempt from the Ironman. Aftermath looks much better out here than they did at Tampa so far.
Let's get a look here on the replay. So this was Grayson Gladstone shot on the jump shot. So, yeah, just a little too much, Grayson. Let's tighten that up a bit. And then here's Zach Carter. He had moved over to try to help out Julian. So is this the barrel kill?
Yeah, they're showing it from that angle, but Julian was the one calling it. Maybe, I don't think Zach can see that from there.
Yeah, it's a little bit tucked. And then here was the trade with Brandon. Ooh, got to be a little careful there. But still, that was the trade that needed to happen, and that helped break things open. Beautiful job from Aftermath to stay in this match. Hurricanes giant 4-point lead here with 6:45 to go as Leverage tries to get into the snake early, and he gets diced up. But Drew Bell taking an early walk, uncharacteristic early death for Bell. So, but Leverage just grinding gears on offense right now, getting shot trying to get to that Hertz tower. So it should be a 4-on-3 situation here in favor of the Hurricanes.
Yeah, Baskin made the snake off the break, but he just crawled too tall and got shot in the pack crawling forward. Leverage, it's tough. You're down 4-0. You can't quit right here. The difference between a 0-6 mercy loss and a 2-point loss is 4 points, Maddie, which can be the difference in your margin.
It's just so tough. When you take that big 6-point mercy rule loss, that means you have to go and mercy rule another team in order to just get back to a 1-1 with an even spread, which is very dicey still. Just puts you in a really bad spot. That's why we're always talking about margin, talking about really avoiding those the beatings if you can. It's not looking that way for Leverage right now. Hurricanes are doing whatever they want.
Yeah, the difficulty with this is obviously they're getting outplayed. There's no question about that. But the mental aspect of it, if you're at practice and you're getting beat down in a match, you might say, hey, we lost this one. Let's go have a 10-minute meeting and talk about it. You can't afford to do that at the tournament. Even down 0-5, you have to find a way to put a couple points on the board. You can't give up.
Absolutely. And if you're the Hurricanes, for them, just keep doing exactly what you're doing. Let's put the finishing touches on this mercy rule win. But under no circumstances do you just, play hardcore super defense and then start squandering a couple points and ruin that margin. You did all this work to build up this beautiful margin. Let's try to keep that if possible here.
Yeah, you need absolute discipline, right? You need guys to develop well and not go hunting for kills, not acting like it's going to be easy just because it's gone easy so far. But tie game here. Let's see what Aftermath. They do a deep run and shoot to the tower. He's asking for a check.
He made it clean.
He made it. I think he must have gone balanced. Cody Woodruff going to fill out behind him for Aftermath.
Yeah, a little bit of a gutsy play call here for Aftermath with a bit of a risk. So they send him to the tower. D-side makes it clean, and then they get Woodruff out on a delay outside wide into that back corner Dorito. So ideal here for Aftermath. 5-on-5 situation.
Neither team able to go snake. Frank Antetomaso doing a really good job getting forward and communicating. He's got Henry Sense in that wedge in front of him for the Ironman.
Yeah, and Frank is backed up off that spot quite a bit. Can't really tell how far it is from this angle. Now he's going to get a little bit closer to it. They're living off of the back of that bunker to try to get himself into D1, and he does.
Yeah, gun up, move forward for Frank. They kill Cody Woodruff out of the back Dorito corner. Now Henry Sense going to eat that tower. The Ironmen owning the Dorito side here with a 3-man operation. Frank Antetomaso, Tom Guess, and Henry Sense.
And then Julian taking the walk as well, too. I love this counter punch here for the Ironman. Aftermath took the initiative with a bit of a bold play call to get outside wide and up on that D side early, but the Ironman figured it out pretty quickly and then just made easy work of them here on this attack.
Yeah, really nice job by Henry Sense developing up the middle. Frank Antetomaso, gun up, moves to the Dorito side. They picked up that tower player for Aftermath. He was able to do nothing in terms of stopping the Ironman attack on that side.
So that's good for the Ironman's future, because with these new bodies, and it just takes time to develop that flow, that perfect timing where your teammate is attacking on one side, you see it out of the corner of your eye, you already know what you're supposed to do, then you also participate in that attack, and that's what we just saw out of the Ironman here.
Henry Sense through the middle.
See, two bodies. They're attacking with two bodies. It doesn't give Aftermath any time to readjust. If one guy's going at a time and then the other part of that attack isn't right on the beat of the action, you could potentially have some problems. You're giving your opponents time to get reads to launch their own counterattacks. The Ironman did it very well in that last one.
Of course, they haven't played together nearly as long, but Henry Sense described Tom Guess as a 6'3" Stephen O'Mara. They play really connected ball over there. Henry Sense and Frank Antetomaso, old teammates on Revo a few years back. So those three look really connected over there. And then the snake side, Lennon and Caro in particular, are doing a nice job just playing with patience, not forcing their way through the gaps.
And also, Mike, the depth of the Ironman is starting to develop. They're getting Frank shedding some LBs and looking good on the offense over there, looking like himself again, and where he became paintball famous. And with the addition of him and Kyle, that gives them two attacking options on that D side, keeps them fresh.
Yeah.
That does bode very well for the Ironman's chances here at this event.
Yeah, they look really good. I like the way Henry's attacking the middle, too. I think Tom Guess is an amazing player,
Yeah,
too.
he's an all-star.
He puts shots on people. He makes the right fills. He's communicating all the time.
Yeah, and he's tall enough that, I mean, is he only 6'3"? I feel like he's running 6'4".
Yeah,
he's tall enough to get shots that most guys can't make.
Yeah,
out of
definitely.
those, out of the towers. Depends on the layout, but he can control zones and get off the break shots, and control zones midpoint, off the break shots that other guys just don't have the angle for.
Let's see if Leverage can put one on the board here. Staring down the Mercy Rule defeat against the Hurricanes. They're going to lose 2 off the break. Not looking good for Leverage. Playing in their home state of New Jersey. Out here in Atlantic City, they do get Sanborn out to the corner, but all 5 alive for the Hurricanes. Some forward progression into that wedge for Leverage, but now the Hurricanes getting into the snake through that gun. I don't even think he saw him. Did number 4 for Leverage. Yeah, he's going to get, oh, now he picks him up. Unable to connect, though.
Going to come back to a little retreat here.
On number 5.
Yeah, it's Charles Dowden.
Bench getting some looks out here for the Hurricanes with their commanding 5-point lead. Gun battling with that brick. He wants to eat a little bit. First spin in the match.
Well, it's also a good statement for the Hurricanes to send. Yeah, they're playing Leverage, who's down in the ranks, but a Mercy Rule win. Hey, that first event, making Sunday not a fluke, okay? We're going to be legit again this year because they had a bit of a rough go of it middle of the season last year.
Rough go of it. Their coach left for San Diego Dynasty. I think a lot of people counted out the Hurricanes.
Yeah, dealing with some injuries.
Injuries, the whole thing. But they're one of the best communicating teams out here.
Well, and they're disciplined, too. They were disciplined when they came into the league, but we're seeing this is a disciplined field. You need punch, you need attack, but you need discipline and composure, and we're seeing that in these points. They're up bodies. They're not flooding down the field, greedy moves. No, they're just playing very smart.
Great point, Maddie. Ripping bounce shots into the last hope for leverage just in that Dorito 4. And he's going to get bunkered by Drew Bell. Or no, he might have debunked Drew Bell, but he gets shot in the end. Hurricanes cleaning up. They made it look easy, Maddie. Yeah, they encountered very little resistance from leverage there.
Yeah, that win was Hurricanes by first-degree murder.
Yeah.
Really no problems at all. I mean, looking back at that entire game, I don't remember thinking at one point, oh, Hurricanes looking rough right now. Doesn't look good for them. No, just full court pressure. Everyone was playing well. The bench is playing well. Again, very disciplined.
Yeah.
Moves being made at the right time. Composure during closes. Beautiful, beautiful
Close
job
to
by them.
flawless
Yeah.
for the Hurricanes. That's what you like to see. As I mentioned in the last set, I was incorrect about which teams were Tier 5, but playing their Tier 5 team to come out of that with a 6-0 Mercy Rule win really put themselves in a great position.
Yeah, tough bracket, too, with the Tauntauns sitting down in Tier 4. Made light work of leverage, impact and damage also in this bracket. So,
yeah, so you got to think that wild card spot is going to be tightly contested.
But it's great with the Mercy Rule win.
Yeah,
okay,
exactly.
So now they're sitting 1-0 with a +6. Ooh, perfect.
Yep.
Best case scenario for them here to start things out in a pretty nasty bracket.
Now let's see if Aftermath can get something going against the Ironmen here. Ironmen last 2 points have really developed strongly on the Dorito side. They're spinning Frank again over there. See what Aftermath has for the answer.
Aftermath triples up the back center here, down by 1 to try to produce a kill on the break, and then trying to get into the snake quickly with Greeny. Looks like he's going to be taking the walk. So down a body, taking a little bit of ground on that D side, getting into the mini wall, but is a 5 alive break here for the Ironmen. Slight advantage on the spread and also on the body kill.
Yeah, that was Frank onto Tommaso from the mini Dorito shooting the gap into the snake. James Greeny tried to shoot from the back center and then run under the South Electronics tower into the snake, but good zone discipline by Frank to connect, hold that zone. Steven Mazurek now developing into that forward can for Aftermath. Now getting into the Dorito 3 is Aftermath. But Ironman really zoned up here. Lennon, I believe, picked up that they're in the Dorito 3. If Aftermath can take another bite over there, he might be able to shoot Caro. Great job by Henry Sense, though. He gets into the wedge to try to take that move away. So really good field understanding by the Ironman. Now Mazurek goes into the brick, but he gets picked up. Henry going to die as well, though. So, and Jerry Caro. So now it's a 3-on-3. A little chaos out here, Matt.
Yeah, 3-on-3. Ironman pocketed up slightly. They have Frank with a little outside forward progression into that baby Dorito. But here comes the attack from Aftermath as they get into that D2 position at the 40-yard line. Lennon's got his gun that way, trying to keep him honest over there. And then they're going to dip into the snake. So the guns, they move on the D side, switches the guns. It's going to take that or get that kill and gets the inside kill as well too. So it's a 2-on-1 situation here in favor of Aftermath, trying to tie this one up 3 minutes. They should be able to do it.
Yeah, I think it's just Frank onto Tommaso left against Cody Chong.
And Doan, Jeremy Doan.
Jeremy Doan. Oh, and Cody Chong comes around from the Ironman side of the snake. He's got the wrap on Frank. Doan coming in there to bunker him.
Well, this is good for Aftermath, too, so we're seeing some of the depth here, right? So
yes.
We're running starting 5. We're hanging with the Ironman. Close match. Okay, let's see what else these guys got. They put out some new bodies, and Cody Chong played well. Doan played well.
I didn't see who played the 1 on the Dorito side over there, but that really opened it up for Aftermath, getting that kill on Lennon, and then Cody Chong recognizing that the lane dropped, that Frank was trying to hold, gets into the snake. Aftermath playing off each other really well. They've had some sloppy deaths, but when they develop at the same time on both sides of the field, they're looking great.
Yeah, close battle going to be in X-Ball. That means 2 minutes in between points. We run a split deck format to try to make sure we can get all the competition here televised on center court for your viewing pleasure.
Yeah, if you're Shane Pestana there, you hate the deaths by Henry and Jerry Caro right there. High body situation, Aftermath, backs against the wall, dying out of bunkers kind of unnecessarily. That South Electronics bunker, you're going to see it all weekend long. As soon as they get into that second big Dorito forward on the field, that can is almost instantly dead. It's going to see Jeremy Doan run down Frank onto Tommaso here to tie it up for Aftermath. Good job. Good timing on that one.
Yeah, so now for Aftermath, do you run those same bodies again, or do you go back to the starting 5?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Lucas and Brandon Trujillo have both had really good points over there on the Dorito side. I think that's been the side that's been winning out here, right? When the Ironmen win the Dorito side, they've won the point. When Aftermath win it, they win.
Looks like same bodies going back out as Mazurk. He's getting another spin. Doan's getting a spin. Gladstone, Greeny, and Chong. So
yeah, same line.
Ride the hot hand.
Yeah, ride the hot hand. I'll be interested to see what they do with Greeny here. That back center shoot and delay into the snake did not work that last one. Probably not going to go back to that play call. Aftermath, Pat Kraft back up. Looks like he's going to play the 1 on the Dorito side, this one.
Yeah, for the Ironman. 3 guns up for the Ironman on the break. They go to the pocket. A little bit more forward progression on the D side. He's going to get a check, though, for Aftermath with... Looks like he's good to go.
Henry Sense quick into that brick again. He's matched by Cody Chong. However, Aftermath going to catch a minor penalty. I think it was on Doan. So 5-on-3 advantage for the Ironman. However, Henry Sense, bad death coming through the middle there.
Still going to get a concession here. I thought I heard a concession.
No, I think that was the other field, Matty.
Okay, yeah, so it's still 4 bodies here for the Ironman, and they're making moves on that D side. No one in the snake yet. But, yeah, bad death for Henry after they got the gift of the penalty. So it's not looking good here for Aftermath with 1 minute and 45 seconds left to go in this tie game.
It's Cody Chong and Lucas against Pat Kraft and Tom Guest. Let's see. Ironman tie game. Minute 35 here. Wow. Cody Chong dies. Now we should see the concession quick. Yep, there it is from Aftermath. Preserve some time. Going to go down 1 with just 1:30 left on the clock.
I don't mind that move, though, because, because in that situation, you're in a low body moment. Time's ticking off the clock. The coach is hovering by the concession button thinking, man, do I let this ride? It's a tie game. Let me give it 30 seconds and see what happens. Because if nothing good happens, you're forced to concede that because this is a very close match. You can still win this one. You got to have enough time so you can get a solid game plan and you're not just recklessly running up the field with 20 seconds left.
Absolutely. Good job by Cody there. No risk it, no biscuit, as they like to say. And in a low body situation with time running down, go for it. Like you said, makes it easy on Wayne Woodruff to concede the point right there. And now it's your push play out here. Something, not a desperation push play, but you got to develop offense.
Yeah, you see the good comms and then the gun up there for the Ironman getting that cross after taking some ground. And that high body situation got the shot on Cody Chong. And that, folks, forced Coach Wayne Woodruff's hand on the concession.
You could see Pat Kraft shot him just by how he was holding his gun there. It was almost shaking as he's calling the kill on Cody Chong coming through the middle. Good zone control by Pat Kraft. Got to keep that gun up in the mid-game there. Loads, no matter what, does you no good just to see the guy sometimes.
So if the Ironmen take this point, probably going to be the last point, depending on how quick it goes. But Aftermath still in the fight here as these teams going to be switching sides. So Aftermath going to be on your left and the Ironman on your right. Looks like Trujillo, Woodruff, Carter. So they're going back to the starting line right now for Aftermath.
Yeah, back to the starting line.
Yeah, Julian. Looks like Grayson's not coming off.
No, it's Trujillo lines for sure out there. Yeah. That's the one, yeah.
Frank Antetomaso going to get a spin as the attacker on the D side. With Lennon Carl, Henry Sense, Tom Guest.
Let's see where Aftermath can find some offense with 90 seconds. Oh, they kill Frank Antetomaso off the break. That's huge. 5-on-4 advantage. Cody Woodruff now filling to the outside.
And he makes it clean.
And now Trujillo getting into that mini wall. Aftermath exactly how you want this breakout to go. Trujillo now into the Dorito 3. Oh, no, he gets shot on the move. That's tough.
Even up 4-on-4, but the Ironman still in the pocket here as Woodruff is going to launch. Gets all the way into that 30-yard line D1. Look for Julian at some point in time to try to get into this snake. With a minute left to go, his sense of urgency needs to be here. Just down by 1 for Aftermath. Carter wrapping around, trying to give Woodruff some help. Gladstone's going to launch up the middle.
If Woodruff can make a gun-up move and get into that next Dorito, he can kill Carl, but great job, Julian, getting to the snake. They're going to kill Lennon out of the center, so 4-on-3, 40 seconds left, plenty of time, just the back three bunkers for the Ironmen.
The timing is going well here. If Woodruff can get into that D2 position, and he does. Julian's hitting the deck here as we hit the 30 seconds. He's past the 50s, should be wrapping around and possibly get a free kill on the Aztec, and he does. Julian Vasquez looking good here in a 4-on-2 situation, but they don't see Carl dip into the snake. Julian picked him up, though, saw the cloud of dust, and he stitches him up, and then there goes Gladstone's going to wave off his teammates and wait until we get under 10 seconds to force the overtime point. Nope, he's going to hit that buzzer. Yeah, going to see an overtime point. Beautiful close there from Aftermath.
Yeah,
real close.
Awesome job. The big move to me right there is Cody Woodruff seeing Brandon Trujillo dies, fills from the corner into that forward spot. That maintains some pressure on the Dorito side. The Ironmen get caught looking over there. They develop with Velasquez on the snake side as Aftermath and close nicely together to tie it.
As we always say, if you're going to play defense, you got to make your shots. The only body they put that had any sort of offense mind was Frank, and Frank died. After that, the Ironmen were just like, we're dedicated to the pocket, we're dedicated to shooting these zones, and they were just not able to control those zones. They allowed eventually, after Woodruff launched on that D side, to let Julian get in the snake. Julian wasted no time. He immediately crawled down and started engaging to pull the guns his way. Gladstone used that distraction to attack up the middle, goes through untouched. As I said, a perfect close there from Aftermath.
And that was a really nice job by Grayson because he hasn't been alive late in any of these points. He's either made moves through the middle or died early. In the big moment, he stays alive when his team needs him and comes through the middle to tie it up. Going to see a little throwaway point here with 8 seconds left. Almost like a double timeout here for these two teams.
Yeah, that's kind of that situation. If you feel like you have the gas left, it's sometimes better just to go right into overtime, but we're here, it's game number 1. No one should be truly gassed out here. These guys have been training for this, but it is essentially a free timeout if that's how you want to play it.
Yeah, 8 seconds left. I mean, it's funny because I would almost suggest the rule of if there's under 10 seconds left, the clock automatically gets run down, except Red Legion scored that point in, 9 seconds? Or was it 11 seconds?
Heat's also done it too.
Yeah.
Chad Boucher.
Were those points under 10 seconds, though, or were they like 11 seconds?
No, they were under 10 seconds.
Under 10 seconds, so you can never write that rule in because it's happened.
It was a 9-second point, I believe, for Chad, a 7-second point for Chad.
That's
and
crazy.
a 9-second point.
7-second point.
Yeah, there's some guys in the league that can't run Stargate to Stargate at 7 seconds.
Yeah. What do you think your time is, Stargate to Stargate?
Right now? I don't know. I'd pull a hammy for sure.
So just 8 seconds left here. Team's just going to run out, shoot their guns. And now we're going to go to overtime. 2 minutes, tie game. Maddie, who you got?
I think Aftermath has the momentum right now. They got to be feeling pretty good about how close they are playing together on the beat of the action. They were the ones that just tied that up. On paper, I got to give it to Aftermath just because of the way they closed out that last point.
Would you say there's a little regional bias at work there? It's the Los Angeles Ironmen, but none of those guys.
Well, if I had a bias for one of these teams, Mike, it would be the team I won a world title with that I was on for 6 years.
Yeah.
So I'm going to have to go, if I'm picking Aftermath, I'm trying to call like I see it.
Against bias, yeah.
I mean, in my subconscious, what team do I want to win? Probably the team that I helped take to a world title. But I really like the Aftermath guys.
A man of integrity up here.
It's a little early in San Diego, but I brought my son out to watch Dynasty play Aftermath, and my son's, he's 4.5. His favorite color is red, and even though some of his uncles play on the team in blue, he kept saying things like, Dada, can we go watch the guys in red? Can we go over there? I want the red team to win. I'm like,
That's
yeah,
cool.
but Uncle Yosh and Uncle Ryan and Uncle Alex play on the blue team. He's like, yeah, I like the red team. I'm like, all right. Well, I'm like, hey, there's on the California team too. You're totally allowed to like Aftermath. Aftermath's just a good group of guys. They work hard.
Yeah. Great vibe at their practice last Saturday at ASG. Man, those guys like playing together. They got into it. They were playing with passion, but it was just a great feeling from that whole entire group, top to bottom. Having the important conversations, figuring out the field together, but enjoying the process.
I was going to bring up the word process. They're believing in the process, taking the time to endure the struggles that are incurred when you are diving headlong into the process. And, we're in game 1, but they're showing some skills out here. They're showing some improvement. Now, for the Ironmen, need to tighten it up a little bit here, and they also need to have some confidence right now because obviously it did work for this game to be tied. I like what we're seeing out of the Ironmen, too.
Yeah.
Depth, we're seeing some depth. They have, again, what's needed. They have closers, they have punch, they have experience. That team is starting to get refined. So it would be no surprise if they stepped up here in this overtime point and defeated Aftermath. But as far as this year and the rest of this tournament here in event number 2, good looks for both of these squads.
Definitely. Both teams look strong. What was big in that last one for Aftermath to tie was they shot Frank onto Tommaso off the break, going to the short spot. Frank has played really well for Ironman in this match. He's been alive. He's been communicating. He's been ruling the zone shot from the mini Dorito. That's what's interesting as the one on the Dorito side on this field. Because of some of the gaps you have, you kind of need a guy who can both be a turret and an attacker. Some guys, they have one mode or the other. To have both of them is kind of a rare skill set. Frank definitely does have that.
Well, that's a really good point here, Mike, as we start to move through this tournament and see who's going to be looking the best. If you have players that can both, like a Chris Shear, right? Like Chris can play hardcore defense, but he can also attack. That's the type of guy you want out there.
Overtime point. Wow, Aftermath going Snake on the break. Oh, man, he made it. He just got shot in the pack. They're also going to lose. I can't tell who that is. Maybe Missouri?
No, I think that's Carter.
Carter?
Yeah, so Julian got shot off the break. He made it to Snake 1.
Yeah.
Then he got shot on the transition into Snake 2, and then Carter died at the same time. So big advantage to the Ironman right now in this 5-on-3 situation in overtime. Off the break shots, dialed and lethal.
Yeah, it was Lennon for them in that forward can. He had the height to shoot down on the pack of the Aftermath player crawling forward. Now, Frank staying calm, just communicating. Brendan Trujillo, though, trying to turn the tide for Aftermath here, pressing it on the Dorito side.
Yeah,
that's what they need.
Yeah, Brandon in a really good position as he dipped in untouched into that D1, D2 actually, 40-yard line spot. So he's in a really good position. That's going to draw some guns. There's 3 guns. There's 2 guns for sure on him right now. But they're just, so the Ironman having some important communication moments right now, and I think they figured out where Brandon is. Oh, but they lose the body trying to fill out wide as Frank gets shot trying to get to that back corner Dorito.
So now a 3-on-4, but with Brandon Trujillo in an offensive position on the Dorito side for Aftermath, they have a chance to get right back into this. Man, and Ironman stuck in the pocket. If Brandon can pull off another kill, if Henry Sense on your screen, keeping him in check, making sure that Brandon doesn't take another bump.
Well, this is a pocket field, but also at some point you have to get out of the pocket.
And Jerry Carr does just that. He backs up off the South Electronics tower and gets into the Snake. He has this whole side to himself. He's going to pump pain at Brandon Trujillo in that Dorito cross field right now.
This is great for the Ironman, though, right? So they need some sort of offense. They needed at least one body. Somebody has to break out of the pocket. You're in a high body situation, and it's Jerry Carl, and now he's going to crawl up. So this is going to really put a lot more pressure on especially those two, because he's going to be blocked out once he gets to this 50-yard line. So Caro and Trujillo are not going to have a coast-to-coast shot unless he keeps going. So here goes Jerry Carl. He's going to crawl across. He's going to keep going. Not feeling any pressure yet. He's going to pop to try to get that shot in on Trujillo's pack, and he does. So, but they lose Lennon at the same time. But but here comes Jerry Carl. Oh, the back center finally picked him up. As he's going to try to. So now the play needs to develop around Jerry. Jerry does not need to engage. He has 2.5 minutes to work with here. Both guys are looking at him. Sure, he could just put the guy in and try to make a move, but he doesn't have to do it himself. There's still 2 more bodies with him, but it looks like he is going to do it himself. All right, Jerry, if you want to choose the hard route and make it look good, and that's exactly what just happened. So Jerry Carl got all the way onto their side, could have waited with 2.5 minutes to let Tom Guest get in the game, but didn't need his help.
Yeah, you said it, Matty. I don't love the engagement there in the 2-on-3 situation when you have the advantage and own the side, but gets it done in the end. He stayed alive. That's the most important thing. The Ironman, well, he's got a little dicey there, but Jerry getting into the Snake and crawling down and killed Brandon basically sealed it for the Ironman. It's a great job by Jerry Carl.
Give away $500 courtesy of Pate Smith Law, who specializes in representing you against your insurance company if they don't want to pay on property claims, so doing God's work, as I always say. That's going on the list. He did it the hard way. He could have easily just, 2.5 minutes. We're in a high body situation. All these guys are looking at me. Hey, Tom, do some work, bud. But no, he just clocked in. He got a 3-pack in that one. Killed all those last bodies. Actually, no. That was earlier on. Yeah, so this is earlier on. This is a replay of the match. Yeah, so this is a little highlight reel here from the battle that just went down. Very close battle. But shout out to Jerry Caro and the rest of the boys from the Ironmen as they are going to take their first win here in this bracket. Also, just complete demolishment of leverage from the Hurricanes. But stick around. It should be a good one. Impact playing the Tauntauns. Impact first match of the tournament. Tauntauns warmed up in a loss to Tampa Bay Damage. And we're going to see one of the best teams in the business, a favorite to win this event. They won it last year. Red Legion taking the field against the Sea Dogs, who had a very nice victory against Uprising. I'm Eddie Marshall alongside Mike Jeffrey here at the 2025 Atlantic City Open. We'll be right back.
Oh my God. Where the fuck is my belt? World fucking champion. Let's go. All the way, baby. Let's go. They're fucking scared. Let's fucking go, Joel. We did it. Fucking did it. Thank you for believing in me, brother. I fucking shot that Rick. I got that Ricky, motherfucker. Let's go. I'm happy for you, mate.
Way to dig deep with that sickness, man. Let's go to Sunday. Let's win this shit together. Let's win this shit together. Let's go, boys. Let's go. We're up. Defining moments. Let's go. Come on. Come on. We win these. Let's go. Yeah, baby. Let's go. Big moment. Love this. Love this. Love this. Let's go, JC. China! China! Hey, he went back. He went back to the 30.
Marcelo Margot able to filter out to give Justin Cornell a little bit of help.
Get out! Kill the Kelly!
Oh, and then Marcelo Margot rolls up and it's a beautiful shot.
The 20! Brandon, the 20!
Just Jonah.
Get out! JC, poison!
Oh,
kill the
wow.
snake!
Marcelo Margot,
Impact!
great job. Filters out, puts together a couple kills.
Yeah, baby. Hey, defining moments. Defining moments. Come on, Brandon. Come on. All weekend. Three to one, motherfucker.
There is so much time. That's right. Let's not get into a long, down body situation.
Don't get lulled into rushing.
Yeah. Right. We have an eternity.
Yeah, there's another one in there. Back right. Kill the back right. They got a major! Snake! Hey, 52! 52!
Base. Way to be, baby.
Mikey, I'm here. Fire! Fire! Hey, Zach, switch! Zach, switch! Snake 3, Mikey! Hey, Zach, switch back! Switch back! Mikey. Mikey, let's find this.
At the minute mark, Brandon Cornell coming off, but Tyler Harmon taking over the attack. Oh,
here we
Bessie
go.
dips on and gets the kill on Alex Goldman. That's a huge kill here for Impact to give them a chance.
The 10, Mike.
In the closing moments of this
That's
match, and it
kill.
looks like Tyler Harmon's going to win his gunfight against Baginski.
Get out!
And
Get
then
out!
here comes the action in the snake as then BJ Henningberg's going to get punished, doesn't shoot Urena. And then here comes Urena to go forward, and his last body left alive is going to get punished there by Zach. And here comes a come from behind victory, and that is going to do it. Edmonton Impact is going to be moving on.
1 down, 2 to go. Let's go! Zach.
Way to be, Zach.
Believe, huh? Believe, baby. Let's go, family on 3. Family. Hey.
Rumor has it, I'm a savage. Drop the classic, thinking back. Drop the classic, keep the savage. Let the magic, it's all the magic. Got a master, who was that? Living legend, meet the weapon. Mastermind, never tired. Tell them all, tell them all. Big dreams, I got big dreams since like baby. I've been joining forces with the likes of an A-team. Jumping off of buildings used to be so stimulating. Now I'm reaching new heights, I'ma need the off-white. Play with the fire, you get burned. All of my struggles became lessons well learned. I got desires that keep me grounded, that's for sure. Cause one day we gon' make it out this earth, where's your worth? I'm thinking you're talking, you got the wrong one. I'm taking your king and I leave him broken. If I am in second, it's after no one. Just give me a second to let them know. I'm the headline, the deadline. I'm ahead time, the rare kind. I'm a living legend, lethal weapon, master.
We are back here. 2025 Atlantic City Open. We are in the third set. Impact taking the field for the first time against the Tauntauns FSU. And also in this set, Red Legion going to be playing the Sea Dogs. What a great first game the Sea Dogs had as they took down Uprising. And see what the superstar team here, Impact, has to offer, as they are definitely a big favorite to win this event. I'm Maddie Marshall alongside Jen Folk, one of the best female players ever to do it. And also Mike Jeffrey, who is the editor of Great American Paintball, former professional coach as well, too. So, Jen, what do you think here? Impact versus the Tauntauns.
Man, that's a tough one. I'm just here for a good time, Maddie.
I mean, we are in Atlantic City, and we had a really good set in that first one here. So about to jump into this first point. Impact in the brown and black, and they're playing against Tauntauns, who are wearing the orange and the white. First body drop's going to be here for the Tauntauns. That's Spitzma taking the walk, trying to get into that can. So things looking good here to start out for Edmonton. Impact 5-on-4.
Tauntauns have the advantage of being warmed up, but Impact gets to scout them. So we'll see Impact great off the break shooting there. I believe it was Marcelo Margot shooting Spitzma coming forward to that can. Now Zach Yakimek developing forward as well. Dalton Vanderbilt getting out into the insert. Impact, interesting to see if they'll run two lines as they tend to in the prelims at these tournaments.
Yeah, Impact actually slight injury to Brandon Cornell in the practice session yesterday. It looked like he rolled his ankle, and but does draw the start here. But a double dose of attackers on that D side in point number one for this very deep all-star roster, as both Dalton and Brandon playing. On the start, Zach Yakimek going to release, get to the brick. This one-body advantage.
Yeah, and Zach actually took a little bit of a bouncer going into that center can off the break. You saw him check himself. So both teams queued up on that center can body off the break.
Interesting to see behind Zach Yakimek is Tyler Harmon, who I believe they're going to have play the one on this side. You know, you need some patience playing that South Electronics can. You got to be someone who can wait until the lane drops. I like the call. Tyler, you haven't seen him play the one in quite some time, I feel like.
I think that's a smart play call, though.
Totally.
Because Tyler, we just talked about this in the last set. If you guys didn't join us, thank you guys so much for joining us here to watch the best paintball players on earth. But this is a disciplined field. Ideally, whoever's on your starting five needs to be able to play defense or offense at any given time. And this snake is, we're not going to see a lot of guys take the snake off the break. You're going to be going to that tower, and you have to work your way in. So I think Tyler Harmon is a really smart positional player to put in that moment.
Looks like Marcelo getting a check, bumping out to that Dorito side Aztec, and it looks like he is good to go.
Yeah, but Brandon Cornell taking the walk here, so that is an untimely death. That does squander the advantage. It's now 4-on-4 here, even up on the body count.
Fedorov makes his move into Dorito 3 as well. Is that what you guys are calling that? I want to make sure I'm using the right names you guys are using.
We're going with D1 and D2 as the forward Doritos, and then either little or baby Dorito and back corner Dorito.
Okay, so currently Fedorov would be in what you guys are referring to as the Dorito 2. Okay. So Yakimek moves here into the snake side wedge. Try to get the drop on Fedorov over there, it looks like.
Yeah, good job by Zach creeping forward. Dalton now also coming into that Dorito side wedge. Going to just make sure Axel can't get into the snake over here. Tyler Harmon from that South Electronics bunker communicating cross field. Impact really making sure they keep Axel in check. Marcelo Margot, Dalton Vanderbilt, and Tyler Harmon all staying that way to make sure that Axel can't get into the snake.
Yeah, and I think you had it right, Maddie, about the discipline and the patience here on this layout. Big move here through the middle by Marky Franz. He's going to take out Yakimek, but he's going to get caught by Dalton.
Yeah, clean trade, but didn't know that Dalton was up in that mix as well, so that still gives impact. But it forced Dalton to come off of that lane. He does get the kill outside wide and stays alive, but that does allow Axel to get into the snake, so it's going to be a 2-on-2 situation as the dust settles. Forces a tactical retreat from Dalton, but he gets his eye dotted. Now there's just one body left alive. It's Tyler Harmon, but he gets a crossfield shot. So it's 1-on-1 with Axel Godin and Tyler Harmon. Who's going to put the team on the back in this battle of all-stars? Is it going to be Edmonton Impact? Tyler Harmon? No, it's Axel Godin. Man, if you win a gunfight, Tyler Harmon is one of the last guys of the 200 polo players that you would want to gunfight in this situation. But Axel is able to get it done, and he's unsure of the count. It does force a concession from Coach Dave Baines, and Tauntaun's going to put the first point on the board.
That's Axel Godin territory right there, though. You know what I mean? That's a move he's very familiar with. This is a position he's very familiar with. And not that Harmon's not by any means. Don't get it twisted, but you can definitely it felt like by Axel's body language he was very comfortable in that situation.
In the scramble, like we talk about in these points, right? Axel recognizing the scramble happening in the middle of the field. Dalton's gun has to switch to contend with Fedorov, takes advantage, gets into the snake, and connects in the one-on-one against Tyler Harmon.
Yeah, well executed. And, I mean, as good as you are, I mean, obviously Tyler, elite of elite in gunfighting, but sometimes, and so is Axel. That's why he's paintball famous too. But in that situation, when it came down to the one-on-one, it was so close that it pretty much was just a gunfight drill, a snapshot drill.
And I'm curious if either of them knew the full situation. You know what I mean? Like, what in both of their minds, what was actually happening on the other side of the field? Did they truly know what was? Because it all happened very quickly.
Well, when Axel's got that kills, we're jumping into point number 1 with Red Legion wearing the white and blue and a little bit of red on it as well too, and then solid red for the Sea Dogs here. And Sea Dogs strike early, getting a shot on Malloy on the break, but here comes Karslev already up into that D1 position. Karslev relentless over there. Sea Dogs are going to throw away their advantage by losing a gunfight. They do dip a body into the snake, though, with Shane Salmon.
I think he's undetected in the snake. I don't think they're shooting the gap into the snake 1.
No, I think you're right, Mike.
Yeah.
They don't know he's there. He hasn't touched the bunkers. The can would be on. Okay, now the can picked him up. Sergey picked him up.
So Salmon owns the snake side over here. 4-on-4 advantage. J-Rab now going to fill all the way into the snake. Great fill by Justin Rabikov. Communicating cross field. Both teams in the snake. We haven't seen a lot of this in the mid-game so far. Karslev all the way into that Dorito 2. So Russian Legion with a positional advantage, certainly. Offense on both sides. Salmon a little afraid of Karslev, and J-Rab now coming into the snake 4. The purple people eater, Justin Rabikov.
Karslev past the 50-yard line on that Dorito side, so play developing nicely here with Rabikov in snake 4, and Karslev on the Sea Dog side of the field. But J-Rab getting either, did he get shot on a bounce shot or did he just lose a gunfight?
I think he lost a gunfight to the back center, Maddie.
Wow.
J-Rab looked to the inside from the snake 3, and the back center here for Sea Dogs was posted on that.
So that's going to force a reposition here from Sergey. Goes up to the brick, try to keep Shane honest here in the snake. Shane pumping paint, crossfield at Karslev. Try to keep him from advancing even further onto their side of the field.
Yeah, if you're the Sea Dogs, if you pick up the count here, you just got to bunker that guy out of your side of the field. If you can do it safely, all you need is a trade. End up in a 3-on-2 if you can. Easier said than done with Sergey in that brick, though.
Yeah, so it's a 3-on-4 situation in favor of Legion, but Legion pushing the issue and playing the aggressor with Karslev on the Sea Dog side still and playing smart and tight over there. He hasn't really given him much at all. He realizes he's taken at least 2 guns, so there are 2 guns totally focused on Karslev, and that gives Kirill Pridny some freedom in the backfield, try to figure out where he wants to put his body. He's popping the top right now there, top left-hand side of your screen at that insert Aztec, thinking, okay, do I go help Karslev, or do I try to get my body over here in the snake?
Yeah, and I think the Sea Dogs feel a little content to just keep Karslev honest. Yeah, they're doing a little calm down motion, running low on paint. I think that's good recognition of who their opponent is. The Russian Legion, they want to play a lot of points. Even down a body here against the Royal City Sea Dogs, they might come launching. As long as the Sea Dogs can absorb the next punch from the Russian Legion, they'll be in great shape to put up a 1-0 lead. Honestly, if you're the Sea Dogs, you already love this. A long point. They kill Sergey out of the middle. Now 4-on-2. Sea Dogs got to be smart in the close here.
Mike, I think they could be losing. No, looks like he's going to be good to go. I thought they were going to lose Clayton Rizzardo for a second, but Rizzardo called clean, and it was a 4-on-1. So the first point's going to go to the Sea Dogs, just showing some good gunfighting prowess and a lot of discipline. They didn't freak out when Karslev was on their side. I liked how Karslev was playing that, but they did get the kill on Justin Rabikoff. That was huge, as Justin Rabikoff, icon of the year last year. So if you can get that body off, it's massive for your chances. I just also like the intensity that this rookie pro team is. They are jawing at the last year's season title holders, and it wasn't even close. Red Legion won the series title by a mile, and they won 2 events.
You know, I think it did show right there. Royal City Sea Dogs in their first match, they played 11 points, right? So they come out here, they're ready to gunfight. Russian Legion, first spin of the day, lose some gun battles to the rookies.
Tell you what, Shane Salmon has a chip on his shoulder the size of Gibraltar.
Impact down 1, same line, Maddie. Not rolling with the 2 lines, although maybe that's Nick Laval in the back center there for him. But surprising, I think, with Brandon Cornell down, potentially not able to go. Dalton playing the 1 over here. Impact, uncharacteristic to see them doing anything other than 2 lines on Friday of a tournament, and unable to shoot a body off the break. It's 5-on-5. Fedorov in that mini Dorito again.
Yeah, both teams electing to go pocket. Pretty much the exact same breakout, but Fedorov making his way into that first little Dorito quickly, as does Dalton now moving into the first little Dorito, as well as the push up the center to the center break for Impact.
Yeah, that's Nick Laval here, creeping through the middle. One of the best to come forward. They kill Fedorov, though, out of that mini Dorito, so 5-on-4 advantage. Nick Laval now gets into that wedge as well. It's going to make it hard for Axel to get into the snake.
Big fill out here by Bryce Gaudin, I believe, out to the Dorito corner. Looks like he's going to make it, and he does not make it. 2 bodies down for Tauntaun.
Yeah, great zone control here for Edmonton Impact, trying to get back into this match after spotting the Tauntauns that first one. They shoot Fedorov. No, they're going to try to fill with Bryce, and that traps 3 bodies here for the Tauntauns. They do get Axel into the snake, so that's solid, but it's a 4-on or 5-on-3 situation here in favor of Impact.
Yeah, that was a good job by Rainey Stanzak on the zone control from the back center, shooting Bryce on the fill. Now Tyler Harmon getting into the snake. Impact knows that Axel is crawling forward. Both teams in the snake, but big body advantage. Colombo, I believe, or no, Marky Franz does get out into the Dorito corner.
Referee chasing down Tyler. Looking for something on his pack as a couple players here reposition, another kill.
Oh, and he shot is Tyler Harmon. So, but just 2 bodies left alive now for the Tauntauns. I see another Tauntaun walking off.
Yep, 2 bodies left on 4 Impact players.
Good job by Zach Yakimek to retreat and work his way back over to the snake side. Love this. Oh, man, no. A little too he does get shot a little too sloppy, but Axel gets shot by Nick Laval at the same time. So a 3-on-1 now for Impact as the dust settles here. Down 1. But they got Laval, Dalton, and Rainey still alive. As soon as Nick figures out that's just the corner, yeah, he gets his eye dotted, so Impact going to tie it up.
That was a nice shooting from Marky Franz from that Dorito corner all the way over here to hold that zone on that, what do we call it, South Electronics can there.
Yeah. Zach Yakimek just didn't have his depth quite right, slams into the bunker. Impact tying it up.
Yeah, Axel and Harmon both playing it super patient in that can. Like you said, Maddie, earlier, that's got to be the most disciplined spot on this field, I think, is that snake side can.
Absolutely. Seen some guys talk about it. They don't necessarily like playing the spot, but it remains important.
Very.
Well, it's where else are you going to send them? There's no back corner. The snake's very hard to make. You have to send someone to the can. If you don't send someone to that can, okay, so you're not going to have anyone in the snake. You're not. I mean, it's almost a must-have position every single point, which also makes it shoot because you can shoot it. We are watching some guys get shot there. I would not want to play that spot either because you have a lot of responsibility at that South Electronics can.
And even to your point, even if you do send a snake, you still need someone in the can. Because
Yes.
what happens is if you kill the snake, they're going to zone control before the can. You're not making it out to the can.
Absolutely,
so
Jen. Absolutely.
That's a tough spot for sure.
Let's see what Royal City Sea Dogs have here. 1-point lead against Russian Legion.
Legion sending Karslev back corner bunker on the D side makes it clean. And then off to the races very quickly. 2 bodies coming off. Quick kills here for Legion. Legion trying to ramp up the aggression. They do lose Justin Rabakov again, though. But Karslev feeling no pressure. He's going to run through, dice up that baby Dorito. Stays alive in the back corner. Punker a little 2-pack here to close, as you cannot take pressure off Karslev.
Yeah, that was fast. You could tell Red Legion are saying, we are going to play at our pace out here. J-Rab looked a little frustrated. I think he might have been frustrated with the play call because he did the slingshot around Malloy in the South Electronic and got blasted. He gave a look back to the pit, but in the end it didn't matter because Karslev was just too much for the Sea Dogs.
Yeah, there's a lot of there's a handful of players that are what you could define as the true hyper-aggressive players of this sport, and Karslev is right out of the textbook. If you don't put pressure on him, and by pressure meaning guns his way, if he's not feeling his bunker be shot, if you're not whizzing paintballs an inch off the area that he wants to head check you and then run through that gap, he's going to take ground.
Yeah, and I'm very interested to see how Red Legion continues to play the pace out here because everyone says discipline, it's going to be slow developing. Russian Legion often refuse to play that way regardless of what the layout dictates. They impose themselves.
Yeah,
absolutely.
They're talking about that specific, that was why they were the series champs. It didn't really matter what the layout was or what the meta of paintball is. Like, no, we're going to play aggressive, we're going to play a ton of points, we're only going to play with 5 guys, and we're going to beat you. And they only lost to a handful of teams all year last year. So jumping back into this next one here, locked up at 1 between Impact and the Tauntauns. 5-on-5 break, 8:18 on the clock. First bite, man, Fedorov needs to tighten it up. Fedorov is having some bad beats out here early on. If he's going to be the main attacker on the D side, then he needs to stay alive in that spot.
Zach Yakimek, and then that might be Brandon out there getting his first spin for Impact in the Dorito tower. Another body, 2 more bodies coming out for the Tauntauns. Expect a concession before too long. Axel's still out there, so they might roll with it for a bit. Looks like it's the Gaudin brothers remaining for the Tauntauns, but looking at 5 Impact players.
Yeah, it's even on the score, and there's still 7:45 to go. Maybe give the Gaudin brothers a little chance to see if they can summon some sort of low-body magic.
Some fraternal magic here, perhaps, from the Gaudins. But Tyler Harmon knows where they are. He's communicating with Zach Yakimek forward in that Hertz tower. Zach continuing to shark forward to that snake side 50 wedge. Impact, you could tell between Zach and Nick Laval, they really like hunting through this middle and the close.
And here comes Tyler Harmon, going to help Zach out. Realize probably at this point in time, as Brandon Cornell moves up as well, that they're only facing 2 bodies. Good zone control to get the shot on Axel as he tries to retreat to that back center. Just his brother Bryce left, and he's going to get tapped out. Man, did Bryce miss practice? I don't understand what's going on here.
Going back to your point. Go ahead, Mike.
Go ahead.
No, I was just...
All you, Jen.
No, I was just going to comment on the Fedorov thing. I mean, going back to what you were saying about Karslev, I feel like that's kind of what we need out of Fedorov right now. You know what I mean? I feel like it's a very similar kind of mentality about Fedorov. It's like if you give him an inch, he's going to take a mile, and historically, and obviously he's been playing a long time. He knows what to do, but I feel like that's kind of what Tauntauns needs right now is a little bit more of that traditional Fedorov.
Sometimes your best hitter goes over 4.
100%.
Sometimes the tailback that's, or, your running back that typically is putting up 150 yards with 3 TDs is getting stopped.
Yep.
But then the question is, do we put our backups in? Because it's still Fedorov.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
I'm at this rate, based on that first match and what I've seen so far, I'm giving Hugo an opportunity.
Even if it's only for a pointer.
Right. Just give him a chance. If he gets shot early, stupid, okay, we go right back to Fetty. But like giving the guy an opportunity if someone else isn't cutting it. I think it's good for just accountability measures as well. Obviously, you need your stars to get going. Got to assume he's going to be a part of the recipe if you're going to win the whole tournament.
Absolutely.
So 10 seconds to go before the start of this next one here. Legion with a real quick one to tie it up. So see if the Sea Dogs can adjust to the tempo that Red Legion's going to try to bring this. A little bit of a misstart here for the Sea Dogs. Able to tag up. So that body lives, but they lose their back center. Might be losing this snake as well, too.
The refs come in to check about 4 bodies at once. It's going to be a minor on the Sea Dogs. Russian Legion suddenly, after taking that first warm-up point, are just sharking, winning in about, 15 seconds?
I mean, the shooting off the break from Red Legion is just, historically and here today, it's just outstanding. I think that's not really a surprise to anybody.
Yeah.
They play a lot of paintball. The ask from the Red Legion camp, if you're going to play on that team, is that you really do dedicate yourself to this. They'll compensate you, but they need a lot out of you for that. And what that has really done for them is it's paid great dividends. When I coach divisional teams from last season, I'll ask them, hey, tip of your tongues, what are the 2 teams that were big last year? And they go, PB Fit. I'm like, yep, they won the world title, so absolutely. Who else? They're like, Red Legion. I'm like, who do you think plays the most paintball in the entire pro league? Yeah, it's Red Legion and PB Fit.
Yep.
So this is not a giant mystery out here. Yeah, and what does that do? That makes your off-the-break shots just lasered in, and it causes 15-second points here, Mike, because that's the quickest point we've seen out here so far.
And a quick turnaround for Impact and Tauntauns in this one. That can throw you off a little bit. Impact not running with their 2 lines. Up 1, 6 minutes left. 5-on-5 breakout for both teams here.
So, yeah, Impact going Dalton as the first attacker D side. Laval's getting another spin. Margot out there as well, too. 5-on-5 break, but Axel got in. Impact lets him into the snake. See, somebody dropped his own.
They did pick it up. They didn't have anyone on the cross shot there, so I think he just got through Tyler Harmon's gun.
Yeah, I actually take that back. They didn't drop the zone. Axel just ran through it.
I was about to say, I think that's just part of Axel's expertise on that role right there. I think they did have Nick Laval in that center can looking Axel's way, but I think that is a little bit of a tough position to try to hold that zone by yourself, and it looks like Harmon's going to make his way into the snake as well.
Spitzma picks it up. The Tauntauns calling it. Both teams aware that their opponent is in the snake. Both teams in the center. Brick fairly matched up. Fedorov in the mini Dorito. Now Bryce Gaughan tries to fill out. Sloppy job. He gets eaten up by Rainey Stanzak in the back center. So now 5-on-4 advantage for Impact.
Yeah, already down to 5.5 minutes left in this one. So a little bit more of a low-scoring match. Axel Godin mirrored up with Tyler Harmon, both in Snake 3. Tyler down the sideline, Harmon looking inside. Harmon looking inside, Axel down the sideline.
Maddie, and this is what I was talking about before. If this point goes another 2 minutes, it becomes a gotta have it, not just a random mid-match point, right? If your Tauntauns really don't want to go down 2 with under 2 minutes left on the clock, of course, plenty of time before we get to that.
Great fills here from Marcelo Margot to get out behind his boy Tyler Harmon. Shout out Play the Game podcast, and a good fill from Rainey to get outside containment on the D side, get out into outside back bunker to Dalton, also going to get to the little Dorito.
Fedorov pushing into the first large Dorito over there, but Dalton also moves into the little mini wing as well.
No surprise, it looks like Impact, with maybe the highest collective paintball IQ of any team out here, seems to have perfect field understanding, and the kill of Axel out of the snake. Tyler Harmon now owns this entire wire, barring a miracle. It's looking great for Impact. Maybe something short of a miracle, but
a little bit of a tough death for Axel out here. Tyler's going to get that inside kill on Spitzma. Yeah, even just a couple bodies out there left alive for the Tauntauns, both middle over to the D side.
Jen was making the motion for the towel. I wonder if they're thinking margin a little bit here. Let the clock run down a little bit. You still have enough time to score 2 points after this one, but you're really in that middle zone.
Well, they dropped their first game to damage by 2.
Right.
Oh, Tyler.
Great shot there by Marky Franz.
But Fedorov dies, so it's just Marky Franz in the back center. Marcel calling his shot. Marcel has one of the most distinctive get-out calls in the entire league. It's like shrill and a little angry, but he's usually right. He usually did shoot the guy when he says it.
I can't even remember the last time that Marcelo said get out and the guy wasn't shot.
Yeah.
Because that's not the case for a lot of guys in this
Also,
league.
what I love there is Harmon got shot out of the 50 snake. You could tell he was frustrated. He had his head down. And then he sees the same guy get shot by Marcelo. And the first thing Tyler does is fist pump in the air saying, hey, Marcelo's got my back, you know? Love to see that. Teamwork makes the dream work. You know what I'm saying? This is a team game.
Tyler Harmon just seems like the ultimate high-energy, positive teammate. Reminds me of Kevin Garnett, the Boston Celtics great, in just this total high energy all the time.
Glad you brought that up, because I will meet people offline, and if Tyler comes up, they'll be like, some people that don't know him think it's an act. I'm like, no, it's not an act. He's like that all the time.
Doc Rivers, the coach of the Celtics, said the same thing about Kevin Garnett when they picked him up. He was like, yeah, I thought his whole thing was a spiel. And then at the second day of practice, he realized it wasn't. But here we go. Red Legion now, after losing the first, they do lose that Kirill off the Dorito side. So Royal City Sea Dogs able to get a body advantage. Stop the bleeding a little bit. Slow the Red Legion down a little bit.
Legion gets set up here in the center to cut off the snake lane, keeping the Sea Dogs in the pocket. But it looks like Karslev makes his way out to the Dorito corner, so he's a little bit wider than the Sea Dogs on the Dorito side.
So much more time left in this one, ladies and gentlemen. 10:38 still to go here. Slight lead by Red Legion, though.
Royal City Sea Dogs dumping paint from that mini Dorito, trying to keep Malloy out of there. I think Malloy is going to be one of the more difficult people to keep from that zone. He's so good at reading paint and just moving where you're not shooting.
Yeah, and you can see how much J-Rab trusts Malloy, too, because J-Rab makes his way out to the little Dorito in front of Karslev, kind of stacking bodies over there. And, of course, we have Sergey here in the center blocking off the snake side. But you're trusting that Malloy's going to, do his job there in that can, and I think that's huge.
Nice move by Clayton Rosardo to get up the field a little bit, get out of that back center. Still 5 alive here for the Sea Dogs, 5 alive for Red Legion.
Big move by Karslev up into the Dorito 2, I think you guys are calling that.
Yeah,
at the 40-yard line.
No surprise, though, Legion playing the aggressor here.
Yeah, I think this Rosardo player in the South Electronics tower might have gotten shot in the pack. Two refs checking. Salmon comes through and shoots Sergey.
So no penalty assessed on that run through by Shane. So 4-on-4 situation here, but 4-on-3 where the other body.
Because Sergey and Kirill have both taken the ball.
That's right. So, but it's still not looking bad for Legion. They have a 1-point lead, and Karslev is alive into that D2 position. With looks like Justin Rabikoff. Is he taking the walk? No, Justin Rabikoff, but Karslev's taking the walk. So now Malloy's going to get in the snake, but here comes a push from the Sea Dogs down the D side. They run down Justin Rabikoff, and then they're going to pinch out Malloy to tie this game up here. So beautiful and potent signs of life from the Sea Dogs, even though playing defense against Red Legion's offense, working out for them.
We're noticing that if the point goes long and slows down, Royal City Sea Dogs are winning. The chaotic points, Russian Legion. So for the Sea Dogs, it's kind of being able to absorb some of that attack. A kill off the break was the difference in the 2 points they won. So the kill off the break and then not panicking has been the recipe for the Sea Dogs. For Red Legion, they're going to be all gas pedal all the time, but so far, only 50% success rate with that pace on this field, Jen.
Yep.
Yeah, and looking at this replay here, you can see that J-Rab saw Karslev get shot, so I like that fill out wide, but just a great react and attack from the Sea Dogs, and didn't even need to trade with J-Rab, it looks like, but had that second attacker very close to the first attacker, so liking what I'm seeing as far as teamwork and timing here for the Royal City Sea Dogs.
Those were the brothers, too, as well. So you want to talk about chemistry as the Rosardo brothers over there on the Dorito side making those moves together. But, I mean, shout out Nick Campbell as well. He was playing the South Electronics can against Malloy, and that's, like, to your point about discipline, man, you can't, like, you got to keep your head straight when you're in a can battling against one of the greatest to ever do it.
Looks like Brandon Cornell getting another rep again on a bit of an injured ankle, but tough dude. I've seen that guy dislocate his shoulder, put it back in, and continue to play the point multiple times years ago. Impact doubling up that back center. Same with the Tauntauns. Tauntauns down by 2, just 3.5 minutes to go, and the Tauntauns going to launch up the middle.
5-on-5 breakout. Tauntauns look like they're sending Fedorov forward through the middle. Impact definitely knows he's there. They got 2 guns in the back center, just dumping paint, recognizing the situation with 3 minutes left. Tauntauns are going to have to find a way to get forward. It's going to be tough the way Impact's set up, but not enough time to work with to dilly-dally here. Axel definitely wants to be in that snake. It's going to be really hard to do with Brandon Cornell on the cross from the mini Dorito. Zach Yakimek hunting in that center brick, playing both sides. He has some freedom with a lot of guns rolling behind him to kind of hunt.
Impact choosing to still double up that back center, but staying down very low and safe in that position and just pumping paint through those lanes. Don't hate that at all here with the 2-point lead, only 2.5 minutes left to go. And they took a little bit of ground early with Zach up that middle, and then get Brandon Cornell to the little Dorito. I like this. I like it, though, for Impact.
What I don't understand about Tauntauns is they're shooting the snake gap, trying to keep Tyler out. You're down 2 with the clock going. Fedorov now looking to come forward through the middle. But let's worry about generating offense. Obviously, you need to hold your zones, but Impact is content where they are to roll their guns. They're not going to come streaking through. Here comes Fedorov now through the middle, though. trades with Zach Yakimek. That's not going to do much for the Tauntauns' attack.
Well, yeah, it takes Zach out, but they need to get Axel and the Snake. For a good 30 seconds, Axel is still looking towards the D side. There's a minute and 50 seconds left. You're down by 2. Axel needs to get in the Snake at some point soon.
He's going through 2 guns. It's hard to do.
I'm not saying it's easy, but it has to happen.
But what I'm actually think that needs to happen is this mini Dorito player who's playing the cross. Don't worry about Tyler Harmon. Try to get it up into that second Dorito. Okay, now Tyler Harmon coming off. So the window opening for Tauntaun slightly.
Yeah, Mike and Jen, it's going to make it a little bit easier. Still has to worry about Marcelo's gun, and look at the way Axel's going in. Intelligent play call there by Axel got in to get in the Snake, but they lose their center attacker.
Yeah, Fabrice Colombo didn't see Brandon Cornell make the move forward into the Dorito side. Brandon comes inside and dices him up. Axel shooting inside with a minute left, down 2 points. Don't like it.
To your point about margin, though, Jeff, I mean,
yeah.
They lost their first match by 2.
Right.
They're down 2 now, so, I mean, it's going to come down to that maybe potential 2-2 chance of moving on, and you're going to need a better margin than that. So I'd focus on winning this point, to your point about earlier with Fedorov sitting on the inside from that little Dorito. I don't know if that was necessarily in terms of the time kill.
Yeah, and now the important thing is you got to make sure you close this.
Mm-hmm.
It's still a 3-on-3. It's not automatic. They do kill Brandon Cornell, though. Marky Franz now hunting through the middle. It's just Marcelo and Rainey, but Rainey pops the top. He gets the drop on Marky Franz. He kills. Oh, I think he might have traded with Axel.
No, did not put a ball on Axel. So Axel's going to run in with 22 seconds left to go to bring this to a 1-point match. A chaotic close here for the Tauntauns. I don't hate the attack with Fedorov up the middle, but somebody has to play off of that chaos when he goes to try to get some outside forward progression, which didn't happen, so they had to do it the hard way. Eventually, they were able to get it done, but Impact in a bend don't break moment. Yeah, they did squander the margin a bit, but with just 23 seconds left, this is a big ask for the Tauntauns to try to go and score a 22-second point against Edmonton Impact. It's going to be a very difficult proposition for them. Definitely possible, though. Definitely possible. But advantage Impact for sure as we're looking at this close.
It's a big point regardless, right? To go -3 on the day instead of -4, -5. One big win tomorrow and you're back to 0. You can give yourself an opportunity. Oh, no. Be sitting at 0-2, though.
No, it was good for the margin, for sure. And good job by Axel because it was a beautiful move by Rainey.
Oh, yeah.
To try to crack that open from the defensive position. The first body didn't see him, but Axel, after he shot Marcelo, kept his head on a swivel and not only didn't trade, but shot Rainey clean.
5-on-5 breakout. It looks like Sergey coming through the middle, as is Kirill, but they lose J-Rab out of the back center. J-Rab catching some in this first match against the Sea Dogs.
Well, I'll tell you what, a body we haven't seen on the roster as Legion losing Karslev as well, too. Leo Smotrov on the bench here for Red Legion. And I asked him, I'm like, hey, is Smotrov going to play? And they're like, oh, it depends on how a starting 5 goes, but possible, yeah, probably get some reps.
3-on-5, make it a 3-on-4 as the Sea Dogs lose one. Kirill, oh, wow, that should have been a minor on Kirill if you ask me. Yes, and they call it. Great job by the refs there. Sergey's going to get pulled on the minor. So it's just Malloy left looking at 3 Sea Dogs. If you are the Sea Dogs, be smart. This is Alexander Borodnikov in a 3-on-1. And they are going to shoot him. So the Sea Dogs going to take a 1-0 lead again. Able to kill one off the break, absorb a center push from Kirill there. Sea Dogs are doing a really nice job hanging with the big boys from Russia.
Absolutely, Mike. They have a chance to win this game, which would be massive for their program. But as an emerging fan now for the Sea Dogs, what a great look. I don't care what happens in this game for them. They're a rookie pro team. They already beat Uprising. They're up a point here against Legion. They're hanging with them on pace. They're hanging with them on discipline. No matter what happens today, this is a big step forward for the Sea Dogs in their program.
Absolutely.
Still a lot of time left on the clock, too. And obviously this game here with Tauntaun's Impact could be their last point of the match.
Yeah.
Which would send the other game into X-Ball, which could play a factor.
That's a great point, Jen, in Red Legion's advantage, right? They want to play a lot of points. They want to play fast pace. They're used to playing a ton of paintball. The Sea Dogs might not have the same level of cardio. If you're the Sea Dogs, long way to go. You can't say we're up 1 against the Russians. We've done it.
Yep, and that last point, also the one big factor is just surviving the break against the Russians, you know? I mean, I think that's huge. Because obviously we've seen what happens when the Russians kill 1 or 2 off the breaks.
And and they're kind of content to pocket up a little bit, the Sea Dogs, which can be a dangerous thing, right? Especially with the Russians, if they're getting wide against you. It's like, hey, you got to take some ground against them. So far, sucking in, getting a kill off the break, and absorbing pressure has been the recipe for them.
So we've got about 30 seconds to go before the start of this next one. It will be a full court press, staggered attack here for the Tauntauns. They have the players to do this. Fedorov's just been amazing at this throughout the years. Axel Godin, he's going to be great at this. Look for Colombo and Marky Franz to be trailing. And then see, they're going to go with that 5th body. It's going to be Spitzma.
We haven't seen a ton of him, actually, this match, but a very good player coming through the center is Spitzma. 22 seconds left.
Would be great for the Tauntauns' chances. They go heavy guns to start things out. They do lose Fedorov, though, as he tried to go wide. And then here comes the staggered attack with 3 bodies for the Tauntauns up the middle. Axel Godin cracks through the 50. Colombo takes the walk. No, Spitzma takes the walk. Colombo's still alive. Godin gets shot. They almost collide in the middle as we're reaching these last few seconds. And it looks like Impact is going to be able to seal up the victory here. So the Tauntauns going to go 0-2 on day 1 with a -3. Impact survives the trial here in this close battle. They're going to go 1-0. Have to play the Hurricanes, who won their first game by the mercy rule against Leverage. That should be a good match. It's coming up around noon here. As we're looking at the replay, almost a collision, barrel to barrel.
Zach really gave him a lot right there.
Zach won the standoff.
Yeah.
They went barrel to barrel. Zach didn't flinch.
I mean, there's strategy there, too, man. You get a penalty drawn on the other team, you go up on a whole extra point because we're in that under 60 seconds. You know, there's strategy to everything.
Yeah,
absolutely, Jen. Yeah. Absolutely.
Sometimes that's the best move, right?
Yep.
Is to, shoot someone and then try to draw the major on them intentionally. It's a good call, Jen. Sometimes that's really your best bet. Under 30 seconds left. It's a tough ask to hit the buzzer, but if you can draw a major on somebody, that's just as good. But now,
and if you're Impact, you certainly don't want to get a major,
Red Legion going to kill the South Electronics. I believe that's Campbell. Huge kill for Red Legion to go up 5-on-4 off the break.
Yeah, Nick Campbell taking the walk, and here comes Kirill Peridny after shooting from that back center. He's going to double up at the brick with Sergei Solnaisko, but they are going to lose Karslev, so no attacker out wide here. But here comes the push from the Royal City Sea Dogs all the way into D2, and I don't think they know he's there. So he's going to get the free kill, trailed by the referee. Looks like a trade. He got shot by the tower. So chaos here in this point. Going to be a 3-on-3 situation, I believe. Yeah, with it's 3-on-3 in favor of no one. But on the scoreboard, Sea Dogs here as we crack the 7-minute mark.
Yes, Sergey Malloy and Kuzman against Salmon and Chantler and Rosardo, I believe, over there.
Yeah, so we're seeing Kuzman for the first time here at this event. The Tiger King is at the South Electronics scan, alive in the chaos. Malloy gets a check from the ref. Looks like he's good to go.
Yeah, they sat J-Rab on this one. Kuzman now getting into the snake, backed up by Malloy. Sergey is in the center brick, just making sure that the Sea Dogs can't develop another Dorito attack. Sergey, one of the biggest guns in the league. And the Sea Dogs content to kill some clock right here. Sea Dogs. Oh, but they're really bad death by Chandler there out of the South Electronics. Can't just gun battling with Malloy, I believe. Now Russian Legion owns the snake.
Yeah, Mike, you can't die. I know that's a tough spot, right? Oh, and another death, and looks like Shane's going to launch here. So tough situation here for the Sea Dogs. It was even on the count after the scramble, 3-on-3, up a point, but you just can't lose that gunfight. If you lose that gunfight against anybody, that's a problem, but especially against the Russians.
Yeah, it opens the door right away. I think if you're the Sea Dogs, you want to shorten this match. Would have liked to see this get under 5 minutes in a tie game. It's going to be 5:37 left on the clock and tied.
And we're in X-Ball.
And we're in X-Ball against the Russians who want to keep the gas pedal going. It's a tie game, but it's advantage Russians right now. The Sea Dogs were able to hang tough in those early points. But I think now that the pace is going to get ramped up.
Wondering if, so Kuzman just played really well on that point. Are you going to continue to sit J-Rab, the icon of the year last year, or did you just give him a little bit of rest and to think a little bit on some of these early deaths? I would put J-Rab back out.
Yeah, I give J-Rab one to sit, catch his breath for a second in pure X ball and run him right back out
I think
there.
you also asked J-Rab. You know, J-Rab's been doing this long enough to know, hey, how does he feel in the moment? You know what I think? And I think that says a lot about a player, what decision they make in that moment.
Yeah, here's a replay of Sergei Slonaiskov. Nice little fill out wide. And after that death from Chandler, it was curtains.
Jen, to your point, as a coach, sometimes you ask guys, and it's less about what they say and how they say it, too. You gain a lot of information from that. You might say a guy, hey, you want to go again? And they're almost always going to say yes, but there's a really convicted yes and a yes where it feels like the guy's just trying to say the right thing.
Right, and I think that it also goes back to trust, though, because, I mean, I've been in a situation where, like, you know, you feel like you might be having a rough day and you need to get yourself together and whatever that may mean for you, and then some other guy that might not be the starter is, you know, stepping up and you have faith in him, and you just have to, you know, I think there's a fine line between confidence and being realistic with yourself and being honest, and, you know, I think J-Rab's a super intelligent player, and, you know, from overhearing him in the pit, he seems like a very team-oriented guy, and I don't know. I think it'll be interesting to see, you know, what happens here, if he sends himself back out or if we see Kuzmin again.
Well, as we joke sometimes, but there's definitely a lot of truth in it, that as a coach, you're basically 15% a psychologist, 25% strategist, 25% tactician. But a lot of it has to do with the psychology of your players.
Sure. Looks like Kuzmin's going to get the spin again.
Yep, so Malloy playing the 2 behind Kuzmin on the snake side over here in this tie game against the Royal City Sea Dogs. Let's see if the Sea Dogs can generate a kill off the break. That's been their recipe so far. Karslev going to the mini Dorito off the break. They don't get a kill, however. 5-on-5 breakout. Royal City Sea Dogs taking some ground. They lose Salmon out of the forward can.
But they get up into D1, that 30-yard line spot, and they shoot Sergey, so it's 4-on-4.
Yeah, that was from that Dorito. He came in into that Dorito, came up high and on the inside and connected on Sergey. Nice job by the Sea Dogs to even the body count 4-on-4.
That is the first place, in my opinion, that you look from that Dorito is on the inside for that center can.
Absolutely. And now Karslev coming forward on the Dorito side.
But you can see here the secondaries here from Russian Legion. I think it speaks volumes about their experience. And huge move by Malloy getting from the back center all the way into the snake here for Red Legion. And he's going to push here down into snake 3, potentially right into the 50.
Yeah, Jen, great fill here from Malloy as gun shifting to Pavel Karslev, who got into that D1, and Malloy's going to wrap around and get a kill on that back center.
That's Chandler taking the walk out of the back center for Sea Dogs.
Yep. Yeah, they didn't pick him up, Malloy, when he made that slingshot move behind Kuzmin. So he comes into the snake 3 and immediately wraps on Chandler and kills him. Now Kirill hunting through the middle for Red Legion. Karslev up on the Dorito side, standing tall. Russian Legion really developing their attack. Malloy is onto Sea Dog side of the field here. So is Kirill. Now so is Karslev. Kuzman backing them up. Wow, good zone control. I believe that was
Campbell. Yeah, Campbell's trying to make something happen here, but unfortunately not able to do it for the Sea Dogs. But Legion's starting to look pretty good, starting to look like themselves. Does look like Malloy rips his hopper off, might have had some pain issues. Another good point from Kuzmin, so we'll probably see him again. And Karslev getting into real good position.
Yeah, the difference is if the Sea Dogs don't kill one off the break, they're having trouble with Red Legion's attack. Being able to absorb a full 5-person press from the Red Legion is a tough ask for any team. I don't care if you're rookies from Canada or vets from California or Texas.
Yeah, I mean, the secondary moves from the Red Legion throughout history are just so well coordinated, and I think it's hard when you're the opponent to that team is just keeping up with each one of those moves because they're so dynamic, especially you have a double moves to the center, you've got a slingshot over here on the snake side. That's tough to keep up with for sure.
Well, that's why they won the series title last year. I mean, if the clouds parted and God brought down his best 5 archangels to have to play against Legion, they would probably be a really good match. That's how good Legion is when they're dialed. And they're starting to dial it in right. Again, this is their first game. And the Sea Dogs warmed up in a real solid win over Uprising. But again, no matter what happens today, this is a really good look for the Sea Dogs.
For sure.
You know, you think about those biblically accurate angels with thousands of eyes. They'd be wearing a crazy mask.
Yeah, what type of goggles?
I think they would have to be wearing the angel eyes. If you don't know what the angel eyes are, they're kind of like a myth. So just go ahead and Google that real quick. Angel eyes paintball mask, and you'll see the joke.
I've never seen one in person. I've seen pictures, but
it's like an urban legend.
It is.
You know?
Yeah.
So 1 point lead here for Legion. Sergey ready to go as we follow him out. First body from either team. Looks like Campbell. He's ready to go. First body out for the Sea Dogs.
Now we got Shane Salmon here.
Oh, Shane
dapping
Salmon.
up Sergey. They've had a really good back and forth game, those two, I think, in the center, pushing through the center. At the beginning of the match, they were kind of jawing at each other. You know,
Yeah.
you love to see it, but
I'm starting to become a Shane Salmon fan because he just plays with that cocky swagger that makes it extra entertaining, and he's good, too.
if I remember correctly, I don't like he's an original member of the Sea Dogs, but I don't think he played with them last year in semi-pro. So I think he came back this year to join them on the pro level, but I don't think he played last year, if I remember correctly.
I would like to not see him play that forward can this one. I feel like that's become a tough spot for Royal City Sea Dogs in this match. Just with the pace that Red Legion is playing on the Dorito side and how killable that spot is. I'd like to see Salmon develop somewhere else up the middle in this one.
Well, this is gut check time as they're in the deep water. Just down 1 point against our series title holders. With the win already on the board, let's see what the Sea Dogs are made of here. Oh, they're going to be losing both Campbell and Salmon off the break, but they do shoot 2 as well. Fortunately for the Sea Dogs, Karslev's already into D2 at the 40-yard line.
And he took it off the break.
Yeah, he took
Man.
he took it off the break. Just one body left alive now for the Sea Dogs. Oh, but he's going to kill Karslev, so it's a 2-on-1. So I believe Dylan Rizzardo over there for the Sea Dogs looking at Kuzman and Malloy for the Red Legion.
I think that's Clayton Rizzardo, actually.
He's
just a little taller.
So a 2-on-1. No one knows the count. Kuzman crawling forward, still checking off different spots. Malloy definitely knows where Rizzardo is and just going to clap him up, heads up before Kuzman has the opportunity. Red Legion taking a 2-point lead. Really don't like the play call, the running gun to the snake in the South Electronics Tower off the break by Royal City Sea Dogs. Both those guys get absolutely clapped up.
Now, luckily for them, they were able to get a couple kills themselves to make it interesting, but
Right.
This is the risk versus reward. Again, you have to incur some type of risk in order to win paintball tournaments. And so they risked Karslev essentially off the break into D2. And yeah, even though it ended up even on the count, he was in such a good position at an unconventional position to take off the break, and he made him pay right away.
Yeah, nicely done. Sea Dogs might be an opportunity for a timeout right here in X-Ball against Red Legion. You've lost 3 unanswered now. Have the Sea Dogs kind of got to get back to the recipe of getting 5 alive and a kill off the break, if you ask me. I don't think they have the overhand right to match Red Legion, so stick with counter-punching and good defense, in my opinion.
Yeah, it was a good gunfight there from Clayton Rizzardo, as Karslev took a little bit too big of a bite. He didn't have to run and try to shoot him running and gunning because Rizzardo had a bunker. Karslev did not. So a little bit too much out of Karslev, but you know, he's that type of guy. Talk about overhand right. He's the overhand right for them.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if them sending him all the way to that Dorito 2 off break was in anticipation of, is Sea Dogs going to attempt to take the snake? And if they do and they make it and we don't shoot them, I'm going to be the thorn in the side. You know what I mean?
I'm already here. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
And to the point about, one of the big benefits of taking, a far Dorito spot off the break is the kills on the center can here that are pretty much, it seems like, are always hot, at least at some point in the early game.
It's a great point, too. And also, Red Legion, when they were dying on the short spots.
Yep.
Right? So it's like, let's test you on the deep routes now. And so far, Sea Dogs have not been able to answer that. I think Lopez getting a spin out there for Red Legion. Kuzman back in there. We haven't seen J-Rab in 3 points now. But Red Legion scoring 3 unanswered. Oh, but they lose Malloy out of the back center. 5-on-4 advantage for the Sea Dogs. Here is your opportunity to get back in this match. Down 2 minutes and 35 seconds left.
So Sea Dogs sending Salmon to the South Electronics can here, and they're going to send Mark, I'm going to butch this, Mark Galakowski, I think is how you pronounce that.
You nailed it. Yeah, you nailed it.
Up to the center here. And actually, historically, when they were playing semi-pro, I feel like Mark played the center quite a bit. So excited to see what he can do up here in the center for Sea Dogs.
Yeah, I like that they went away from that forward can. That had become a bad spot for them. Karslev does get out wide for Red Legion into that wall.
Well, Galakowski's in a good spot if he can stay on that snake lane.
Looks like he's
If
hunting
Kuzmin goes, he's hunting for it, though.
It's only a minute 45 left. Here comes Sergey. He's going to, Galikowski's going to die without taking anyone with him. So now 4-on-4, just a minute 30 left and a 2-point lead for Red Legion. Getting tough out here. Kuzmin goes gun up into the snake. So really dominant positions now for Red Legion with a 2-point lead. Oh, bad death, though, by Kuzmin, however. And a bad death by, I believe that was Sebastian Lopez. So
Yeah.
now a 3-on-2 advantage Sea Dogs.
4-on-2, I believe.
4-on-2.
But only a minute and 15 seconds left here. They have a +3 as it stands after that win, but +1 actually if it ended up this way. So this is an important point for their spread.
Absolutely, and Salmon owns the whole snake side. He knows it. It's just that Dorito corner. Should just be a matter of time for Salmon. Yep, he's going to come down, shoot him in. Doesn't shoot him. Could work on his running and gunning a little bit there, but hits the buzzer. That's all that matters.
So
Tell me how you really feel, Mike.
So a 1-point match here with 53 seconds left to go. Thumbs up from the referee means the point is good. So great close there by Shane Salmon, but just some tough deaths there for Legion.
I think
a pretty crucial moment.
The first one being Kuzmin. I think that's a tough death for Kuzmin out of the Snake Aztec here.
Here comes Kirill Peridny, one of the masters in this game, runs all the way out to the sideline to try to get a creative angle on it, but not able to get that kill. So another good one by Rosardo, another good one by Salmon on the close.
1-point game. It's a 1:11 on the clock.
And to your point, Matt, I mean, even if this doesn't go Sea Dogs' way, I think it's one that they're, definitely going to take home and be a little bit more proud of,
It's a really good day for the Sea Dogs going into day 2 with, your fate in your hands to play on Sunday in your second tournament in pro.
Yeah, that's what you want. Ideally, you want it to be up to you, right? So they go into day 2, sitting with the win, potential loss here. We'll see what ends up happening after. I mean, hey, in some universe, they shoot a couple bodies on the break, able to march down the field and tie this up. We go into an entertaining overtime. Who knows? But regardless, even if it ends this way, they'll still be 1-1 with a positive point spread, which, again, for a rookie pro team, having to play Uprising, who's been looking really good, and Legion, the series title holders, that's not a bad day at all.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I didn't really expect to see much out of the Sea Dogs. They were a team that, bought a spot from Blast Camp.
1-3 at the first event.
1-3 at the first event. I mean, they actually looked good at the first event. I was just like, this is a semi-pro team that won World Cup but didn't win the pro spot. That was leverage. I don't know how they're going to do up here. They've really impressed me match over match in terms of how they play together.
Well, they went 1-3, beat Aftermath by 3, but finished with a -6, losing to Diesel, Damage, and Legion. The game they looked really good in one of those losses was that 1-point loss against Damage on day 1.
Right.
Also, Sea Dogs keeping their same line. I mean, they didn't go pick up any mercenaries or any superstars.
Also, interesting note: this team has played each other this year, and it was a mercy rule win for Red Legion, 7-1.
So great, tangible signs of improvement for Royal City Sea Dogs. That's what we love to see from a rookie team up here. Still no J-Rab. They're going to sit him for, Kuzmin's earned it. It's not like, this is punishment for J-Rab. He's got to sit forever.
Kuzmin's been their go-to guy off the bench for the most part.
Yeah.
A couple other names out there we've heard, but he's basically been their 6th body.
Yeah.
And that's why I was wondering, getting Smotroff back, would Smotroff be the go-to 6th body, or is he going to be 7th, 8th on the depth chart? Where is he going to be?
I saw Jameson Stanton, who's one of their Florida guys who I used to coach. He's been playing a lot for them at the practice. Like yesterday at practice, he got what looked like real looks, not just mercy looks.
Also got Michael Johnson on that team.
Right.
They obviously have depth.
I'm curious what kind of, we just talked about how they don't really stop. They're always kind of go, but with this amount of time on the clock, are we going to see something a little slower from Red Legion? 4 guns up.
As well. 4 guns up. They lose Kuzmin off the break, however. Under 60 seconds left.
We're 4-on-3 right now. There's a chance for the Sea Dogs if they can play at the right tempo. They try to take that outside back Dorito and makes it clean. They get into the snake. As we're hitting the 35-second mark, they do lose that first attacker on the D side, though.
Just 2 bodies left alive. Looking at 2 Red Legion make it as Sergey gets shot in the pack. I think he got team killed.
Salmon's got a chance here. Salmon's got a chance, but he doesn't know the count. He's checking off inside. He's looking over towards that Dorito. The clock's over here on this side. He can't see it right now looking that way. It's only 15 seconds left.
Yeah, it's way too late. The back center player, Chandler, is really dropping the ball here for Sea Dogs. I mean, they might have it in their head if we lose bodies. Let's just take the 1-point loss, but not going to be enough time here.
Well, Malloy did end up putting a ball on Salmon's loader, so it's going to be a 1-point loss for the Sea Dogs, but as we've been talking about big steps forward for this program, the last time that these two teams fought each other was a Mercy Rule win for Red Legion just 6-7 weeks ago, and so they do finish the day 1-1. So that's going to do it here for this set. Congratulations to Impact as they took their first win in their first game of the tournament. Tauntauns are 0-2 today. Next up is going to be Tampa Bay Damage taking on Leverage, and Uprising taking on Aftermath. So stick with us here. 2025 Atlantic City Open, second stop on the tour this season. I'm Matty Marshall with Jen Folk and Mike Jeffrey. We'll be right back.
Like prodigal, I gave them time, it's been too long. Was silent calm, but now the storm. I'm not the one you can't ignore. I never line, the deadline. I'm ahead time, the red kind. I'm a living legend, lethal weapon, big time.
All focus, all energy. Go, baby. Hey, look around. This is all we need. We play together, we're unbeatable, okay? Kill one rocket! The 4! Oh, fuck, hit my back.
Yep, got it.
I think I stay here for a split second.
That's fine, yeah. If you need that.
I know, I'm just letting you know. I'm just working through this.
Hey, we're making them play us, guys. Same thing, we're making them play us, okay?
America, move Sydney! The 4! The 4 moved to the 3! The 3! Whoop! Let's go, Ron. Let's go, baby. Hey, that's what happens when we're all alive, right? We can work through problems.
It's all about the connection out there.
30 minutes a day, we get to give it all. That's all. Freedom to the 4! 2 and 4! 3 to 1! Come on, Dorito! 2 only! Hey, I'm inside! Is anyone watching the wire? I'm inside! Hey, nothing's over! Calm! Calm! Hey, nothing's over. We're winning because we're connecting. On who? What happened? Who got that?
Doesn't matter. Get out.
Okay.
Come on. We got a minute left.
We're doubling the home, me and Mishka.
Okay, hey, we're going to be 2 and 4 cross. We have to hit some shots.
I don't know what my bailout is.
The bailout's playing tight as possible for 53 seconds. You hear that horn. Watch our angles, have each other's backs. It's that simple. Hey, get him out, Sydney! Hey, kill the Sydney! Disco! Disco! Kill 3! Hey, Sydney! Sydney again! Sydney again! 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, do not play! Hey, I saw him coming. I was looking at the clock. I just let him go because I didn't want a penalty on anything. I just looked inside. Hey, that's 15. That's half our day. Now we focus on the second half, yeah? Yeah? We build. We build and we get better throughout the fucking weekend. Closet! Kill the closet! Kill the closet! We gotta be alive. Hey! Diesel, America off the break. Hold the zone. Delta money inside.
Diesel! Diesel!
Game time finished.
Hey, all good. A little frustrating because we should have dominated, but hey, a win's a win. Kyle! Kyle! Yeah. I'm down to my last. I'm down to my last.
Yeah, I got you. I got you. Here, put it in. Good luck.
Who's across? It's closet home on me.
Hey, I can go through the middle and get the closet.
You got to be careful of the Delta guy.
That's what I'm wondering.
Okay, hey, you know Clint's in the air. Hey, fire! Fire! No, Arizona. Yeah, go to the closet at least right now. Cobra money. I'm going.
They got the Tiger King Kuzman. It's the one on the snake side here. Diesel also getting into the 50 snake.
So Kuzman's going to run to his death, though. Tried to bunker him out, not able to get him. Yeah, not even a trade.
Yeah, he didn't know that Mouse was there. Mouse just shoots 2 more. Shoots him on his first engagement. And he lived? Oh my goodness. Dies in the end, but I think that was a 4-pack for Mouse.
I need my gun. 40 seconds. I'm on it. Missouri. Kill 4. Hey, 60 seconds. Kill 4. Come on. Fucking go. Way to be. Be confident in your comms. Hey, check the power play. Hey, Dorito 2's gonna go. I'm on it.
Welcome back, 2025 Atlantic City Open. Second stop on the tour, Maddie Marshall, alongside Jen Folk, multiple-time Female Player of the Year. And Mike Jeffrey, next set here in the prelims, going to be Tampa Bay Damage, who warmed up in a win against the Tauntauns, taking on Leverage. They need to get something going. They got mercy ruled by the Hurricanes. And then we got Uprising taking on Aftermath. Uprising, heartbreaking loss to the Sea Dogs. And Aftermath, same against the Ironman in overtime. So already in a must-win situation for both Aftermath and Uprising. Tampa Bay Damage, though, Mike, they looked pretty good in their first match.
Yeah, they look pretty good. I think they have everything they need to win on this field. CJ Cantor getting a spin to start out here. We didn't see him in the first match.
With the injury
to
Brian Smith. Not sure, I haven't got any insight into what it was, but he did have to get carried off the field. Looked like an ankle or a knee. So, yeah, I'm not sure if we're going to see him again here at this event. That is a hit, but they are one of the deepest teams out here in any division. So next man up is going to be CJ Cantor. Leverage, though, they have got to find a way to increase their survivability if they want to have a chance against Tampa Bay Damage. At the first event, Leverage also not able to put a win on the board, finished with a -13 as they lost Infamous, Aftershock, Uprising, and Impact. A couple of those games are close, though. 1-point losses to Shock and Uprising, but lost via the Mercy Rule to Impact and by 5 to Infamous. So they're still looking for their first pro win.
And this is a really tough game, right? You just got blown out. You just lost to Hurricanes. You didn't score anything. Now you're playing Damage, a juggernaut. But you really can't, say this day's already a wash, this tournament's a wash. All of these points matter, especially when we come to the end of the year. You don't want to be one and done up in pro. And if they look at another 0-4 where they're failing to score points, they're going to have a really tough hole to climb out of just to stay up in pro.
And not only that, but they won their pro spot.
Exactly.
And that's the difference is we're seeing a lot of teams buying their way in, which is, another conversation. But Leverage is one of those teams that actually won their pro spot. So that they're going to come into this division thinking, we deserve to be here more than maybe some of the other guys. And it's time to prove that,
Indeed, Jen. That's paintball, right?
Yeah.
You gotta prove that you deserve to be here.
And the team that they played first that they got mercy by is a team that did the same thing. They won their pro spot. They got into the pro, and they proved that they belonged here. And I think that's one of the things that Leverage is going to have to look to do. And I think that they're certainly capable of doing it. So it's just a matter of time, I think.
Well, another note here is you're playing Tampa Bay Damage with what we saw out of that first game. You have to stop Keith Brown. Keith Brown was on fire in that first match.
Was he playing the pocket still?
Yeah,
playing
the pocket, but dipping into the snake.
Quickly.
Not at will, but earning it. As we just said, you got to earn it, right? You got to earn your moves, too. Keith looked outstanding. Plays out of that South Electronics can to start with, and looks like they're going to go up a body. And this is exactly what I was talking about. Do not You have to put pressure on Keith Brown, or he's just going to go wherever he wants.
And the only body doing that, Maddie, was the back center. The first body to drop for leverage was the only body that was actively shooting at Keith at the time.
Yeah, and the timing was impeccable. He wasted no time at all. CJ Cantor has also launched to get up to that brick, and then lo and behold, here's Keith Brown crawling past the 50 in the first 29 seconds of the game.
What? No.
Shocker.
I think I've heard this one before.
Shocker for everyone out there. Yeah, Keith's great.
Playing with the best pace of anybody on the snake side out here this morning. Certainly he's going to kill that insert from the tower, and just has great timing to recognize the leverage player is going to come in and try to hunt for me. Gets low so the brick guy can't shoot him. The brick guy is standing up so tall, zinging just past his head. CJ Cantor now coming forward to hunt for him, though. Awesome job, CJ. All you need is the trade there. He wants the major. He gets it on leverage. I don't think any of those guys got pulled by the penalty. So leverage, disaster, Maddie. Gonna start down at least one body after getting smoked by damage in the first point.
The worst case scenario is that you not only lose the point, but incur a penalty at the end of it, and there's not enough bodies to pull, which means you have to start down the next point, which when you're playing a juggernaut like Tampa Bay Damage, and were there any bodies to pull? Because if it's going to be 3-on-5, let's get a look here at this penalty. So CJ Cantor getting the spin with the injury to Agent Smith, and that's, it's just, did he pull his gun out?
I don't even know that guy shot him. I think it was a team kill. If they review that, I don't know that that's going to be a penalty on leverage.
I think it has to be a team kill because it looks like both of the remaining back players for leverage were neither of them were shooting at CJ.
Yeah, and CJ is pointing like, oh, I got shot in the back. He must have spun on me. But it looked like Moran just dropped his gun there.
Well, and I get that for the logic for CJ, and also you got to try to sell it.
Oh, yeah.
You need the showmanship is definitely a part of this game, and if you're not playing that part of the game, you're not doing everything you can to win.
100%, Maddie.
So now Uprising against Aftermath. Both these teams sitting at 0-1. Both really lost close games. Both really want this one. You know it.
Good to see Carter getting the start on his new squad.
He played really well at practice last weekend.
He played really well in the first game for the most part. I could see them spinning him again on that starting 5. So they're going with Vasquez, Julian played well, and Trujillo as the first attacker. That's Aftermath. Uprising on the breakout. In those gray jerseys, looks like 5 alive for both squads here, and pretty even on the positions. Both teams taking that small Dorito. That's pretty much the go-to spot if you want to risk anything at all on that D side. Survivability off the break to the baby Dorito has been very high in these first sets.
It's been high, and then you have such a large gap into the snake from that spot, so it's a nice place where you have real estate forward up the field, but you also have eyes on the inside. Trujillo gets shot by... is that Nate Schrader? I believe so. Nate Schrader. What else is new? Going forward into that wedge, playing over the top with such freedom is Nate Schrader. Kills Trujillo to give a one-body advantage to Uprising, but they do lose. That's got to be one of the new guys over there on the Dorito side. I believe it might be Joel Eaton, actually. I can't tell from this great distance. But still got Borromeo and Schrader wide. Aftermath all pocketed up. Basically crossed up from the four spots in the center of the field. Really tough situation. Zach Carter going to get smoked now. Nate Schrader hunting through the middle. It eats up Cody Woodruff. I think he might have shot Julian as well.
Grayson Gladstone going to be the last body
Nate,
taking that heat for.
Nate did get shot, but I feel that Nate's averaging probably somewhere around 2 kills per spin.
Yeah. I mean, that was confirmed 2, more likely 3, could have been 4.
For sure, the points that Uprising's winning, he's killing, I think, right around two bodies on average per point that they win. He's on one for sure here at this event.
30 seconds.
Now Damage coming back out against leverage. Carter Donaldson going to get a spin out here. Former ML Kings player, now on Damage. Florida boy. Very familiar with their camp. Hasn't played a ton for them, but I think he's a really good player. I could see Carter Donaldson ascending a bit in the Damage camp.
Well, he's real fast and he's real small and real hard to shoot. So
he plays with a chip on his shoulder too.
Yes, he does.
So it looks like leverage does get to start with 5.
Oh, okay.
Right? Am I counting correctly?
Yeah.
Is that 4?
Actually 4.
Okay.
4. So leverage starting with 4, and they're going to lose 1. Checking that Dorito corner. They do kill CJ, though. Carter Donaldson all the way onto their side of the field, however.
And Keith Brown right into the snake again with Donaldson on to Leverage's side of the field in the middle. See which way he decides to put his gun. He's going to keep it snake way, and he's going to get that free kill on the snake 3 position. So should make pretty light work here for Damage. Try to finish this one off. Actually, they're going to concede the point, so 2 bodies still left alive for Leverage, but both stuck on that middle to D side. And with Cardinal Donaldson alive in the middle hunting and Keith Brown in the snake, it was just going to be a matter of time.
The feeling from Leverage, and you're seeing eyes in the sky, is just one of total deflation. You're not seeing a lot of, hey, boys, let's get back in this. They look really defeated right now.
Not ideal.
No.
If I'm a coach, you need to address that the second that whoever your starting 5 is going to be, you have to address that in the pits immediately.
And it's hard when you've played 6 points and you've lost all 6 of them against 2 teams, but these points matter here. They're going to matter at the end of the year. They're going to matter at the end of this weekend.
10 seconds.
They're going to matter in your heart for the rest of your life.
Yeah, they're 8 right now. 8 in a row.
Yeah, 8 in a row, right. Quick turnaround for Aftermath and Uprising here. Both teams getting out 5 alive. Aftermath wide to the Dorito corner. They are struggling playing out of the back center a bit.
Nate Schrader making a move here to the center. No surprise.
Nate Schrader all over the center.
Yeah, Nate, and they're going to be moving Nate around a bunch if you guys didn't watch that first game, and they're doing that intentionally to make him less scoutable, as he is their force multiplying all-star player. You know, if they just keep sending him in the same spot like they did at the last event for the most part, by the time you get to Sunday, people will just find a way to put 2 guns on that spot, and his survivability off the break is going to decrease. So I like what they're doing with him tactically.
So Julian Vasquez going to make his way into the snake here for Aftermath. Meanwhile, Uprising going to push out into the Dorito corner as well as the little Dorito. Spread the field wide here.
Oh, they're going to lose. Who's that, Trujillo?
I think that's actually Lucas. Right? Yeah, Lucas over there on the Dorito side.
So Lucas dies out of his bunker for Aftermath. Advantage Uprising. However, they do have Velasquez in the snake. Does Aftermath. They lose Cody Woodruff out of the back spot. Cody having a bit of a tough day out here so far. So just 3 bodies left alive. Uprising sending a lot of paint into the snake. Grayson Gladstone hunting around for Nate Schrader. He gets clapped up, making a retreat. So just 2 bodies left alive now for Aftermath.
Yeah, and then Julian's going to get shot as he tries to crawl up in that 50, try to create some sort of offense. Carter is going to get tapped out, and that is going to force a concession with 12:02 here on the clock. 2 on the board right now for Seattle Uprising. Looks like they got their mojo back a little bit.
They really do. Responding well after that tough defeat against the Royal City Sea Dogs, playing with a lot of intensity right now. Nate Schrader playing really well up that middle. Like you said, Maddie, there's a lot of different entry points into working your way up the middle. You can bop around. It's not a go here and do this same thing 50 times in a row type spot.
He also went to the Doritos as well.
Right.
So, again, just versatility in the looks on the play calls for the attack of Nate Schrader, but he's probably not going to come off the field unless he's completely gassed.
Looks like Damage has got some new bodies out here. We got Dan Holiday and Mark Ireland getting some spins.
Let's see if Leverage can get something going. Kill off the break or some offense. A little poise. 5-on-5 breakout, and they kill CJ Cantor.
Lose the body,
though. Lose one, so 4-on-4 now.
I think that's Alfred De Los Santos taking the long walk off the backfield here.
Pretty good field spread, though, with the off-the-break move into that outside Dorito, and then now I think that's Markey going to go up into the mini wall. He's thinking about going up into D1. Looks like he's going to make it.
We got Frankie Pasciuta for Leverage here in this Dorito wedge looking inside, and now he's going to go heads up. I think he heard the call there for the Dorito.
Leverage did lose a body out of the South Electronics tower, however. Just not enough resistance.
Dan Holiday going to get in the snake here for Damage as well.
Feels like Damage can have whatever they want out here. I just feel like there's not enough pressure coming from the Leverage side of the field.
Sanborn going to get out here to the South Electronics can for Leverage, try to stop the bleeding a little bit.
Still 12 minutes left on this clock. They're going to lose Ricky Moran.
Yeah, and for Damage right now, just slow play this. You have the ground. You got good penetration D side with Ireland getting up into that D2. Holiday's in the snake. Got a high body situation. Perfect. Everything's going great. Got 2-point lead.
Yeah, it's interesting for players like Dan Holiday and Marky Ireland where you haven't played much. You want to get your kills, but you also got to be smart.
Here comes
4-on-1.
Here it comes.
Jacob loves to bully people in those situations. Couple extra. He knows the line. Sometimes he walks a little across it. Sometimes he steps just short. I like guys like that. Want to put some punishment on somebody. Let you know up 3-0 that it's only going to get harder from here on out.
30 seconds.
Damage, good opportunity to see what's on their bench right now. It looks like they tried to run 2 lines at Tampa Bay Open, went away from it very quickly. Here they're doing hybrid lines, keeping a core set, but mixing in some of these bench players to see who they might want to roll with tomorrow.
Well, Damage got a little beat up towards the end of World Cup. Now that was at the end of the season. A little bit different story when you've been grinding all year. But they intentionally added some depth, knowing that, just as we saw in that first set, any one of those veterans could go down at any time. On the breakout right now, Aftermath with some work to do. Down by 2 with a lot of time on the clock, 12 minutes to go. They are going to be losing Grayson Gladstone, though, out of that forward can, shading towards the snake side. So it's a 5-on-4 situation in favor of Uprising. Ooh, but Uprising going to be losing Alec Holland out of that back center.
Nate Schrader getting, well, as soon as I said his name, took one to the face, but he was getting fancy up there with the fancy footwork, getting up into the hurt step.
Great zone control here for Aftermath.
Yeah, really, I love the way Aftermath is poised up over here, but they're going to catch a minor penalty. Really tough. That was another one of their Achilles heels at the Tampa Bay Open. They caught 4 penalties in their 4 matches, so 2-on-2 now.
Well, I like the fill out from Woodruff as they had no snake presence with those 2 bodies coming off that penalty on Julian.
Looks like we've got Graham Arnold and I think that's Borromeo on the other side. Yep. Borromeo versus Brandon Trujillo and Cody Woodruff.
This is huge for Aftermath here. Down 0-2. You were going to be in a 4-on-2 situation, but you catch that minor. If you can pull off this 2-on-2 with plenty of time left, you're right back in the match. If you lose it, it's really deflating to go down 0-3 after catching a minor penalty.
Yeah, when you were up bodies.
Exactly. Cody Woodruff definitely doesn't know the exact count. He's trying to figure it out. He's connecting with Trujillo cross field. Hearing good questions. Is it Venom or 22? Now, Graham Arnold getting into the snake. He shoots Cody Woodruff. Awesome job by Graham Arnold. I think he ripped the bounce. Trujillo going to launch. Not going to work out for him. However, Borromeo begging for a penalty. Not going to get it, but Graham Arnold going to give Uprising a 3-0 lead in the 2-on-2.
Well, they got a bit of a gift with that minor, and they made the most of it. It was a low body situation. In those moments, you're really asking for somebody on the other team to make a couple mistakes. That's what happened. And the veterans, Borromeo and Graham Arnold, have been saying those names on that team for over a decade now. And they made the most of it. Great job by Alexander Borromeo and Graham Arnold.
30 seconds.
See here on the replay. Ooh, no one's safe out there, even the cameras. But yeah, that's a very deflating point if you're Aftermath.
Yeah, you get those 2 early kills. Looks like you're in full control. Then you get dinked out of spots and catch a minor and lose a 2-on-2. Really tough. But now leverage. Lost 9 unanswered now. Just trying to get a point on the board. Get something going against Tampa Bay Damage, who looks great this morning. Chris Shear running and shooting to the mini Dorito off the break for Damage. They get 5 alive. 2 to that little can. Carter Donaldson and CJ Cantor. I doubt that was the game plan. I think Carter saw some paint and had to hop in there. Good job staying alive.
Yeah, that's the first time we've seen that actually happen.
Yeah, the way his body posture was, it looked like it was a desperation move, but it worked out. Now they kill Alfred out of the inserts. A 5-on-4 for Damage. Carter Donaldson hunting through the middle. He's going to come through. Lives. Nice move by Carter. Coming through for more. Gets another. That's the move of the day, Maddie.
That might be the move of the day from Carl Donaldson, making the most
Shoot
of
him,
his
Carter.
playtime. Whoa, did he not?
He doesn't
shoot
know that
other
this guy's
body?
alive.
Yeah, he missed a body.
I think did Carter not shoot him?
It
or
looked
am I?
like he tried to shoot him. Maybe he bounced him, not sure, but still, that's going on the list. Again, $500 courtesy of Pate Smith Law, a law firm that specializes in representing you against your insurance company if they don't want to pay you on a property claim. And yeah, that's the biggest move we've seen so far today.
You know, when someone comes through the middle and they're switching hands like that and they know where people are, that's when I really admire it. He knew it, he got his first guy clean, even going to his gun upside, switches hands, comes through and gets another. Gets a couple, maybe a lucky one there at the end, but still a great move by Carter Donaldson.
I think that speaks volumes, though, to the importance of communication, because Carter was able to make that move because his backfield was communicating with him and letting him know exactly what that wedge was doing, when to launch to go get him, where the last body. I mean, you could tell Carter was kind of playing whack-a-mole there at the end, trying to get those last couple bodies, but communication is just critical here.
It's critical, but sometimes you have to play whack-a-mole. When a
100%.
play is developing and you're going, look, his head's on a swivel, so he's shooting for that body. He twists and shoots his gun, so he launched right at that time. Missed that body. So the reason why he didn't shoot that body is because that body launched as he was looking over to the corner, and he's still blocked out from that pin, and he's waving everybody off. He's like, hey, I killed everybody. Oh, wait, I didn't? Uh-oh.
But I'm pretty sure Carter knew both the wedge and that little brick were hot, which I think was coming from Keith Crossfield over here in the Snake.
Exactly.
If I
And to have your ears open in the center of the field, that's a difficult thing. And then he had his eyes up for Crossfield paint, knowing exactly who would shoot him when he came for that second body. Love it by Carter Donaldson. Aftermath now down 3. Got to have a point here.
Yeah, they need to see some signs of life. So they go to that baby Dorito, and we finally see somebody get shot off the break there. So that's great off the break shots here from Seattle Uprising. With the heartbreak loss they took against the Royal City Sea Dogs, we're trying to make a statement here. They're going to be losing Nate Schrader.
Nate Schrader overreaching a little bit there, jumping over the top of that wedge. You know, sometimes when guys get hot, they start reaching a little bit too much. 4-on-4 situation gives Aftermath a chance to crawl back into this match.
Cody Chong getting a spin here for Aftermath, playing this center brick. I think he's the one who got the drop in on Nate Schrader, if I remember correctly.
Oh, but then he dies. Nice, Jen. You're just cursing everyone out here. 4-on-3 advantage. Aftermath stuck in the pocket. It is not looking good if you're a San Diego Aftermath fan right now. The way Uprising is developing, winning off the break, making moves through the center. Aftermath has not been able to get anything going against the boys from Seattle so far, Maddie.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of dose of frustration here for Aftermath. They're getting, penalties, some gunfight losses, grinding gears on aggression. But for this one, Uprising looks like they came into this one a little bit more mentally tough.
Yeah,
they're just
definitely
executing a little bit better than Aftermath.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it comes from Nate Schrader playing with such proactivity and confidence up there. When your best player is playing with a lot of confidence, it's really easy to get the kind of contagion effect from that confidence.
But what I like about that is you lead by example, right? And so I think on paper he had a better first game than this second game.
Oh, definitely.
For sure, because he's had some early deaths. But everyone on his team was probably watching him in that first match like, all right, Nate's stepping up. It's my time. Our captain's stepping up. I got to step up.
I like that they put the C on his chest, too. It does mean something when the captain named is playing really well. Not just the de facto leader, our captain.
Yeah, he's not the leader because he's paying the bills. He's not paying the bills. He's the leader because he's the best player on the team.
And that comes with a lot of pressure.
Yes.
Like, don't get me wrong.
Absolutely.
Like,
that's Jen, you know all about that.
Well, I was just going to say, it's like you kind of, when you are in that position and when you are having a great, first game and you come into your second game, it's like if you aren't playing to your greatest, then sometimes it feels like you might be letting your team down. So good for Uprising to pick him up when he maybe isn't playing at 100%. He set his own bar, don't get me wrong. And Nate Schrader set his own bar.
I like the gun-up move by Cody Woodruff. He went inside out into that Dorito 1 behind his gun to protect himself from the center. Aftermath going to have to develop some offense.
Yeah, they're chasing points right now, Mike. They have to develop offense. Now, Cody is in an offensive position, but Julian needs to try to get into the snake. It's obviously very difficult to do that, but
yeah,
and he has some time and some patience to be able to do this.
He's working his way in right now. Yep,
nice job.
So Julian stepping out wide out of that South Electronics bunker to put the little Dorito in for Uprising to get himself into the snake here.
Yeah, I think Joel Eaton might have died. Oh, but Cody dies out of his bunker. I think he killed his adversary on the Dorito side, but then dies. So now a 2-on-3 advantage Uprising.
And it's a big advantage considering the point spread.
Yeah.
Because Aftermath still has to go into their gun.
Man, as soon as Aftermath gets an advantage, they throw it away. It has been the problem with them both at the last tournament and it's continuing out here.
Just Julian left alive. And they're going to save him some pain and some cleanup and some time and concede the point. 6 minutes and 35 seconds left, but Aftermath dug themselves a hole. Uprising looking pretty good.
Yeah, Maddie, the story for Aftermath so far is every time something good happens, something bad happens immediately afterward. Not able to get anything going. Still a long way to go. Can't give up on this match.
Yeah, there's enough time for them to score some points and to tie this one up. But what I like that I'm seeing out of Uprising is they're playing relatively fumble-free paintball. Not a lot of mistakes. And if they do catch an early death, there's just a cascade of tightness across the field. Everyone's talking it up and tightening it up. I just really like the composure and the discipline they're showing right now with punch as well, too. So just, especially coming off a loss to a team that on paper you should be beating the brakes off of in that loss against the Sea Dogs. Yeah, this is a good look for Uprising. Jumping back into this one, see if Leverage can summon the spirit here against Tampa Bay Damage. Not looking good so far.
We got 5 alive out at least on this one, however. So he's giving them... and as soon as I say that, they lose a body.
It's going to be Zach Moran.
Zach Moran.
Super frustrated.
Out of that forward set can, tough spot to play.
Another death coming out of that back corner bunker on the B side. Might be losing that middle. Going to be a minor. Oh, the beatings will continue until morale improves here for Leverage, as they got eyes to the sky in frustration. A couple slow walks off, punch in the air. It's looking like another disaster here for Leverage.
Yeah. Maddie, there are 9 minutes and 30 seconds left in this match. I don't know what the fastest Mercy Rule victory is of all time, but this is probably going to be in the top 5-ish, right?
Recently, for sure.
Yeah.
There's been some pretty bad beatdowns historically.
Yeah, like
since we went to the 6-point Mercy Rule, but this one's pretty bad.
Yeah. Yeah, we're not talking about like those 21-0 victories over Ultimate back in the day.
Yeah, yes, God, talk about boring games. But yeah, I mean, Damage just looks really good right now, and obviously Leverage is not helping themselves get those are one of those frustration penalties.
Yeah,
you're not doing well. You're trying to tighten it up. It's not working. The problem is they're just losing an early body here, and then they're losing a body on a fill there. And then they can't get it back. Just what we're talking about, Uprising. If Uprising does go down, again, you see a cascade of more tight play across the field and more communication. The opposite is happening for Leverage.
Yeah, Leverage looks like they kind of want to get out of here at this point. You know, you don't see them trying to turn the tide.
I mean, the casino is only about 10 minutes away. However,
this is their local casino, though. It's not fun.
I was going to say, guys, there's still 9 minutes left in the match. This is your last game of the day. You got the rest of the day.
Yeah. Aftermath throwing snake off the break. We've seen so little of that, and for that reason, it's a difficult snake to make off the break. So 5-on-4 advantage for Uprising. However, that Borromeo, who probably took a bounce coming into that Hertz tower, he's clean though. So Borromeo gets forward. Uprising still pushing it.
I don't hate that play call, because if it practices and getting the intel from if we're making the snake 40, 50% of the time, there's a chance Julian makes it off the break. I don't hate that play call.
No, I don't hate the play call. I was more commenting on, people are afraid of running the snake off the break, and for good reason. Say down 4-0, you got to look for a spark. Sometimes it's in taking a risk. But now it's going to be almost impossible to get out wide that way with Borromeo in that spot, unless Grayson can find a way to get him out of the field. Nope, but he gets picked up by Graham Arnold, I think, making a shot in transition from that forward can into the brick. Nice job by Uprising center players here.
Uprising has been super, super disciplined the entire match in this South Electronics can. because originally they had Graham Arnold playing it, and now they've gone to Meterman last point and this point, and they have been super, super in control. And, of course, as soon as I say that, both teams push into the snake. But up until now, they've just had great survivability in that can.
But I like when look, if somebody gets in the snake, you got to match them. And I like the patience and discipline that Minerman was showing out here. And I agree with you. We've been talking about this, but this is the uprising that we saw the past few events looking this good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like with a 4-0 lead, too, and 5 bodies alive, what Uprising is doing is developing a forward offense. It's so hard to push into a team when they're still developing their attack. Of course, you need to do it correctly and patiently. 4 bodies across the 40-yard line right now. Extremely difficult for 3 bodies on Aftermath to find a way forward through that press. Good comms by Uprising, calling danger. Usually that means we've lost track of somebody. Maybe on the Doritos side.
Down to 418. Yeah, it's Uprising just strangling them right now. They're in really good spots. There's 4 bodies across the 30 and 40-yard line, and they're all just zoned up, waiting for Aftermath to run into these guns. This is an intelligent evolvement of these play calls here, with one safety valve in the back center just in case.
Yeah, Borromeo living behind his gun against Mazurek. Mazurek just trying to get dominance so that he can try to put a ball in on Borromeo. Borromeo, call this the ride or die move right here. Has no ability to come into his bunker, so he's got to just live behind his gun.
3:40 left on the clock here, and Mazurek's going to take
Ooh, Borromeo.
It looks like Mazurek bounced Borromeo in the arm potentially.
And Miderman gets right to that 50-yard line here for Uprising. He has the snake to himself. He could just crawl all the way down, especially with the swarm of bodies attacking up the middle right now for Uprising. Uprising trying to close out, get this last kill. No concession here for Aftermath, even as those bodies were getting peeled off the field. So we're going to see that 5th point put up, just full control for Seattle Uprising.
Goodness gracious, I expected this one to be a close match. I won't say that I expected Damage and Leverage to be close, to be honest, Maddie, but the Aftermath Uprising game, both teams sitting at 0-1. I expected kind of bloody knuckles. Instead, we're seeing all Uprising.
I think that's a testament to the grit in the minds right now for these experienced guys on Uprising. Yeah, lost a game against the Sea Dogs on paper they should not have lost. So there's a couple ways you can go with that. You can get really frustrated and then let that affect your future performance, or you can go the opposite way and be like, oh, no, we're not. That's not happening to us. Let's tighten it up, have a good team meeting, everyone get laser focused going, and let's smash the next team. And that's what's happening.
And at the start of the match, to be honest, Aftermath was kind of being a little gritty. They were hanging in there. They had body advantages at the start of this match, and unfortunately things started going south, and it kind of snowballed. Looks like Carter Donaldson going to take the snake for Damage here. Keith Brown playing that center can. First body to drop is going to be CJ Cantor coming out of the back center for Damage.
One body advantage here for Leverage. Got a chance. 5-on-4.
Really impressive. Carter Donaldson goes from playing the center to snake off the break. No one picked him up. He's going to get at least a couple right here. Shoots one coming through the middle. Someone shoots them trying to fill snake. Leverage. If Carter takes another bite here, he's going to have 2 free kills.
If he gets a head check here, he's going to get a kill in the middle. He doesn't know that they're at their wedge, though.
Yeah, and also at their Dorito.
He's blocked out from that spot.
Yep.
Still, he owns this side, and
there it is.
Yeah,
ooh, did not see him, did not know he was there. Lucky to live through that transition.
Well, it was a good retreat, actually, from Leverage to get back to the brick. And
he does get the kill cross field on, I think that was Alfred De Los Santos. Just one body left alive for Leverage. Donaldson.
Is that another 3-pack here for Donaldson?
Sure is. Going to put the cherry on top on this Mercy Rule victory with about 8 minutes left on the clock.
Well, this is great for Coach Brettauer and Coach Joey Blute because he's playing at a 10 of 10. And now you get Carter getting some reps. He's playing basically 10 of 10.
Yeah, that's a really lethal duo right there. And I'm proud of Carter Donaldson getting his first real opportunities on his new squad, Tampa Bay Damage. One of the favorites out here, certainly, and really making the most of them. So not just getting kills, playing smart as he's doing it.
Yeah, taking a look at some of this work here from Carter Donaldson. He's got picked up from Tampa Bay Damage to do exactly this. Coming off the ML Kings, spent a couple years as a weapon on that squad. And, yeah, a little 3-pack here to close. Played it really well, too. Was proactive, and that run-through before. It's a couple highlight reel situations for Donaldson in a row. And that gives, again, just a boost to the offense because Keith Brown's playing lights out. Carter's playing amazing. And with the fact that they have no Brian Smith, it's really good that Carter's stepping up.
Yeah, and also, think Keith Brown got hurt at World Cup last year. So even though he's back and healthy, the ground looks pretty tough out here. You know,
That's an understatement.
Yeah. So being able to have another option there where you can save Keith a little bit is huge, I think. So now Aftermath trying to fend off a Mercy Rule defeat right here. They get a kill off the break. That's a great start.
Yeah, Uprising trying to keep us on schedule, trying to get a Mercy Rule win here. Aftermath with a big secondary all the way into that D1 position. It's that 30-yard line. 5-on-4 situation here in favor of Aftermath, but 0 on the score with under 3 to go.
Julian Velasquez pushing into the snake here for Aftermath, and a secondary fill out to the South Electronics can behind him.
Yeah.
Cody Chong.
Nice. Uprising needs this spread, too, because they lost by 3 in the first one.
Good point, Maddie. Aftermath developing attacks on both sides of the field, but seeing a little hopper gun surgery cleanup situation. I've heard that ProShar's Voltanium paint is lost in the middle of the ocean.
Oof.
So some teams, I know Aftermath is an HK team, but some teams are, an interesting paint conundrum out here. Always a factor in the competition.
Well, Uprising trying to hold the line, playing a bit of defense, and they're going to be dropping body out of that South Electronics can. Options dwindling here to try to preserve this perfect score, 5-0 for Uprising. Aftermath pushing the issue with time ticking off the clock, try to get their margin a little more respectable.
Julian has no barrel, though, Maddie.
Oh, he doesn't have a barrel?
No barrel.
Do you think he's close enough to kill this forward can with no barrel?
Possibly. I'd love to see it.
Yeah.
Just for the sake of...
oh, wow. He has his bolt
out. Wow.
That gun is destroyed.
Really tough situation for Julian Vasquez here as he has an amazing position, but no barrel on his gun.
Or bolt, apparently.
Or bolt. Yeah, kind of need both.
I think that was just the insert. I think he just took the insert out of there.
Well, he's been chilling it.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
He's going to be hitting the gun. And yeah, it's...
What he needs to do, though, this is a teachable moment here, is get in touch with Cody Chong and set up a situation where he's just going to sprint down and throw his body away. Become a distraction. They're not going to need it in the end.
Well, Grayson did the work, and he's going to go in and hit that buzzer with 1:15 to at least get this shutout off the board. So Grayson going to be clean thumbs up from the ref. 1-5 the score. So that would make Uprising, if it ends this way, a +1 on the day, sitting at 1-1. So Julian's going to probably go back in the pits, throw that gun into his bag with some velocity, and ask for a setup. And there's Grayson up in that middle with Julian outside wide. Not even really drawing guns because he was trying to fix his gun for so long. And Grayson's just locked in this gunfight. Knows time's ticking off the clock. Has to push the issue here. Gets that kill.
Wheeling and dealing up close and personal. Grayson Gladstone. That guy really wants it.
He does.
It pays to be able to shoot over those bricks, I tell you.
Yeah.
Not an option for you,
Not
Jen?
an option for me.
How tall are you?
5'3".
Yeah.
Maddie, I can't see over an Aztec. It is what it is.
It is what it is. Well, you're a great player.
But I can stand behind a
size.
mini wall.
Yeah,
so
I was
going to
say, hey, there's blessings and curses with height.
Yeah, I mean, if Axel, if he can make it work, I can make it work. There's no excuses out here.
Boy,
Yep.
Yeah, when you're over 6 feet tall and you're trying to crawl on the snake.
I get it.
So it's real hard to keep that pack down.
I get it.
How are you guys doing over there, Jen?
We have not played yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we played this afternoon.
Okay. Well, best of luck.
Appreciate it.
What'd you guys end up at the last one?
We went 2-2 at the last one.
Oh, that's
yep, and they didn't
right.
take any wild cards, so you had to go 3-1 to move in.
Sorry to bring up a sore subject.
No, it's all right.
I legitimately forgot. I wasn't trying to rub it in or anything.
It is totally okay.
30 seconds.
So we got 30 seconds before the start of potentially the last point. Oh, looks like a timeout going to be called here to give Aftermath a couple more breather. Yeah, breather. Another moment to get to that start station. But definitely good looks for Uprising here as they should be taking this W. Just depends on what that spread is going to be. And then next up, we got an Impact taking on the Hurricanes. Both those teams undefeated. And then Red Legion also with the win on the board, going to be playing the Ironmen. So battle of undefeated teams in this next set.
Impact and Hurricanes should be a really good game. Both teams really enjoy playing the center with Stu Ridgel for the Hurricanes, and then Nick Laval on Impact should see some interesting moves there to the center of the field.
Yeah, these situations down 4, points right here. You're not going to win the match. I mean, if you're Aftermath, you're going to be going 0-2. Could preserve your margin a little bit. Have a chance at least. If your leverage, even day one, 0-2 with a -12 margin. That's a tough day in your hometown.
And they practiced Red Legion and Aftershock.
Yeah.
So, I mean, definitely some good looks at practice, which is good, you know. But tough.
Tournaments are different beasts, though, right?
They really are. It feels so different. You know, there's nothing like tournament reps.
Mm-hmm.
Aftermath. See what they got. Down 4.
Aftermath going with 3 guns up off the break. And then going to launch Chong up the middle. Checks his pack real quick as on a delay all the way up into D1. Here comes Nate Schrader to the Hertz can on a secondary. Everyone's still alive.
Yeah, it's interesting. Uprising likes that Hertz tower. I really didn't expect to see much of that at all. But they are using it as a launching point for the middle. They're going to lose one out of the backfield. Under 60 seconds left. Aftermath is in the snake. He can come all the way down here. He's going to load a pod. Then look to go all the way. Grayson coming through the middle. Nice job, Grayson. Gets one, keeps his gun up. Cody Chong going to get eaten up.
Yeah, Holly with a nice fill out to that South Electronics can to try to stop the bleeding. Still have a player in the back center, but here comes a full commitment up the middle from Aftermath with 22 seconds left to go. And as the dust settles in, the scramble on the attack, are there any bodies left alive? There's just one, and it is Graham Arnold as the safety valve works out. Should be able to put a point on the board for the margin here.
He did that perfectly right there. Looked around, counted the bodies, saw the situation, checked the clock, kept his gun up, though. He didn't just commit to running down like, oh, this must be over. Made sure it was safe, hits it with 3 seconds left. Really nice job by Graham Arnold. Looks easy. It's not that easy. Or is that someone else? 4?
No, it's Graham Arnold wearing, they didn't get their jerseys in time, or some of them. So that is Graham Arnold. He has the black head wrap on. That's
He's also
that's
got the 5
tell.
on the loader.
Yeah, so Holly has the Sandana Realtree, and then Graham Arnold, and the 5 on the loader is also a big tell, too. Ooh, yeah, with the punishment. But, yeah, perfectly played, timed perfectly, and able to get down there. Had to commit a little bit, a little unsure of the count, but really wanted that extra point for the spread, and probably figured if there was somebody alive, it would be on his side of the field. Don't need a safety valve when you're down 4 or 5.
Exactly.
So that should do it here. I think they're going to burn off that 3 seconds as, the refs have left the field. Typically a good indication. The set is over, so stick with us here. It's going to be Impact playing the Hurricanes, Legion against the Ironmen. Again, all those teams are undefeated at the second battle this season here, Major League Paintball, the 2025 Atlantic City Open. And Maddie Marshall. Jen, best of luck this afternoon.
Appreciate it.
We'll be right back.
Seconds. Back center this way. Back in front of water.
like Zach Geiger's going to get taken out of the snake side. Insert
Kill
here for
God!
Infamous. Going to leave 3 bodies here for Infamous, kind of stuck in the center. Big move here by Nate Schrader coming through the center. He's looking for Ryan Hall, and he's going to get him. And he's also going to get Zach Patient.
I was like, oh, Nate just cleared it. We're good. Okay. I just took forever.
Okay. Good. No, you did take